From ABC News, this is Start Here. I'm Brad Milkey.
Presidents have to be given total immunity. They have to be allowed to do their job.
Later today, the Supreme Court will hear a case about former President Donald Trump and whether he can be charged with any crime for anything he did while in office. Specifically, this involves the case around January 6th and whether Trump tried to illegally subvert the 2020 presidential election. And part of the government's case there is that Trump and his top allies tried to submit slates of so-called fake electors. These are the people who, through the Electoral College, technically elect the president on behalf of their state. Even though Biden won these states fair and square, there was this push to have Republican lawmakers just say, the vote was illegitimate. These are the people we'd like to do the choosing instead. That doesn't just have the potential to be a federal crime. It could be a state crime, too. And last night, Arizona officials announced indictments against those so-called fake electors, and in a twist, they also indicted several people close to the former president. Let's bring in ABC's John Santucci, who leads our investigations coverage. John, who is being charged here?
So, Brad, this is really interesting. This is 11 fake electors, some of which, obviously held major roles in the Republican Party and Arizona state politics that have been indicted. But, Brad, it doesn't stop there. Based on our team's reading of this indictment, some of which is redacted, it does appear that many close aides to Donald Trump, current and former, were also indicted. And it's a who's who, Brad. It includes Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, Boris Epshteyn, who still works for Donald Trump, even Christina Bobb, one of his lawyers that was involved in some of the investigations that have gone on. It's just a remarkable reminder that, we talk about all of the cases that have really haunted Donald Trump, right? You talk about the Manhattan DA's case, the special counsel cases, obviously Fulton County, Georgia, a big one that involved Donald Trump, Rudy, and Meadows. But Arizona was another state that Donald Trump and his allies were trying to overturn the election there. And now the state attorney general has said an indictment, and here we are.
And so these names, like you said, huge names very close to Donald Trump. What about Trump himself?
So Trump is not indicted here. Big difference from the Georgia case, Brad. He's an unindicted co-conspirator. So it doesn't mention Donald Trump by name, but based on our reading of the indictment, it appears Donald Trump is unindicted co-conspirator number one. And it basically means that Donald Trump was a part of the actions and activities, some of which obviously illegal based on the Attorney General's interpretation of actions, and thus those individuals, including Rudy Giuliani and Mark Meadows, were indicted for their actions.
Yeah, can you tell me about what the alleged scheme was here? Because they could have just indicted the Arizona officials. Michigan, for example, is doing something similar where they just stuck to those people. Why did this go further?
So this went further because, remember, so much of this was visible to us, right? We saw Rudy Giuliani on the ground with some of his top allies and aides lobbying officials.
Let's say there were 5 million illegal aliens in Arizona. It is it's beyond credulity that a few 100,000 didn't vote.
We obviously know, based on even what we've seen in Georgia, the phone calls that Mark Meadows and other top aides to Donald Trump were making.
I'd like to see if there's a way that we could resolve this so it comes out well for everyone. We're all Republicans. I think we all have the same goal.
And here's the point. Think about Rusty Bowers, right? The former Speaker of the Arizona House.
He said that they did have proof, and I asked him, do you have names? For example, we have 200,000 illegal immigrants, some large number.
He testified before the House January 6th committee, indicating the phone calls and lobbying and the pressure he was under by Donald Trump and his close aides.
And I said, do you have their names? Yes. Will you give them to me? Yes. The president interrupted and said, give the man what he needs, Rudy.
Every action by Donald Trump and his allies has not gone unnoticed and didn't go unnoticed by law enforcement in these various states. You talk about Michigan. We obviously know Georgia. Now add Arizona to the list, Brad. It's also just this crystal clear visualization based on this indictment from the Arizona State Attorney General that there was a real effort, documents, paperwork, lobbying that was done to really build this alternate slate of electors, to say outright that in these people's opinion, Joe Biden did not legitimately win the 2020 race. In their eyes, it was Donald Trump, and clearly they would do anything possible, even lie, even allegedly commit a crime, Brad, to make that happen.
Right, and as we record this, no response yet from Trump or any of these, they will be defendants as they're arraigned after these indictments. Huge news here breaking overnight. Thank you so much, John.
Thank you, Brad.
All right, next up on Start here, these college protests are getting intense. We're back in a bit.
With so much at stake, so much on the line, more Americans turn here than any other newscast. ABC News World News Tonight with David Muir, America's #1 most watched newscast across all of television.
Right now, there's just so much happening in our world.
So much at stake at the start of every morning.
Making sense of it all, that's not always so easy.
And that's where we come in.
Good morning, America. We want you to know every morning.
We're right here, and we got you.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
When you think about successful protest movements, most have a few things in common. 1, they're passionate. 2, they're nonviolent. And 3, they have specific demands, pressuring leaders to make real concessions. Well, last week, students at Columbia University in New York started setting up tents on campus. These were nonviolent protesters, but they were passionate. They were nearly impossible to avoid. And what these students were asking for was simple. They wanted their school to divest itself from any financial relationships with the state of Israel. Within 24 hours, you could see this having an effect, to the point where other protesters from around the city started joining them, in some cases making the scene more chaotic and more unnerving, especially to Jewish students who were now being screamed at for any visible support for Israel. Those scenes from Columbia have galvanized more student groups across the country. We've seen encampments spring up on other campuses, and yesterday, this seemed to explode. I want to go to ABC's chief national correspondent, Matt Gutman, who is on the campus of USC in Los Angeles right now. Matt, these scenes are literally coast to coast at this point. What are you seeing?
They are, Brad. We've seen protests virtually coast to coast. Obviously, you just mentioned New York, but there's also NYU, not just Columbia. There's Harvard and Brown. There's been protests at the University of Texas, Austin. Those protesters were forcefully removed as well by campus security and police. 20 people arrested there yesterday. We also had people protesting in Humboldt County at University of California, Humboldt, way up in the northern wilds of California. Arrests made there as well. And of course, here at USC, one person was sort of detained. Hands up! Hands up! And then the crowd sort of began rushing campus security. It was not violent. And the protesters, by and large, across the country, asking for the same thing.
Close, divest. We will not stop. We will not rest. It's close, divest.
For their universities to divest from anything related to Israel or companies that make a profit off of the war taking place in Gaza right now.
So if they're nonviolent, why the police response? Because clearly this schools and local authorities have deemed a lot of these out of hand.
There is an issue with these protesters setting up tents. There is concern that they are going to stay on campuses for the long haul. There's also concern that there have been activists who've intermingled with the students and the faculty, and they're not allowed to be on campus. Here at USC, we've been told that about 50% of the activists that we're seeing protesting, certainly yesterday and possibly again today, are people who are not affiliated with the university, and there are security concerns about that. Also, commencement is not far away, and campus security told me they're just not going to allow that to happen. They do not want people sleeping here, protesting, chanting, yes, sleeping on campus, in tents, in the quad, absolutely not.
Well, and the schools seem uncomfortable with these protests, right? Because while students here and there have described being punched or assaulted, a lot of the incidents that we've heard about involve this just threatening, vile speech. Like at Columbia, we saw someone holding up a sign basically suggesting Hamas's military wing target some of the pro-Israel demonstrators. There were allegedly chants of like, "We are Hamas," and people saying, "We don't want you here, Zionists." And then pro-Palestinian demonstrators talk about how you can't show up to one of these things. You can't protest without being worried about being suspended or threatened or doxxed so that people never hire you. But I mean, speech is kind of different. So how do schools decide when and how to involve the police?
It really depends which school and how significant the protests are. Here at USC, it has been campus security that it's handling it. At the University of Texas, Austin, UT, it was state police. That's a state university school. And that's the threat, that if these campus protests get out of hand, if the protesters try to stay too long, if they try to really embed themselves on campus with tents, or if they look like they're trying to stay for any long period of time, then the major threat is that they would bring in not campus security, but state police or local authorities.
It's interesting because I feel like a lot of moderates are like, these are concerning images, because on one hand, you want to celebrate free speech on college campuses. There's a long, proud tradition of that in this country. On the other hand, like, these scenes are so intense that you can imagine how scary and disruptive it is. I know, like, today is USC's final day of classes. There are Jewish students afraid to attend class. So a lot of moderates are kind of like, ugh. But then on the far left, you got a lot of protesters who are enjoying the visibility. On the right now, you're seeing like Governor Greg Abbott in Texas saying like all these protesters should go to jail. You're seeing politicians show up at events. It sounds like it is now becoming a galvanizing force on the right as well.
Speaker of the House Mike Johnson met with students at Columbia.
They place a target on the backs of Jewish students in the United States and here on this campus.
Many of them telling him that these protests do make them feel threatened on campus.
The majority of my friends, especially Jewish friends, feel a sense of insecurity at this time.
In addition to that, Mike Johnson saying that, hey, he's going to talk to President Biden about this. He's going to bring it to the president. He's going to say that someone's got to stop these protests across the country.
As Speaker of the House, I am committing today that the Congress will not be silent as Jewish students are expected to run for their lives and stay home from their classes hiding in fear.
He said he's going to even urge the president to call in the National Guard if necessary and appropriate. Of course, there is a long and very sordid history of the National Guard interfering with protests, anti-war protests in this country. You remember the Kent State massacre back in 1967, 4 students murdered on the lawn there at Kent State by National Guardsmen. That caused a massive uproar in the country. So unclear that the president is going to want to go back to that again. But obviously, this is something that is in the zeitgeist in America and that people are thinking about on the left and, of course, on the right side of the aisle as well.
Wow, yeah. I mean, you can see how these encampments have kind of upended the playbook, and now the encampments are becoming part of a playbook in themselves. Matt Gutman, there on the campus of USC. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Brad.
Yesterday, President Biden signed into law a package of foreign aid bills. Most notably, we're sending $60 billion in aid to Ukraine, which Biden said would start moving within hours.
In the next few hours, literally the few hours, we're going to begin sending in equipment to Ukraine for air defense munitions, for artillery, for rocket systems, and armored vehicles.
This bill originated in the House of Representatives. Another version had actually been floating around in the Senate, but this was the one that was approved in both chambers. And one of the big differences here was tucked inside this House bill. It's a measure that could potentially ban TikTok. Yeah, the app with the Chinese parent company, the app that reportedly has 170 million American users. That's half the population. Well, as of today, the clock is ticking on a forced sale of TikTok. So what happens now? ABC's Elizabeth Schulze's been covering all this. She covers politics and economics. So, Elizabeth, I feel like this went from theory to reality very quickly. Could this app actually go away? What is in this measure?
Very quickly, Brad. And, we've been talking so much about this possibility of could TikTok actually be banned? It's been back and forth for years. But the fact is, we're closer to that becoming a reality now than we have ever been. But it's still far away.
The yeas are 79. The nays are 18.
This provision in the law that was signed by President Biden basically gives TikTok 9 months to force a sale from its Chinese owner. Remember, TikTok is owned by ByteDance, which is a company based in China. There have been concerns from lawmakers, and this escalated pretty quickly in the past couple of months, that because TikTok's owned by a Chinese company, the Chinese government can get access to Americans' data. It can manipulate Americans' opinions, possibly spread misinformation, propaganda, influence elections, or have an undue influence on so many, as you say, 170 million users.
This app is a spy balloon in Americans' phones. It is a modern-day Trojan horse of the CCP used to surveil and exploit America's personal information.
TikTok is a gun aimed at Americans' heads.
Basically, what the U.S. government in this law now is saying is that TikTok needs to divest from that Chinese company. It has 9 months to do that, and then President Biden could extend that for another 90 days. So basically what we're looking at is a year for this forced sale to go through. If the sale doesn't happen, then the app could be banned in the U.S. Now, keep in mind, it's not like TikTok's just going to disappear from your phone in a year if this ban happens. But what the provision in the law says is that basically the app couldn't get updated in the app stores. So eventually it just wouldn't work anymore. And then web servers couldn't really host the app. So at some point that would mean that it's no longer usable and effectively would be banned at that point.
I see. Like you're kind of restricting how it's used on these devices.
Exactly.
If they sell, who would they sell it to? I keep wondering, what if no one wants to buy it? Or what if they can't find a price that they agree on? What happens?
Well, and really the question is about the price. Because if you ask any company, whether it's a big consumer company or a tech company, a lot of people would like to buy TikTok. It is an incredibly valuable asset. It has 170 million users who are glued to the platform. It has the data on those users. And it has this algorithm that is incredibly valuable because the algorithm keeps people there. It keeps people creating content all the time.
TikTok allows me that unique ability to, just go and be myself in front of a large audience and have people support my business because they like who I am and what I'm about.
When you talk to analysts who are looking at this possibility of a sale, some of the biggest names that they throw out are big tech companies like Oracle or Microsoft. Oracle could be an obvious buyer because it already works with TikTok to host some of those data servers. Remember, this is a point TikTok's been making, that it has a lot of its servers already in the U.S., and Oracle is actually the company that it works with on that. So that could make sense. You also have out there the possibility of a Walmart. I mean, for a big consumer company that's also doing a lot of e-commerce, maybe they would want access to all of that digital gold, basically, that TikTok has. The question really is, can any of those companies pay the price? One analyst I talked to said he thinks that TikTok right now is valued at about $100 billion. That's a number that a lot of people throw out.
$100 billion?
$100 billion with a B. That is massive. That is a lot of cash to put forward. So it would take a pretty big company to be able to put that kind of money forward. The other option is, let's say a group of companies get together. The former Treasury Secretary under former President Trump, Steve Mnuchin, has proposed this idea of a consortium. Basically, a bunch of investors come together, put up the capital, and then they kind of co-own TikTok. The issue with this sale, and so even if you have someone who has that much money, the question would still be would the Chinese government allow it? Because why would the Chinese government want to give up this incredibly valuable algorithm? And they've basically suggested so far they don't want to give it up. So then, if China tries to block a sale, is there a way that maybe a company could buy TikTok without buying the algorithm? So could you buy the brand, all the users, the data, but not actually buy what its kind of crown jewel is? Maybe that's something that China would allow. Is there a way that the company could go public through an IPO? That wouldn't mean that another company has to pay all this money. So there's options that are being floated out there. But in the interim, there's going to be this kind of legal battle where TikTok is now saying, Brad, they want to fight this. This whole law is illegal.
Make no mistake, this is a ban on TikTok and a ban on you and your voice.
They say that this is unconstitutional and that the sale shouldn't even have to be a topic in the first place.
Yeah, let's talk about the fight in court, because that seems like the thing that could push this well beyond 9 months, perhaps. I mean, what is the argument from TikTok? And I guess, could China tell its parent company, like, nope, don't do it. Don't let them do it.
So TikTok signaled yesterday that it will file a lawsuit challenging this forced sale, and it has yet to do that. That'll probably come out within a couple of weeks.
It's actually ironic because the freedom of expression on TikTok reflects the same American values that make the United States a beacon of freedom.
That will then take some time to get litigated, but most investors who are keeping an eye on this say there's no way that these conversations about a sale or an IPO or anything like that when it comes to how to get TikTok free of that Chinese parent are going to happen until this kind of legal battle plays out. Probably at least going to consume the next couple of months. I mean, I think the really important thing for users to know, for like people who are on TikTok all the time every day, is nothing's going to change in the app. As this litigation is going forward, even if there are talks behind the scenes about a buyer, that's not going to change the fact that at least for probably a year, the app's going to stay as it is. And that's something that TikTok's making a point of saying, too. For now, proceed as planned. Don't flee. Everything's fine. We're going to fight this.
Right. And if you got companies that aren't allowed to buy it for antitrust reasons or whatever, you think that lowers the prices even more, which is why TikTok is saying, like, you guys are forcing us into a fire sale. We're not going to get anything for this. Elizabeth Schulze, really helpful. Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Brad.
Okay, one more quick break. When we come back, it's one of the heaviest trophies in sports, but it's not weighing on his mind anymore. One Last Thing is next.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Gio Benitez covering the collapse of the Francis Scott Key Bridge here in Maryland. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And one last thing. Yesterday, Reggie Bush got a piece of history back.
Bush steps outside, 35, 40, 45.
If you don't remember, before Reggie Bush was a star running back in the NFL, back in the early aughts, he was a star running back at USC.
And that's Reggie Bush being Reggie Bush.
He was part of what some called the greatest championship game ever played. And in 2005, he won college football's highest honor, the Heisman Trophy.
Reggie Bush from USA.
But shortly after, reports started bubbling up that Bush and his family had accepted gifts from a local agent, like help with their debt and a rental home they didn't have to pay for. Bush denied any impropriety, but then this agent came out by name suing him, saying he had given the Bush family almost $300,000 and wanted it back. All of this would have made Bush ineligible to play college ball at the time. So, after an investigation, arbitration, and defamation lawsuits, the NCAA stripped USC of its national championship, and the Heisman Trust asked for their trophy back. He relented and sent it to them.
The NCAA determined that his violations meant he was ineligible to play in 2005, the year he won.
Well, think about where we are nowadays. College athletes are allowed to work with agents. They're allowed to get endorsement deals. Some make far more than what Bush was allegedly promised. Gradually, the tone around him shifted.
I'm not giving up that Heisman if I was Reggie Bush.
If there was cheating, that's one thing. The fact that a guy made his family a little more comfortable.
And this is something, we're not talking about O.J. Simpson here.
Another Heisman winner, Johnny Manziel, said he wouldn't have anything to do with the award until Bush got his trophy back. Well, yesterday, ESPN reported that Bush has been reunited with his Heisman. After 14 years, the Heisman Trust has given him a key part of his legacy back. But this will set off more questions, like, will the NCAA restore USC, the school's 2004 championship? Does Bush deserve to be treated by today's standards even if he did break the rules at the time? Because even if rules are unjust, lots of other players conceivably scrimped and saved to get by. So does it matter if he didn't have to? Perhaps we already have our answer. After all, the original Trojans understood. History is always seen through the eyes of the victor. Also, when you see people lugging around this Heisman Trophy, it is outrageously heavy looking. Like, it looks like you're just carrying your teammate. They're just cast in bronze. I wonder how much it costs to ship this thing back and forth from New York to wherever it's going. More on all these stories at abcnews.com or the ABC News app. I'm Brad Milkey. See you tomorrow.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Can you believe it? It's 25 years of breakfast in bed, surprising moms across America.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
And for our 25th anniversary, we're making it the biggest surprise yet.
A full-on breakfast in bed extravaganza like you have never seen before.
So go to goodmorningamerica.com or scan this QR code to find out how to enter a deserving mom you love for breakfast in bed.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
Your health, your money, breaking news, music, and of course, good food. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, Afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
Traveling with the president to the U.S.-Mexico border. I'm Mary Bruce. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Right now in America This Morning, Israel-Hamas war protesters clashing with police on more college campuses from California to Texas. Dozens of arrests, a top lawmaker threatening to bring in the National Guard, and now a major deadline set for tonight.
New indictments in the so-called fake elector scheme after the 2020 presidential election. The Trump allies involved, the former president named as an unindicted co-conspirator, plus a big day for Trump today at the Supreme Court. Our expert weighs in on Trump's immunity claim and the impact.
The airline industry now responding to new rules from the Biden administration that would force the airlines to pay you back in cash if you face bad delays or cancellations. What could come next?
New hope for the hostages. The parents of a young American held by Hamas expressed relief and concern seeing new video of their son after 201 days. Their message this morning.
The American tourist in the Caribbean now facing more than a decade in prison for what was found in his carry-on.
Plus, a life-saving transplant like no other. The groundbreaking procedure that saved a dying grandmother.
And she's only in the 3rd grade. But she and her violin are taking the world by storm.
From ABC News in New York, this is America This Morning.
Good Thursday morning, everyone. I'm Rhiannon Alley.
And I'm Andrew Dimbert. We begin with new unrest overnight at college campuses across the nation.
Yeah, crowds protesting the Israel-Hamas war clashed with police in Texas and California. At least 93 people have been arrested at USC, and dozens more have been arrested at the University of Texas.
And today, a major deadline at another campus where these protests first escalated last week. More chaos on college campuses across the country. At the University of Texas at Austin, police clashing with pro-Palestinian protesters. Dozens arrested as officers used horses to disperse students, some nearly crashing into our reporter on the scene.
No! What are you doing? What are you doing?
At the University of Southern California, tense moments as police confronted protesters after tearing down tents. Officers in riot gear marching onto campus, surrounding and arresting protesters who refused to leave. Protests also cropping up at Brown and Harvard, where students protesting the war in Gaza are demanding the university divest from Israel. At Columbia, where this wave of Israel-Hamas war protests began last week, the clock is ticking down to tonight's deadline to end the protests on campus.
Myself, my peers, my colleagues, my friends, we're not going to stop. We're not going to rest. We will stand here until the university divests from Israeli apartheid and their genocidal campaign in Gaza.
Protests have been marred by anti-Semitic hate speech and violence, driven in some cases, officials say, by outside non-student agitators. One officer was assaulted with a water jug at Cal Poly Humboldt in Northern California. That school now closed through the weekend. House Speaker Mike Johnson is threatening to pull federal funding for schools that don't create safe environments for Jewish students. He visited Columbia yesterday.
We just can't allow this kind of hatred and anti-Semitism to flourish on our campuses. They have chased down Jewish students. They have mocked them and reviled them. They have shouted racial epithets.
Johnson later speaking with our Linsey Davis.
But for people who are just saying, we simply don't like the way the Palestinians are being treated and killed.
That's a different conversation. Have that conversation. Have a debate. We believe in the free expression of ideas and the free marketplace of ideas. That is not what is happening here. They've encamped on the campus. They're threatening people with their lives, and they're preventing them from exercising their freedom. That's the limit. That's the line.
Johnson also suggested the National Guard could be used if needed to break up the protests. The White House said it condemns anti-Semitism, but said free speech on college campuses is important.
The other big story this morning, new indictments in a so-called fake elector scheme after the 2020 election. Former President Trump is named as an unindicted co-conspirator. ABC's Em Nguyen has the details on this. Em, good morning.
Rhiannon, good morning. Yeah, Arizona is now the 4th state where allies of former President Trump have been charged with trying to keep him in power. This morning, 7 attorneys or aides affiliated with former President Trump appear to be indicted in Arizona over alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election in that state. They include Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, Attorney John Eastman, and Christina Baum, the Republican National Committee's senior counsel for election integrity. The indictment makes references to those affiliated with Trump but does not name them. Arizona's Attorney General says the names will be unredacted after each is served the indictment.
Arizona's election was free and fair. The people of Arizona elected President Biden. Unwilling to accept this fact, the defendants charged by the state grand jury allegedly schemed to prevent the lawful transfer of the presidency.
The indictment does name 11 alleged fake electors accused of submitting a document to Congress falsely declaring that Trump had won Arizona. The charges include fraud, forgery, and conspiracy. Trump is named as unindicted co-conspirator 1 in the case, which claims Trump and his allies schemed to prevent the lawful transfer of the presidency. The Trump campaign calls the indictment another example of Democrats' weaponization of the legal system. Trump was also named an unindicted co-conspirator in Michigan, where 16 Republicans are charged with illegally trying to replace electoral votes for Biden with electoral votes for Trump. Meanwhile, today, the Supreme Court hears arguments over whether Trump can be prosecuted in his federal election interference case stemming from the January 6th riot. Trump argues he has absolute immunity over criminal prosecution for any official acts as president.
On the theory that, just like with civil immunity, presidents need to be able to do their jobs without worrying about being sued. Presidents need to be able to do their jobs without worrying about being indicted. And so he's raised this primarily in the January 6th case.
The Supreme Court's decision could have implications on some of Trump's other cases as well.
What's at stake is, first of all, the various cases pending against Donald Trump in which he's raised the question of criminal immunity. That includes all three of those that have not gone to trial: the January 6th case, the Mar-a-Lago case, and the Georgia case, because for all of those, for at least part of the time, he was president.
While arguments are heard at the Supreme Court, former President Trump will be in a New York courtroom for his hush money trial. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker will be back on the stand. Andrew?
Thank you. House lawmakers in Arizona have voted to repeal a near total ban on abortions. After 3 Republicans crossed party lines to pass the bill, it now heads to the state Senate. If the law, which dates all the way back to 1864, is repealed, Arizona will revert to a 15-week abortion ban. Meanwhile, the Supreme Court yesterday heard arguments on whether federal law can override state abortion bans if a woman's health is at risk. The justices appeared divided. A ruling is expected in June.
Now to your money and the airline industry responding to new rules from the Biden administration that would force the airlines to pay you back in cash when you face bad delays or cancellations. Here's ABC's Andrea Fujii.
This morning, airlines are fighting back against new rules that will soon require them to refund passengers for certain flights that are canceled or delayed. The U.S. Transportation Department announced the new policy yesterday that will require airlines give automatic cash refunds within 7 days when a flight is canceled for any reason, delayed by more than 3 hours for domestic travel and more than 6 hours for international travel, or if the airline changes any of your airports, adds connections, or downgrades your seat.
I think for, the average flyer, it'd be really good, beneficial, holding the airlines more accountable.
Under current regulations, the airlines decide how long a delay must last before triggering refunds. Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg says that era is over.
This isn't just about enforcing when something goes wrong. It's making it less likely something would go wrong in the first place.
But the trade group representing the airlines argues customer satisfaction and air travel are at an all-time high, and airfares are at an all-time low when adjusted for inflation. They say refund complaints have fallen sharply since 2020, with $43 billion in refunds since then. And they argue this new policy will add confusion for consumers, reduction in choice, and a decline in competition, which historically drives up prices. The Biden administration argues otherwise.
This will build confidence in air travel at a time when airlines need to do more to secure passengers' trust.
And there are more ways to get a refund. If your checked luggage isn't delivered within 12 hours for your domestic travel, or your Wi-Fi doesn't work on the flight, airlines have 6 months to comply with the new rules. Rhiannon, Andrew.
Andrea, thank you for that. A milestone today in Baltimore. A new shipping channel is opening where the wreckage of the Francis Scott Key Bridge used to be. It will reopen the city's port to 80% of the vessel traffic it handled before last month's bridge collapse. The next challenge is freeing the cargo ship that hit the bridge by cutting 5,000 tons of steel.
Time now for your Thursday weather. This is what's left of a freight train that derailed about 200 miles west of Dallas, Texas during a storm. Winds up to 60 miles an hour. Blew the cars off the rails, but no one was hurt. More severe storms are expected across Texas and into the plains tonight through Friday. And a second system this weekend could bring damaging winds, hail, and tornadoes from Texas to Chicago. Checking today's high temperatures, 50s in the northeast and upper Midwest, 70s and 80s in the south, 94 in South Texas. Coming up, a new fight to lower the price of a popular weight loss drug.
Also ahead, a life-saving transplant like no other. The groundbreaking procedure that just saved a dying grandmother.
And later, the 8-year-old and her violin on the world stage.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Right now, there's just so much happening in our world. So much at stake
At the start of every morning.
And that's why at Good Morning America,
We're right here.
And we got you. We got you.
We got you.
Pretty intense scene there. We're back now with a bumpy landing in Los Angeles. A Lufthansa 747 bounced twice during what became an aborted landing at LAX Tuesday. The jumbo jet then circled the airport and touched down without incident a short time later. It's not clear what led to the hard landing.
Glad everyone's okay. The company that makes Ozempic and Wegovy is facing a Senate investigation over what critics describe as outrageous prices. Senator Bernie Sanders says the popular drugs, which are used to treat diabetes and obesity, are unaffordable for millions of Americans. But they are dramatically cheaper in other countries. But drug makers say it's easy to oversimplify the complexities involved in pricing.
Doctors here in New York say a groundbreaking new surgery has saved the life of a dying grandmother, and now she's speaking out. Just weeks ago, 54-year-old Lisa Paisano was gravely ill, suffering from heart failure and kidney disease. But today,
I got more energy. I feel energized. I feel like I'm ready to go.
The New Jersey grandmother is being hailed as a pioneer after her doctors performed a combined heart pump and pig kidney transplant surgery.
Whenever you do that, when you combine things that are just on the cutting edge, of the future, you just don't know how it's going to turn out.
The combination surgery, a first, but Lisa is not the first person to receive the revolutionary kidney transplant. She's the second. Just last month, a 62-year-old man in Massachusetts with end-stage kidney disease became the first person to receive a genetically edited pig kidney, and he's now home recovering. Both patients now providing hope for the more than 100,000 people in the U.S. waiting on a transplant list.
No one will have to die waiting for someone else to die so they can be saved.
I'm getting stronger and stronger every day. And it just feels the right thing that I did.
Doctors say Lisa has no signs of organ rejection, and they feel good about her long-term prognosis.
Love to hear it.
Yeah.
Coming up, the American tourist in the Caribbean facing 12 years in prison for bullets found in his luggage.
Also ahead, new hope for the hostages. The parents of a young American held by Hamas express relief and concern seeing new video of their son after 201 days.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines.
From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut. From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
We're back with a Caribbean vacation nightmare for an Oklahoma father. Airport security in Turks and Caicos found 4 hunting bullets in Ryan Watson's carry-on bag. He says it was a mistake, but he now faces up to 12 years in prison. He's required to stay in Turks and Caicos until his next court hearing in June.
Stay strong. That is the message from the parents of an American hostage held by Hamas, seen on video for the first time since October. This morning, the world is now seeing Hirsch Goldberg Pollen alive, more than 200 days after the American-Israeli citizen was taken hostage during the October 7th attack.
Hirsch Goldberg Pollen.
Speaking in Hebrew, Hirsch's hair is shaved and he's missing part of his left arm. The 24-year-old says, "I am the son of Jonathan and Rachel. I was born in California." And quote, "Mom, Dad, Libby, Orly, I love you very much. I miss you very much. I think of you every day that I'm here. I need you to stay strong for me and not stop fighting." It's unclear when Hamas recorded the video, which Hirsch's parents gave ABC News permission to show. Hirsch was seen at the music festival in Israel that came under attack, being pushed into this truck by Hamas terrorists. His parents say Hirsch was hiding in a shelter when militants threw grenades inside, severely wounding his arm. Just days after their son was taken captive last fall, Hirsch's mother said this to David Muir.
We are every person's nightmare. That's who we are. Anyone who's a parent, anyone who is a mother or has a mother can imagine what I'm going through.
And now, a mix of both relief and worry.
Seeing a video of Hirsch today is overwhelming. We're relieved to see him alive, but we are also concerned about his health and well-being.
The video of Hirsch prompted protesters to take to the streets in Jerusalem last night, demanding the government do more to bring home the hostages. About 130 are still believed to be held by Hamas.
Hirsch, if you can hear this,
We heard your voice today for the first time in 201 days. And if you can hear us, we love you. Stay strong. Survive.
Talks for a potential hostage deal between Israel and Hamas have stalled. A Hamas official yesterday said the group will lay down its weapons if a two-state solution is implemented.
Coming up, the insects prompting calls to 911.
Plus, it's a skateboarding stunt that is really out of this world. We'll show it to you.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around. Promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Turtle. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC. Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
Reporting from Miami, Florida, I'm Victor Okendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Time to check the pulse, and we begin with a not-so-beautiful noise.
In fact, police in some parts of the southeastern U.S. say they are now getting tons of calls about this. It is loud. It is male cicadas trying to attract a mate. Police urge, please do not call them to complain. Next, some football dreams are about to come true.
The NFL draft is tonight in Detroit with the #1 pick. The Bears are expected to choose Caleb Williams, the quarterback who won the Heisman at USC. Jaden Daniels, the quarterback at LSU, also won the Heisman. He's expected to be chosen second by the Commanders. He spoke to our Will Reed.
Do you have in your mind and your heart a team that you definitely want to go to?
I mean, I kind of do. I'm not going to disclose that, but kind of do. I'll see what happens, how it plays out.
We will see tonight. More from Daniels on Good Morning America as well, and watch the draft right here on ABC. Next, a violin prodigy, only 8 years old.
Yes, she's 8, and she's already played Carnegie Hall. That is Rhea Kang. She's from New Jersey. She just won a prestigious competition in Europe.
I love violin because I can touch people's hearts with the beauty of music. I really want to become a great violinist.
Well, she's well on her way. She touched our hearts. Finally, a truly high-flying stunt.
This is skateboarder Brendan Hayward from LA doing his thing on a ramp 8,000 feet in the sky over Brazil. The ramp was suspended from a hot air balloon. He finished his trick by free-falling back onto his board with a parachute. Top headlines next.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there, Sunday night on ABC.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Turtle. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night.
Checking more top stories. Tensions are rising at campuses all across the country. Nearly 100 protesters rallying against the war in Gaza were arrested at USC last night, and dozens of pro-Palestinian demonstrators were arrested at the University of Texas.
Overseas, Israeli forces launched new attacks in southern Lebanon, saying they hit about 40 terror targets. An Israeli official claims half of the Hezbollah commanders there have now been killed.
Rudy Giuliani and former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows appear to have been indicted in a fake elector scheme in Arizona, along with other Trump allies. Trump himself was named as an unindicted co-conspirator.
The federal government is now requesting bird flu testing for dairy cattle. The move affects cows being transported between states. It comes after inactive traces of the virus were found in some milk samples.
Today's weather: rain and snow from the northwest to the Rockies, severe storms in Texas and the plains, rain across the nation's midsection. Finally, a good deed is sparking an unlikely friendship.
Danny New explains.
And right after he shoots a T-Rex.
When former reality TV star Matt Busbice first met young Kelvin here, he was a little startled.
Open in my eyes, and I see a kid that's about my height.
It was this past Good Friday. As you can see on the security footage from a coffee shop in Baton Rouge, Matt decided to go outside while he was waiting for his Joe and pray for a little bit. But that's when Kelvin, who was waiting with his dad at the eye care office next door, noticed Matt praying and...
I said, "Excuse me, sir, are you homeless? Because if you are, here's $1.
Kelvin walked over and offered him $1.
Wasn't that much, but it could still help him get something.
Matt was touched and instead offered to buy Kelvin breakfast, if his dad was okay with it.
I'm Matt Busbice.
But what Kelvin did not know was that Matt is the former star of the A&E show Country Bucks and has become a very successful businessman in the hunting industry. Our station in Baton Rouge, WBRZ, arranged for their first reunion recently, where Kelvin learned this news on camera.
You're on Google? Like, you're that famous?
I'm on Google. I would say I'm not that famous, though.
You can lend me a couple bucks, right?
T-Rex.
Well, Matt could, and chose to do a whole lot more than that. At his store, you saw Kelvin getting to virtually hunt in earlier. Matt told Kelvin he could run around for 40 seconds and grab as much merch as he wanted.
Did you really pick out this bike?
Yes.
Including this $2,000 bike. But Matt didn't mind, because I guess you can't really put a price on inspiration.
This generation that's coming up, if they're more like Kelvin, they can change the world.
I give you $1, you give me a $2,000 bike. Clearly, Kelvin is also going to be a great businessman one day, guys.
We could take some tips.
Yes, we can. That's what's making news in America this morning.
By the way, tonight's draft, 8, 7 Central, right here on ABC.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
I'm Diane Macedo. Today on ABC News Live, first, an unprecedented day in American history. A former president and current presidential candidate faces 4 concurrent and consequential legal battles, all centered on charges of corrupting elections. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments over whether presidents are immune to prosecution for crimes committed while in office. The case could have major implications for the special counsel's election interference case against former President Trump. Overnight in Arizona, Trump became unindicted co-conspirator number 1 in an election fraud case that has produced indictments for his former lawyer, one of his current lawyers, and his White House chief of staff. Trump was also named an unindicted co-conspirator in a similar Michigan case yesterday as well. And Trump returns to a Manhattan criminal court today for his hush money trial over his alleged efforts to interfere in the 2016 election. We have team coverage of Trump's legal battles and what they could mean for the race for the White House. And we begin with the Supreme Court, set to hear arguments over presidential immunity. The issue in question is whether former President Trump should be immune from criminal prosecution for his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election because he was president at the time. Trump's attorneys argue the presidency can't function if the president can face criminal charges, claiming it would tie the hands of future presidents. So far, 2 lower courts have rejected those arguments, warning it would collapse the system of separated powers by putting a president above the law. Now the Supreme Court has to decide whether or not to overrule them. Senior national correspondent and ABC News Live anchor Terry Moran joins me now from the Supreme Court for more. Terry, how do you expect the attorneys on each side here to make their case to the justices today?
Vigorously, Diane, and you just summed up the Trump case pretty well. They are going to say that the presidency cannot function if presidents are always worried, always looking over their shoulder at potential prosecutions for official acts, that they will be paralyzed. They won't be able to act fully, swiftly, efficiently for the good of the country. And they will point to a couple of things. First, presidents already have absolute immunity from civil lawsuits. You can't sue a president for an official act that the president took, and that gives the president the leeway to act. They're saying this is the same thing. The other thing is that they say there are plenty of cases where presidents, have to go right up to the edge of the law or beyond. For example, President Obama ordered the killing of an American citizen, Anwar al-Awlaki, in Yemen without any due process of law. No Fourth Amendment, no Fifth Amendment. He based it on legal authorization to use force against terrorism. Is that lawful? Could a prosecutor pursue him? Could a prosecutor pursue George Bush for his interrogation techniques that he authorized? So there's a real live question in there. You can expect the Trump lawyers to argue that. On the other hand, the argument from the Justice Department Special Counsel Jack Smith is very simple. Presidents are not above the law. If they commit a crime, they must face trial.
Terry, how significant is the timing of this case with less than 6 months until Election Day?
Well, the timing is crucial, but the court isn't going to pay attention to that. They don't operate on a political calendar, they say, and they shouldn't tether their opinions to the desires of one partisan party or the other, but the timing is critical. If they make a swift decision in this case, one that would allow it to move forward, there are various permutations of how they could decide this, but if they make a swift decision that makes this case go forward, there could be a trial before the November election. That would give voters the opportunity to decide for themselves how the jury came out with a verdict in that case. If not, it could be held till after the November election and into a possible Trump second term if he wins. And if he wins, he could just kill this investigation and take this case down altogether. So very, very high stakes, mostly for the Constitution and the separation of powers, but also for the voters as they decide this election.
All right, a lot of people watching this one closely. Senior national correspondent Terry Moran. Thanks, Terry. Former President Trump says he wanted to attend those Supreme Court arguments, but the judge in his Manhattan criminal trial said he has to be in that courtroom today. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker is expected to return to the stand and expand on his claims of a scheme to catch and kill negative stories about Trump during the 2016 election season, including former Playboy model Karen McDougal's story of an affair with Trump. Meanwhile, Trump is now part of 2 more cases related to election interference as an unindicted co-conspirator. ABC News senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky has the latest.
Donald Trump is unindicted co-conspirator 1 in a case out of Arizona that said he and others schemed to prevent the lawful transfer of the presidency to keep Trump in office after the 2020 election against the will of Arizona's voters. The indictment names 11 Republican electors and references this video from December 2020 when they met at party headquarters to certify the election for Trump, even though Joe Biden won the state.
Donald J. Trump of the state of Florida, number of votes 11.
The Arizona indictment also charges 7 others, including Rudy Giuliani, former White House Chief of Staff Mark Meadows, and Trump's senior advisor Boris Epshteyn, with trying to declare Trump the 2020 winner, contrary to voter intent and the law.
The people of Arizona elected President Biden. Unwilling to accept this fact, the defendants charged by the state grand jury allegedly schemed to prevent the lawful transfer of the presidency.
Trump has also been named an unindicted co-conspirator in Michigan, where 16 Republicans were charged with illegally trying to replace electoral votes for Biden in 2020 with electoral votes for Trump. He plans to bring his 2024 campaign to Michigan next week during a day off from his criminal trial in New York, where publisher David Pecker returns to the witness stand to explain how the National Enquirer ended up paying Playboy model Karen McDougal $150,000 to take her story of a year-long sexual relationship with Trump off the market. Trump denied the affair, but by June 2016, Pecker testified he was serving as the eyes and ears of the Trump campaign, changing the National Enquirer's business model from buying stories to publish to buying stories to bury if they were damaging to Trump's presidential aspirations.
And Diane, we are still waiting on the judge here to decide whether to hold Trump in contempt for violating the gag order. That ruling could come at any time, Diane.
Senior investigative correspondent Aaron Katursky, thank you. And I want to bring in ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci for more on this. John, how significant is it that Trump has now been named an unindicted co-conspirator in 2 more cases?
It's just remarkable, right? We would think that Donald Trump is done with being added to any of the caseloads around the country. But the remarkable thing here is that Donald Trump, obviously we know what happened in Georgia, but to think that he's part of another case that we just learned about last night in Arizona is remarkable. And, you know, take aside for a second Donald Trump, to think that his top advisors, his allies, Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, Boris Epshteyn, who, Diane, just to, you know, it's not a name not familiar to most of our viewers, this is a person that has worked for Donald Trump since the 2016 campaign, again in 2020, brief stint in the White House. He's currently the person that is coalescing a legal team for all the different Trump cases, and he's still on the Trump payroll. One of the other people that was indicted in this case, Christina Bobb, she was working on some of the cases that involved Trump over the last year. She just left the Trump campaign, not saying goodbye. She just joined the RNC, which obviously has gone through a huge takeover by Team Trump.
Now, meanwhile, in this hush money case playing out in Manhattan today, former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker has already testified that he agreed to this scheme to catch and kill negative stories about then-candidate Trump, and that agreement only came about once Trump started running for president. How critical is that testimony to the prosecution?
Hugely critical, because the reality is that what they are doing, and we've seen this very slowly and methodically, they are building out this relationship that Donald Trump, David Pecker, and Michael Cohen had. They got a little bit into the testimony earlier this week about a former doorman at Trump Tower. They talked about an illegitimate child that Trump allegedly had. Story ended up not being true at all. However, now they're moving more into a bigger case, a bigger story. This is Karen McDougal. And, you know, you have to remember, obviously this case, the indictment in the Manhattan case, is about Stormy Daniels. But Karen McDougal is the same story, if you will. An affair with Donald Trump, paid off by David Pecker for her silence, and nevertheless, you know, just shows that this was not a one-time thing. And the timeline of that payment, again, leading up to the 2016 election. The difference between the two is the way in which the payment was logged. It was a direct payment dealt with by the National Enquirer, not a reimbursement of Cohen, and thus there's nothing about something in the books a la, you know, legal reimbursement fees, et cetera, which is why we get into a business fraud claim in this case with 34 criminal counts.
So what are you listening for when Pecker takes the stand again today?
So I'm listening for a bunch of things. I think that so much of what he said the other day, number one, just because he spoke in and of itself was significant. I'm listening for more of the facts to show how close of a relationship this was. And I think there was something really important the other day that he said on the stand, Diane. Anytime I heard something about Trump or the family, we all had a deal. I picked up the phone and called Michael Cohen. And then we would come over and we'd talk about how we would do this. And he talked about how it would be once a week occasionally. Then it became every day. We have not gotten yet to the heart of the campaign. We haven't gotten to the fall of 2016 where so much happened. That's what I want to see, the intensity. Did it pick up? Certainly seems like it did.
And John, I'm out of time, but quickly, we're also awaiting a ruling on former President Trump potentially being held in contempt for alleged gag order violations. What's the latest on that?
We're waiting. So this is going to be something that Judge Merchan will probably just post to the docket. We don't think we'll see it in open court, but nevertheless, it's possible. The reality is Donald Trump right now, prosecutors want a $1,000 fine per violation. They have formally filed 10, mentioned 11, so could be a $10,000 fine. Or, as we know from our reporting, the Secret Service had conversations that if Donald Trump was held in contempt of court and put in jail for a small period of time, they're ready if that happens. Remarkable if it does.
All right, John Santucci, thank you. And we will be following this story and the Supreme Court oral arguments all day long. We will bring you the latest right here on ABC News Live. Meanwhile, law enforcement is cracking down on growing anti-war protests on college campuses across the country. Universities from New York City to Boston to Los Angeles and Austin, Texas, are seeing a wave of demonstrations amid the Israel-Hamas war. ABC's Trevor Alt is at the University of Southern California, where police arrested more than 90 protesters.
The nationwide movement of campus demonstrations, leading to sometimes violent clashes. Overnight at Emerson College in Boston, protesters attempting to form a human wall to stop police moving in, up to 100 protesters arrested. Police at the University of Southern California overnight arresting 93 people while removing tents and clearing protesters from a Gaza solidarity camp. One precinct now full of arrested protesters. These tense moments after a scuffle between officers in riot gear and a pro-Palestinian group. The university now closed to anyone but students.
It makes me feel threatened and intimidated, and I think that the anti-Semitic rhetoric must be condemned by the university.
An unauthorized protest breaking out at the University of Texas in Austin.
No, what are you doing?
Dozens arrested as officers used horses to disperse crowds, some nearly crashing into our Mireya Villarreal, who was on the scene. A cameraman filming the demonstration grabbed by police and thrown to the ground. Similar encampments springing up at Brown University and Harvard. And at Columbia, university officials extending a deadline to remove this large encampment to Thursday night as negotiations with students continue.
Myself, my peers, my colleagues, my friends, we're not going to stop. We're not going to rest. We will stand here until the university divests from Israeli apartheid and their genocidal campaign in Gaza.
House Speaker Mike Johnson visiting campus, criticizing school officials for allowing the continued demonstrations.
We just can't allow this kind of hatred and anti-Semitism to flourish on our campuses. They have chased down Jewish students. They have mocked them and reviled them. They have shouted racial epithets.
The speaker telling our Linsey Davis schools could lose federal funding.
They've encamped on the campus. They are threatening people with their lives, and they're preventing them from exercising their freedom. That's the limit. That's the line.
And ABC's Trevor Alt joins me now from the campus of USC in Los Angeles with more. Trevor, I know it's early there now, but what has it been like on campus these last few days?
Well, like a lot of campuses, Diane, it has been increasingly intense. These are not necessarily new demonstrations, but they continue to grow. And also, as they're growing, the police response is growing, too. And even though this morning the demonstrations have been cleared out, you heard in that report, 93 people arrested overnight here. There's still in place these restrictions on who is even allowed on USC's campus. Students, faculty, staff, they all have to present a campus ID before they are even allowed here. Having said that, those restrictions don't necessarily mean it's going to stop people from coming out and demonstrating. I think it's still very likely you're going to see even more, maybe even bigger demonstrations as early as today, Diane.
Now, Trevor, protesters say they're asking for these institutions to divest from Israel. What are you hearing from demonstrators there?
Yeah, it's a kind of a combination of localized goals and also broader goals as part of the larger movement. So here at USC, you mentioned the divesting from Israel, but they also have that big controversy about the valedictorian, the Muslim student who has spoken out against what's happening in Gaza, who has been denied her chance to speak at the graduation ceremony. That's also something the demonstrators are talking about. But they also make it clear that this is about more than simply USC's actions, as is also the case with all of these demonstrations on campuses across the country. It's about more broadly protesting the actions of the Israeli military and supporting the people of Gaza. So while I think you might see some kind of action from the university, it's not a guarantee. They might not do anything. I don't know that if they simply were to let the valedictorian speak, the demonstrations here might stop. I think, just as could be the case everywhere else, you could continue to see those larger demonstrations.
All right, Trevor Ault in Los Angeles. Thanks, Trevor. And the family of an Israeli-American hostage is speaking out after seeing him in a newly released video from Hamas. The video shows a severely injured Hirsch Goldberg Polin appearing to speak under duress, asking his family to keep fighting and sending a message to Israel. ABC News foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burridge is in Jerusalem with more.
Shalom. קוראים לי הירש גולדברג פולין.
More than 200 days after the world saw American-Israeli hostage Hirsch Goldberg Polin, with his arm badly injured, put in the back of a pickup truck and taken into Gaza. The first clear proof he survived that deadly attack.
נולדתי בשלישי לעשירי שנת 2000 בקליפורניה.
Hirsch sitting upright, appearing under duress, with a shaven head and missing part of his left arm, blown off on October 7th when terrorists threw grenades into a shelter when he was trying to evade capture. Hirsch addressing the camera in Hebrew, saying, "Mum, Dad, Libby and Orly, I love you very much. I miss you very much. And I think of you every day that I'm here. I need you to stay strong for me and not stop fighting." Hirsch also demanding the Israeli government do everything in its power to set him free. His parents wanting the world to watch that video.
We're relieved to see him alive, but we are also concerned about his health and well-being, as well as that of all of the other hostages and all of those suffering in this region.
Hirsch, if you can hear this, we heard your voice today for the first time in 201 days. And if you can hear us, I am telling you, we are telling you, we love you, stay strong, survive.
The video of Hirsch spurring his supporters onto the streets. Protesters clashing with police overnight near Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu's residence.
Well, protesters are out on the streets tonight in Jerusalem. They're blocking the road. You can see the police are trying to drive them back. These people want a deal to set the hostages free.
It's thought around 100 hostages are still being held in Gaza. Hirsch, one of 5 Americans.
And Diane, a bit on the wider picture. Right now, those hostage and ceasefire negotiations appear to have stalled. And in fact, the Israeli military has made advanced preparations to try and move hundreds of thousands of civilians out of Rafah in southern Gaza, with the Israeli government approving a ground offensive on what it says is Hamas's last stronghold there in the coming weeks. Diane?
Tom Sufi-Burridge in Jerusalem, thank you. Coming up, an exclusive look at the Francis Scott Key Bridge in Baltimore, how cleanup efforts are going as the port partially reopens to ships today. And it's an unprecedented day in American history. Former president and current presidential candidate Trump faces 4 concurrent and consequential legal battles, all centered on charges of corrupting elections. Supreme Court justices will be weighing the power of the presidency, and you'll be able to listen to the oral arguments right here on ABC News Live, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Meanwhile, Trump returns to a New York City courtroom for the criminal hush money trial against him. We have team coverage all morning long. Stay with us.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use? My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
This is not about parents who just let their kid watch violent movies, play violent video games. This is about parents who neglected their son, ignored his cries for help, then bought him a gun.
The first parents in America to be charged in a school shooting.
They purchased that gun for him and bragged about it.
You don't get to walk away from that. That's a criminal act.
Sins of the parents, the Crumbly Trials.
The opposite of love is not hate. It's just being ignored.
Only on Hulu.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. It is an unprecedented day in American history. Former President Donald Trump is facing 4 concurrent and consequential legal battles, all centered on charges of election corruption. We have full coverage from D.C. to New York City just ahead. But first, here's a look at some of the other headlines we're watching today. We're getting an exclusive first-hand look at the massive operation to clear the wreckage from the Francis Scott Key Bridge collapse. Officials in Baltimore say 80% of ships will be able to pass in and out of the port starting today, including cruise ships. The city says it's on track to have the port fully reopened by the end of May. And starting today, it will cost you more to visit Venice. The tourist hotspot is now the first and only city in the world to charge visitors an entrance fee. The city says the $5.36 fee is designed to help control crowds in the Italian city. About 40,000 people visit Venice every day, almost double the city's population. And football star Reggie Bush is reuniting with his Heisman Trophy. The former USC superstar and Super Bowl champion won college football's highest honor in 2005, but had to forfeit it in 2010 after the NCAA sanctioned the school, claiming Bush received illegal benefits while he was a student. Bush has consistently denied those accusations. The Heisman Trust is reinstating Bush's award and says it is thrilled to have him, quote, back in the family. Coming up, it is now or never in Detroit. The NFL draft is tonight. We're going to hear from Jaden Daniels, expected to be a top pick ahead of the big night, and where he's rumored to be going. And we have team coverage of President Trump's historic legal battles all morning long. Supreme Court justices will be weighing the power of the presidency, and you can listen to those oral arguments right here on ABC News Live starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Meanwhile, Trump returns to the New York City courtroom in the criminal hush money trial against him. Who's taking the stand today and what it all means for the former president? Stay with us.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use? My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Can you believe it? It's 25 years of breakfast in bed, surprising moms across America.
Oh my goodness! Oh my goodness!
And for our 25th anniversary, we're making it the biggest surprise yet.
A full-on breakfast in bed extravaganza like you have never seen before.
So go to goodmorningamerica.com or scan this QR code to find out how to enter a deserving mom you love for breakfast in bed.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
I'm Jacqueline Lee here in Arizona on the front lines of the abortion battle. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. First, some dreams are about to come true in Detroit today when the NFL draft kicks off in the Motor City. The Chicago Bears have the first pick, and they're expected to take USC's Caleb Williams. LSU quarterback Jaden Daniels is also at the top of the draft board. Will Reeves sat down with the Heisman winner and projected second pick ahead of the big night.
Jaden Daniels is the odds-on favorite to go number 2 in tonight's NFL draft.
Do you have in your mind and your heart a team that you definitely want to go to?
I mean, I kind of do. I'm not going to disclose that, but kind of do. I'll see what happens, how it plays out.
The Washington Commanders likely to take the Heisman winner out of LSU with the second overall pick.
My agent, he's hearing stuff from different teams and like trying to predict where I go, but nobody knows where you're actually going to go until it's that time to actually get that call.
What's the experience been like with the other draft class guys being here?
I'm happy for the other quarterbacks here, obviously, me, Caleb, and Drake, and be able to battle against, see the guys that you battled against, and be able to enjoy that experience with them, enjoy the moment of, hearing your name called or being part of the draft class, being in Detroit together. And connect with guys that you usually don't, see too much, but so it's awesome.
Tomorrow morning, you're in the NFL.
Yeah.
You got to go. What are you going to be doing?
Yeah, going to the team, obviously doing all that, and then flying back, celebrating my family there, and then get to work.
Wherever he's drafted, Daniels knows what he wants to accomplish as a pro.
Hopefully I could be an idol, to young African Americans that aspire to be a quarterback or just in general, somebody to look up to. Hopefully I could be a role model to them.
Daniels will have a whole big group with him here to celebrate tonight, but two people he'll be missing are his paternal grandparents who passed away within a month of each other from COVID a few years ago. And Daniels says that he misses them every day and that they'll be with him here in spirit tonight and always. Diane?
Will Reeve in Detroit, thank you. And you can watch the first round of the NFL Draft tonight at 8 p.m. Eastern on ABC and ESPN. Coming up, testimony resumes in the criminal hush money trial against former President Trump as the Supreme Court is about to hear arguments in his case for presidential immunity. We have team coverage of both, and we'll have those oral arguments live at 10 a.m. Eastern. Stay with us. We'll be right back.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag not a tear in it. How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
This is not about parents who just let their kid watch violent movies, play violent video games. This is about parents who neglected their son, ignored his cries for help, and then bought him a gun.
The first parents in America to be charged in a school shooting.
They purchased that gun for him and bragged about it.
You don't get to walk away from that. That's a criminal act.
Sins of the parents, the Crumbly trials.
The opposite of love is not hate. It's just being ignored.
Only on Hulu.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live. This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from Iowa on the 2024 campaign trail, I'm Mary Alice Parks. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
Hi, I'm Diane Macedo. Today on ABC News Live. First, an unprecedented day in American history. A former president and current presidential candidate faces 4 concurrent and consequential legal battles, all centered on charges of corrupting elections. The Supreme Court is set to hear arguments over whether presidents are immune to prosecution for crimes committed while in office. The case could have major implications for the special counsel's election interference case against former President Trump. And overnight in Arizona, Trump became unindicted co-conspirator #1 in an election fraud case that has produced indictments for his former lawyer, one of his current lawyers, and his White House chief of staff. Trump was also named an unindicted co-conspirator in a similar Michigan case yesterday. And Trump returns to a Manhattan criminal court today for his hush money trial over his alleged efforts to interfere in the 2016 election. We have team coverage of Trump's legal battles and what they could mean for the race for the White House. And we begin with the Supreme Court, set to hear these oral arguments over presidential immunity. The issue in question is whether former President Trump should be immune from criminal prosecution for his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election because he was president at the time. Trump's attorneys argue that the presidency can't function if the president can face criminal charges, claiming it would tie the hands of future presidents. So far, 2 lower courts have rejected those arguments, warning it would collapse the system of separated powers by putting a president above the law. Now the Supreme Court has to decide whether to overrule them. Let's bring in senior national correspondent and ABC News Live anchor Terry Moran for more on that. Terry, what's at stake for former President Trump in today's arguments?
Well, his freedom at the end of the road of any criminal case, which is what he faces. The question is, can a president be prosecuted criminally for acts that he undertook while in office? Trump says everything he did at the heart of this case, which were his efforts to overturn the 2020 election, were part of his official duties, he says. He was trying to ensure election integrity. That's his argument. And his lawyers will be in court saying as long as the president is acting within the outer perimeter of his official duties, he cannot be prosecuted. No president can be prosecuted for the reason you exactly said, which is that they say it would render the president too weak, always looking over his shoulder at potential prosecutions brought by partisan enemies. And he wouldn't be acting, or she wouldn't be acting in the full range of powers for the good of the country. That's the argument that Trump's lawyers are going to make. It's going to be a hot bench in there. There are a bunch of people who are going to pepper these lawyers with questions on that because it is really a test of the boundaries of the power of the president and the reach of the rule of law. It is an unprecedented argument that I think the court is going to have trouble with.
Terry, how do you expect the attorneys on each side to make their case here?
Well, very vigorously. Obviously, as I said, the Trump lawyers better be ready for a lot of very skeptical questions. This is an extraordinary claim. They do have, some grounding. Presidents do need freedom of movement to act for the good of the country swiftly and fully. And if they are concerned about potential partisan prosecutions, then that might crimp their ability to work for the people. That will be their argument. And they will point to things like perhaps President George W. Bush's enhanced interrogations, which were called torture by some people, a violation of American law. President Obama ordering the killing of an American citizen under the authorization to use military force, but without any due process of law. So they do have grounds. On the other hand, the argument from the Justice Department, Special Counsel Jack Smith's brought this case, is going to be very simple. Presidents are not above the law. If they commit a crime, they can be prosecuted. The world won't come to an end. Not all presidents commit crimes, and they will say that this is something that, for the sake of separation of powers, for the sake of the integrity of the government, the court must find that presidents are not above the law.
All right, Terry Moran, thank you. And former President Trump's allies have rallied to support his legal challenges, saying that those challenges are threatening to derail his bid for the White House. Republican Congressman Byron Donalds of Florida joins me now for more on that. Congressman, thank you for coming on. We appreciate your time. Former President Trump's attorneys are arguing the president has to have immunity for the office to function properly. But these lower courts rejected that. The D.C. Circuit ruled that that would collapse the system of separated powers by placing the president beyond reach of the other branches. Why should the Supreme Court overturn that ruling? You're an attorney, you're backing Trump here. Walk me through why you think the presidential immunity part is more important than the separation of powers.
Well, first of all, let me just say I'm not an attorney. I'm a business person, also a member of Congress, somebody who has common sense. The first thing we understand is that the D.C. Circuit is the most political circuit in all of the district circuit courts of the federal court system. So the D.C. Circuit is, especially considering their conduct over the last couple of years, is not even-handed. Number two, I think the key phrase is that when you're dealing with the bounds of the powers of the presidency, that's very important. During 2020, President Trump, through his team, was making sure that the laws were actually being faithfully executed around how ballots were being counted. That is an official act. So a president does have a responsibility to do that. Number three, if you look at the cases that are now being brought, this is clearly coordinated by Democrats at the upper ends of the Democrat Party, who are now trying to criminalize the ability to actually go through the legal process of making sure that the ballots are counted appropriately, that actual protocols in election processes in states are followed accurately. And if that is now illegal, then we have a much bigger problem. Because if the Supreme Court doesn't grant presidential immunity, what you're saying to President Biden is that because he did not follow border security law and Americans have died as a result, then he could be brought up on criminal charges. Or the fact that President Biden has used his administration to limit and suppress the free speech of the American people during COVID-19, then he could be brought up on criminal or civil charges as a result. This is a major case about the powers of the presidency. And if you look at what President Trump did during 2020, his actions were through his office to make sure that election laws were faithfully followed in the United States.
Congressman, you're talking about President Biden, but if the Supreme Court rules that presidents are immune from prosecution, that obviously would protect Democratic presidents as well. So are you concerned that President Biden could take advantage of that immunity?
No, that's not what I'm saying. I think you're saying it the wrong way. What I'm saying is that there has to be some element that protects the president in their official duties. Whether we agree or disagree with the actions, as long as they are within the official duties, there has to be some protection for presidents when they leave office, or they will constantly be looking over their shoulder. And you cannot have a chief executive actually manage the duties of that office if they're constantly worried about, well, when I leave office, I'm going to be prosecuted by my political rivals, which, by the way, is exactly what is happening to President Trump. That is why this is interfering in an election, because his his presidential rivals, his political rivals are actively trying to criminalize him and prosecute him. You cannot maintain the United States of America if you continue to go down this road. Presidents do have to have some semblance of protection when they leave office.
Congressman, former President Trump has now been identified as an unindicted co-conspirator in election interference cases in Arizona and Michigan as well. What's your reaction to that?
I think these cases are a farce and a joke. Once again, more election interference. Let's also be very clear. Why did the Attorney General in Arizona wait to do this 6 months before an election? Because she wants to interfere with the election in Arizona. Why do this in Michigan? Because they want to interfere in the election in Michigan. And I'll say it again. There is nothing illegal about a campaign deciding to challenge an election. It happens all the time. There's nothing illegal about that. What you have here is you have Democrat attorney generals who want to criminalize that behavior for political purposes. To a broader perspective, we get these arguments all the time about trying to protect the institutions of our country. If you criminalize behavior that does allow candidates to challenge elections, then you are actually leading to the destruction of our institutions. You're not protecting our institutions.
Congressman, there are methods in place to do that, and what they're alleging is that Trump went beyond those legal methods. And we, of course, will watch this play out in court, and so your arguments will be heard there as well. Republican Congressman Byron Donalds, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. Meanwhile, former President Trump says former President Trump says he wanted to attend those Supreme Court oral arguments today, but the judge in his Manhattan criminal trial has said he has to be in that courtroom. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker is expected to return to the stand and expand on his claims of a scheme to catch and kill negative stories about Trump during the 2016 election, including former Playboy model Karen McDougal's story of an affair with Trump. Meanwhile, Trump is now part of 2 more cases related to election interference as an unindicted co-conspirator. ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci joins me now, along with ABC News legal contributor Brian Buckmeyer, for more. John, how significant is it that Trump is now named as an unindicted co-conspirator in 2 more cases related to election interference?
It's not good, right? It just builds into this argument. I mean, you said it earlier, all 4 of these criminal cases where Donald Trump is a named defendant all relate to election interference. And look, part of what prosecutors have said, especially in this New York trial, is that if Donald Trump crosses a line when he eventually takes the stand, they could introduce evidence in some of the other cases that have already happened. They've talked about E.G. Carrollton, but others. Keep in mind that though that case in Manhattan is so much on the hush money payments involving Donald Trump and women, it is, excuse me, it is an election interference case. So at the end of the day, talking about Donald Trump now in multiple states being a named defendant in 1, being Georgia, and 2 others being an unindicted co-conspirator, it just helps build prosecutors' case even firmer, Diane.
I have to ask you, especially coming out of that interview with Byron Donald, does the sheer number of these cases feed into these claims that there are political motivations behind these?
You know, listen, I think that, Byron Donalds made the point that it's 6 months before an election, is not something just to shrug your shoulders at. That is something that the Trump team is going to lean into an argument there for sure. But part of what is going to be said is that it took time to go through these investigations. It took a lot of people starting to cooperate and flip. And think about the way, if you read these indictments, it talks about the number of people they spoke to that eventually, after prosecutors pressured them because they had so much evidence on them, those people started cooperating and providing more and more information. Look at Georgia as a great example, right? Georgia, though there were originally 19 people indicted, there were about 30 or so unindicted co-conspirators, all of whom were brought in to speak to a special purpose grand jury originally to build out a case, some of whom were brought back to the grand jury because of what they told prosecutors, ultimately to indict. It's all the process.
Brian, David Pecker, the former National Enquirer publisher, is set to take the stand again today in the criminal hush money case. He's already talked about being part of a catch and kill scheme to kill negative stories about then candidate Trump, and that scheme came about during Trump's candidacy, that it had never happened before. What are you looking to hear today? When we last left off, Pecker had started talking about Karen McDougal's alleged affair with former President Trump and his attempts to kill those stories. What do you think prosecutors are looking to hear from him as he gets back on the stand?
So, Dan, I'm expecting that prosecutors will dive into more of the Karen McDougal, but ultimately get into the heart of what this case is, and that is the catch and kill scheme that surrounds Stormy Daniels. I think once you get past that, we're going to get into this intent to defraud. And they don't know whether or not Donald Trump is ultimately going to take the stand to testify. So the best way to get a criminal defendant's intent or their kind of mens rea or their mental state, however you want to put it, is to get the words from the co-conspirators. Say, all right, Pecker, you were there. What did Donald Trump say? Why did he say he wanted to do this? And even going back to your earlier interview, yes, some of these aspects might not be illegal to, for example, ensure that an election is proper. But when you have the requisite information that you know an election is proper, that you know that you're supposed to be properly documenting business records, and you do it the incorrect way, I'm sorry, it doesn't take an attorney to tell you this, but that's illegal.
John, we're talking about affairs here. This case is going to center a lot on Donald Trump's sex life. What does that mean for him, not just legally, but in terms of his reputation, having these stories now out there in the court of law?
Well, also with his family. I mean, one of the things that I've heard from many sources close to the former president is that some members of his family, specifically his sons, Eric Trump and Don Jr., have offered to come and join their father in court, because one of the things Donald Trump has said is that he doesn't like being there. And one of the things his attorneys have recognized is that to have people with him in the room that he's familiar with will make this process a bit more comfortable. However, one observation from a source extremely close to the former president said to me, look, at the end of the day, this is embarrassing. He doesn't want his kids there. He doesn't want really anybody there to hear about his sex life. And that is so much of what this case is about for him personally. And, you know, we have to recognize, you know, David Pecker is keeping it right now on the money of things. Stormy Daniels, when she takes the stand, is going to talk about the money of things. But we're all here because of that one night. So you got to imagine in some way, shape, or form that's going to come up in court. And the one thing that'll be fascinating to see and watch, and unfortunately there's no cameras in New York criminal court, body language. What does Donald Trump do as she's talking about that? I mean, the image of it alone.
And of course, we're also awaiting a ruling on whether the judge will hold former President Trump in contempt for alleged gag order violations. We'll be watching that case very closely. John Santucci, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you both. And again, we'll be following that story as well as those Supreme Court oral arguments all day long. We'll bring you the latest right here on ABC News Live. Coming up, the nationwide movement on college campuses. More than 100 protesters arrested in Boston, plus chaos in Texas, California, and New York. What students are demanding and why they say they're not backing down. And it's an unprecedented day in American history. Former President Trump, current presidential candidate, faces 4 current and consequential legal battles, all centered on charges of corrupting elections. Supreme Court justices will weigh in on the power of the presidency, and you'll be able to listen to the oral arguments in that case right here on ABC News Live, starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. Meanwhile, Trump returns to a New York City courtroom for the criminal hush money trial against him. We have team coverage all morning long. Stay with us.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use? My knife.
Oh, my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC. Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel, outside the Gaza Strip, in Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Welcome back to ABC News Live. It is an unprecedented day in American history. Former President Trump is facing 4 concurrent and consequential legal battles, all centered on charges of election corruption. We'll have full coverage from D.C. to New York City just ahead, but we are also monitoring the chaos around college campuses across the country. Law enforcement is cracking down on growing anti-war protests. Universities from New York City to Boston to Los Angeles and Austin, Texas are seeing a wave of demonstrations amid the Israel-Hamas war. ABC's Trevor Alt is at the University of Southern California, where police arrested more than 90 protesters.
The nationwide movement of campus demonstrations, leading to sometimes violent clashes. Overnight at Emerson College in Boston, protesters attempting to form a human wall to stop police moving in, up to 100 protesters arrested. Police at the University of Southern California overnight arresting 93 people while removing tents and clearing protesters from a Gaza solidarity camp. One precinct now full of arrested protesters. These tense moments after a scuffle between officers in riot gear and a pro-Palestinian group. The university now closed to anyone but students.
It makes me feel threatened and intimidated, and I think that the anti-Semitic rhetoric must be condemned by the university.
An unauthorized protest breaking out at the University of Texas in Austin.
No, what are you doing?
Dozens arrested as officers used horses to disperse crowds, some nearly crashing into our Mireya Villarreal, who was on the scene. A cameraman filming the demonstration grabbed by police and thrown to the ground. Similar encampments springing up at Brown University and Harvard. And at Columbia, university officials extending a deadline to remove this large encampment to Thursday night as negotiations with students continue.
Myself, my peers, my colleagues, my friends, we're not going to stop. We're not going to rest. We will stand here until the university divests from Israeli apartheid and their genocidal campaign in Gaza.
House Speaker Mike Johnson visiting campus, criticizing school officials for allowing the continued demonstrations.
We just can't allow this kind of hatred and anti-Semitism to flourish on our campuses. They have chased down Jewish students. They have mocked them and reviled them. They have shouted racial epithets.
The speaker telling our Linsey Davis schools could lose federal funding.
They've encamped on the campus. They are threatening people with their lives, and they're preventing them from...
We have breaking news now. Former President Trump is speaking outside a Manhattan courtroom in his hush money trial. Let's listen.
The GDP just announces all the way down to 1.6%, and it's heading south. It's going to get worse. Gas prices in California were just also announced at $7.60. Gasoline is going way up. Energy costs are going way up. And the stock market is, in a sense, crashing. The numbers are very bad. This is Bidenomics. It's catching up with him. It's lucky that it's catching up before he leaves office as opposed to after he leaves office. But this is Bidenomics. It's destroying our country at the border, destroying our country with other countries. They no longer respect the United States. I think the dollar's in tremendous trouble in terms of currency. This is going to be the standard, and it's going to be the standard with me. With Biden, you're going to lose. The dollar is the standard. That'll be like losing the biggest war we've ever lost. And it's a shame, but it's all the way down to 1.6, and I'll tell you, nobody thought that would be possible, and it looks like it's heading down from there. So that's very bad news. This morning I met with great people, construction workers, some Teamsters, and other unions, and some not in unions, and we had a fantastic morning. You were there. Some of the press was there. Great show of support. As you know, some tremendous polls came out over the last 24 hours where we're up in all of the swing states and up nationally. But one came out where we're down very little in New York. New York traditionally isn't won by Republicans anymore. It used to be 50 years ago, but not anymore. And I think we have a good chance of winning New York. We're going to give it a big play. We're going to the South Bronx to do a rally. We're going to be doing a rally at Madison Square Garden, we believe. We think we're signing Madison Square Garden to do it. We're going to have a big rally honoring the police and honoring the firemen and everybody. Honoring a lot of people, including teachers, by the way. We're honoring teachers because teachers have been very badly maligned with some very poor leadership. But we'll be honoring the people that make New York work, and we'll be doing a number of large rallies. It'll be very exciting. But we think we have a real good chance of winning New York. And again, the swing states, we're leading in every one of them, and by a lot, not just by a little, by a lot. But the big news today, I think, is the 1.6%. When you look at 1.6 GDP, that's a number that nobody thought was possible. That's a real bad number. And it looks like the projections are heading in the wrong direction. And that's why the stock market's down so big today. So in the meantime, I'm at this trial. My constitutional rights have been taken away from me. But every single expert, every legal scholar, every respected scholar has said this is no case. There is no case here. This is just a political witch hunt. Thank you very much.
How are you feeling about the Supreme Court argument in the trial? Are you ready to see the argument today?
I think that the Supreme Court has a very important argument before it today. I would have loved to have been there, but this judge would not allow that to happen. I should be there, but he wouldn't allow it to happen. I think he puts himself above the Supreme Court, which is unfortunate, isn't it? But the argument on immunity is very important. The president has to have immunity. This has nothing to do with me. This has to do with a president in the future for 100 years from now. If you don't have immunity, you're not going to do anything. You're going to become a ceremonial president. You're just going to be doing nothing. You're not going to take any of the risks, both good and bad. I mean, you're going to make some great decisions and save the country, and you're going to make some decisions which are unfortunate, but that's the way it is. But you're not going to do anything if you don't have immunity, because otherwise you're going to be prosecuted after you leave office for doing something like going into an area, going into a country, doing lots of things that you wouldn't be doing. And we don't want a ceremonial president. We have to have a real president. And assuming you have the right person, that can make a big difference. You saw that for 4 years when I was president. We were respected all over the world. We had the best economy we've ever had. Everything was good. We had no wars. We defeated ISIS. We had no wars. We had no nothing. But we were respected all over the world. And now it's a disgrace. We also, by the way, had the single best border ever in recorded history of our country. We had the best border ever. We built 571 miles of wall. We were going to build 200 more miles, far more than I said we were going to build. But we had a country that was respected, and now we have a country that's a joke. It's being laughed at all over the world. And you have riots at all the universities. The only place that's locked down is this courthouse because they don't want any supporters here. They don't want MAGA here. They don't want anybody. And this thing is locked down like a NYU and the colleges and universities. You'd have no problem whatsoever. But there you can put tents up. You can stay as long as you want. But this courthouse is locked down. There's not a person within 5 blocks. They have more police here than, and I call them New York's finest because that's what they are. And they don't want to be doing this either. They'd like to be straightening out conditions, and they'd like to be at the colleges and making sure that they don't have what's happening, because what's happening at the colleges is a disgrace. All over the world, people are laughing at us. This is the worst run country right now, probably anywhere, just about. You don't get much worse. We have a president who's a disaster. We have a president who's the worst president in the history of our country. All you have to do is look at the millions of people coming in from prisons, from mental institutions and terrorists. They're coming in at levels we've never seen before. So I'm going to go in now and sit in front of a case, election interference. This is the way they think they're going to get elected. But I guess based on what I'm looking at, it's driving up my poll numbers, not driving them down. Thank you very much.
What did you guys charge in Arizona, Mr. President? When was the last time you spoke with Mark Meadows? Does Boris still work for you?
That's former President Trump addressing the cameras before he enters the Manhattan courtroom in the criminal hush money trial against him. The president touched on a number of issues, from the economy to unrest at universities across the country, and of course the Supreme Court hearing oral arguments in another case brought with his attorneys today. He wanted to be there at the Supreme Court, but the Manhattan judge told him he had to be in that Manhattan courtroom. I want to bring in our executive editorial producer, John Santucci, for more. Yeah. John, a lot more of a campaign-type speech today than we've heard from President Trump earlier in some of his other legal proceedings, but he did also touch on some of the legal stuff against him. What sticks out to you from his remarks?
A couple things, and just actually something that was on footage just caught my eye, but I'll get to that in a second. But first time we've heard Donald Trump talk about the Supreme Court case in any great length, and really the first time throughout all of these hallway remarks that he's actually taken a question from a small pool of reporters that's gathered outside of that courtroom on the 15th floor. So Donald Trump saying that, you know, his belief about this case before the Supreme Court is that it's not about him, he claims. It would impact other presidents to come because of any type of presidential immunity argument they would make. And a little bit of what Terry Moran was talking to you about earlier is that, you know, could this have impacted actions George W. Bush took after 9/11? That's going to be the argument from Team Trump in court today when they enter the Supreme Court. It is, though, a reminder that Donald Trump here with this case, this really is the last way to get him out of this one. And what I mean by that, as you well know, is that this started in the district court. Trump made the argument his team and went to the circuit court in D.C. Now it's the Supreme Court that would hear it. If the Supreme Court says it goes back to the district court, we stand by Judge Chutkan, immunity does not apply, then that really does mean that trial could go forward. And in theory, that could mean at some point this summer, we could see that case get going. Prosecutors have already said that because he was indicted, this idea of 60 to 90 days that DOJ doesn't prosecute anybody that is tied to an election is irrelevant because the charges were brought well before. So that actually could be really quite interesting. And I think just seeing Donald Trump turn around and speak about it when somebody asks, you know that even though he's in that courtroom in Manhattan today, he wants to be at the Supreme Court, but he's very, very closely watching that case. The other thing that I just want to note for a second, if you can, is that we talk so often about the people that surround Donald Trump in these moments. And I remember, and I think you do too, after Donald Trump went down to Fulton County, Georgia, that he was next to Walt Nauta, his most loyal aide, the one that held the umbrella over his head, as you'll recall. The image that I just saw going into court that just jumped out to me off the screen, Boris Epshteyn, who was just indicted last night by the Arizona State Attorney General. As far as I recall, and I'm checking with our team, he has not been in any of these proceedings so far. But the fact that he's there today, less than 24 hours, he was just indicted in a matter related to the former president. It does just show this small team of Trump aides and allies that have been around him and are clearly loyal to a fault. And to think, just learning after you've been indicted on criminal charges for things you did for Donald Trump, and you're right there, it just talks about that bond. It's really just a striking image to see it for me.
Yeah, and then we saw the president turn and head into the courtroom. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker is heading back to the stand today in that hush money trial against the former president. What are you watching for there?
So I think today is going to be fascinating because we're actually going to start to get further into the timeline that matters. And what I mean by that is, you know, think of it almost like a roller coaster ride, right? We've been going up. We started to learn about everything with, you know, some of the smaller stories, $30,000 to a doorman didn't go anywhere. We started to get to Karen McDougal, started to get into the real crunch time of the campaign. Today, I think that roller coaster is going to go right off the cliff in the sense that we're going to start to speed up here. And, you know, one of the things that David Pecker touched on a little bit was the intensity at which he was talking to Michael Cohen as they got further into the election, because these stories were coming to light. Pecker was trying to catch them and kill them, bury them so they wouldn't impact Donald Trump's election. And we know, based on the timeline, Karen McDougal was in the June, July-ish area of 2016. That means if we're starting to move the timeline into that area, Diane, very quickly we're going to progress to the fall when we know that is when Stormy Daniels was eventually paid off.
And John, while this is happening, we're also awaiting a ruling from that same judge on whether he will hold former President Trump in contempt for alleged gag order violations. What's the latest on that?
Well, I think it's actually interesting. Think about Donald Trump outside of court today. I mean, you and I were talking in real time as we were just saying what he's focusing on. He talked about the Dow Jones. He talked about the election. He mentioned at one point he wants to hold a rally at Madison Square Garden because he thinks New York could somehow, in his mind, flip red. He's not talking about the case. And I think that plays into the fact that his team and others have recognized these 10 violations that prosecutors cited in court earlier this week. He has to take them seriously. Those were all posts that were based on postings on Truth Social, but we know prosecutors flagged a potential 11th violation, comments he made about Michael Cohen at that very camera outside of court. So I do think Donald Trump knows, or has been at least advised, you need to rein this in, because if this does come down, it could not be good for us. Now, let's be clear. There are one of three things that could happen. Judge gives him a warning, nothing. Judge gives him a financial penalty, which we know prosecutors have said for each violation they want $1,000. Or the third is some type of temporary confinement in jail. And though we would never think that's possible, we know from our team's reporting, as we discussed earlier this week, that the Secret Service has had conversations with NYPD and court officials that if the judge decided to do that, is that possible? How would it happen? The fact that those conversations have happened alone, whether they happen or not, just goes to the heart that this is really, really, really serious.
All right, John Santucci, thank you. And now I want to go to the Supreme Court, those oral arguments that the court is set to hear over presidential immunity. The issue in question is whether former President Trump should be immune from criminal prosecution for his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election because he was president at the time. Trump's attorneys argue the presidency can't function if the president can face criminal charges, claiming it would tie the hands of future presidents. So far, two lower courts have rejected their arguments, warning it would collapse the system of separated powers by putting a president above the law. Now the Supreme Court has to decide whether or not to overrule them. Let's bring in senior national correspondent and ABC News Live anchor Terry Moran, along with Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas and ABC News Supreme Court contributor Kate Shaw for more on that. Pierre, what's at stake for former President Trump today?
Well, at the heart of it is whether these trials, particularly the one regarding January 6th, can go forward. Also, you have the classified documents cases unfolding in a case down in Florida. What this means is the fundamental question that you put forward a moment ago. Can a president, while he's in office, do whatever he wishes to do with impunity, with no fear that he could be prosecuted when he left office? DOJ, the special counsel, is saying, no, that cannot be. And former President Trump is making the case that, he should have great latitude to do what he needs to do, and that this affects other presidents going forward.
So, Terry, how do you expect the attorneys to make their arguments today to try to persuade the justices?
Well, vigorously, obviously, with all their might. And for the Trump team, they're making this extraordinary and unprecedented argument that presidents should have absolute immunity from any criminal prosecution for anything that could be described as an official act while they're president. It really is an extraordinary argument, and they may have trouble with it. I mean, I might expect a hot bench in this case. But their basic argument is that presidents need this immunity from criminal prosecution in order to act fully, freely, swiftly, efficiently in the best interests of the country so that they aren't always worried, always looking over their shoulder. Could this result at some future date in a criminal prosecution of me personally by my political enemies or that kind of thing? And so they believe that the Constitution contemplates in its authorizing a president of the United States this kind of immunity. They're going to run into a lot of tough questions, and not just from the liberals, because it is such a sweeping claim. On the other hand, The special counsel's argument, the Justice Department's argument, is pretty straightforward. Presidents are not above the law. If they commit crimes, they can be tried. The world won't come to an end, and that this is something that the Constitution and our laws and society can easily accomplish. I think that's the basic argument that you're going to hear in court today.
Kate, the lower courts rejected Trump's arguments so far. So what will it take for the Supreme Court to overturn those rulings?
You know, I do think the lower courts decisively and unanimously so far rejected this really aggressive argument that former President Trump is making, that this never before recognized absolute immunity from criminal prosecution is necessary for the president to be able to effectively conduct his office, keep the president safe, keep the country safe, act as the commander in chief. All of these really policy grounded arguments are really what Trump's team is offering to the Supreme Court. And on the other side, the special counsel has arguments that really sound in constitutional structure. We were never supposed to have a king. A president is subject to law, even if a king is not. And also just historically, no president has ever understood themselves to stand outside of the reach of the criminal law. And, you know, the sky hasn't fallen. Presidents have been able to do their jobs just fine. I mean, one historical example that I think is important here is that when Richard Nixon left office, he received a full pardon from Gerald Ford when Ford became president. And it was understood that a pardon was necessary because otherwise Nixon would have been subject to criminal charge and prosecution. So everyone has understood historically that these, charges were a possibility if presidents violated the law. And so it really is an uphill argument for Trump to make. And I expect it to be uphill. There may be some sympathy from some of the conservative justices, but I do expect real skepticism from most, if not all, of the bench. And to my mind, the real question is how quickly the justices resolve this case, because, of course, that has everything to do with whether a trial could realistically occur.
So, Pierre, what could this ruling mean for the special counsel's election interference case against the former president?
Well, everything. I mean, at the end of the day, these are among the most consequential cases that the Justice Department has ever brought, period. It involves, indicting a former president who is actually seeking office in a current, very hot election cycle. So that is the issue. And I think what the special counsel will be looking for most today is any hint from the justices as to whether there's any kind of guardrails that they want to create. For example, many of the legal scholars, and I think Terry and Kate might agree with this, don't believe that any president has carte blanche to have total immunity. But will the court somehow suggest, are there categories that should be excluded? And did the Justice Department and the special counsel apply the law correctly? Are these statutes that they're bringing these charges against the president, are they the appropriate kind of charges that should be brought in a case like this?
All right, Kate Shaw, Pierre Thomas, Terry Moran, thank you. And let's bring in former Secretary of the Army, Louis Caldera, for more on this. Secretary Caldera, you have been in the room for some major presidential decisions. So what sort of process is there when it comes to those kinds of decisions? Does the potential for criminal charges play a role when a president is deciding some of these things?
The possibility of criminal prosecution has never been used against the president or even considered as they made these decisions about things in the national security interest. And I should note that when you have those kinds of discussions, there are a lot of lawyers involved. White House counsel, counsel for the Justice Department, counsel for the intelligence agencies, the Defense Department. Those people, to the extent that there are gray area decisions, there are lawyers in good faith trying to say, how do we do what we need to do, but consistent with the law? And the fact that you have so many advisors and lawyers involved in the process would make it incredibly hard to ever bring such a claim. So it's not like the president's sitting there and just has to pick up the phone and make snap decisions and doesn't have the ability to consult with anyone. And so this is what's so worrisome. Presidents have made and have never, we believe this argument that former President Trump is making is ahistorical. There have been many, many controversial decisions made by presidents throughout our nation's history. No one has ever sought to prosecute them. And I think that's for several reasons. One is that we believe the president is acting in the best interest of the nation. Two, that they have all this support from lawyers that would be impossible for someone to come back and say, you knowingly, intentionally violated the law. almost impossible to make out such a case. And three, no administration wants to waste its time going after its predecessors. They say, let history judge my predecessor. I have to use my time and energy to try to get my program passed. And we worry about the national security implications of creating this exception where the president can violate the law and then order the military to execute his unlawful orders. Military members who've also sworn an oath to the Constitution and to uphold the rule of law, who can themselves be prosecuted if they take unlawful action, and that this will destroy the trust that has to exist between civilians and military leaders in our Department of Defense. It will undermine support for our national security among the American public if the military is used for political purposes and against the American people to try to do things like quash demonstrations of people exercising their First Amendment rights, and that it sends the wrong message to the rest of the world that we're no longer a country that stands behind the rule of law, that stands behind the principles of democracy, that no one is above the criminal law. And I worry that if the Supreme Court creates this, even tries to create a very narrow exception between official duties and personal gain, that you're going to have individuals like former President Trump who sees everything he does as in the national interest, even if it's 99.9% personal gain. He'll say, there was that 1% of my mind that was really thinking about the nation. And it becomes an exception that could swallow the whole rule. And then we don't want to be litigating these things in the future. We don't want to empower presidents of any party to be able to willfully violate criminal laws.
All right, Secretary Luis Caldera, we appreciate your time today. Thank you. And we have breaking news. Disgraced Hollywood mogul Harvey Weinstein's New York conviction for felony sex crimes has just been overturned by the State Court of Appeals. The court ruled that the judge made an error when allowing other sexual assault victims of Harvey Weinstein to testify in that case. The decision leaves open the possibility that District Attorney Alvin Bragg could indict Weinstein again on the same charges. So that ruling does not mean Weinstein will walk free. He's currently serving time in a New York prison, but he will be transferred to the custody of prison authorities in California, where he was also convicted on a rape and sexual assault charges and sentenced there. A spokesperson for Weinstein tells ABC News, "We are happily surprised and we are studying the ruling." Coming up, the nationwide movement on college campuses. More than 100 protesters arrested in Boston, plus chaos in Texas, California, and New York. What students are demanding and why they say they're not backing down. And testimony resumes in the criminal hush money trial against former President Trump as the Supreme Court is about to hear oral arguments in his case for presidential immunity. We have team coverage, and we will have those oral arguments live at 10 a.m. Eastern. Stay with us.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Welcome back to ABC News Live First. Law enforcement is cracking down on growing anti-war protests on college campuses across the country. Universities from New York City to Boston to Los Angeles and Austin, Texas are seeing a wave of demonstrations amid the Israel-Hamas war. ABC's Trevor Alt joins me now from the campus of USC in Los Angeles, along with Austin affiliate KVUE reporter Eric Pointer for more on this. Trevor, more than 90 protesters were arrested at USC overnight. What's the latest on that? And what has it been like on campus over the last few days?
Yeah, Diane, I think it's been similar on a lot of college campuses. What we've been watching is a pretty consistent escalation, both in the number of demonstrators and also in their actions and their civil disobedience, even going as far as setting up encampments. And then that is being met with a larger response from the authorities, to the point that it can result in some pretty tense clashes. And we saw that a few different times yesterday here at USC. These demonstrations effectively shut down the campus, where even today, while the demonstrators are now gone, any student, faculty, staff here has to show a campus ID to even be allowed here on campus. Having said that, these demonstrators, while a lot of them have been arrested, close to 100 of them, their resolve is still steadfast, and I think it's very likely we're going to see even more demonstrations, possibly even larger than we have seen before. And quite frankly, I don't think that we've seen any demonstration across the country that, in response to police saying they need to go home, said, well, the police are right and we're going to stop. I think what you're going to see is continued escalation, like what we've already been watching over the past couple weeks.
Now, protesters say they're asking for these institutions to divest from Israel. What are you hearing from demonstrators?
That's part of it. There's also here at USC specifically, they are still upset at the university for preventing the valedictorian from giving her speech at the graduation ceremony. That's a Muslim student. She's been very outspoken in support of Gaza, against the actions of the Israeli government and the Israeli military. USC had said that they weren't going to allow her to speak as an act of campus safety, that it was necessary in order to keep everyone at the graduation ceremony safe. These demonstrators are very against that, but this is much more of a large-scale movement too. I don't think if the USC was simply going to allow the valedictorian to speak, that you would see the demonstration stop. They are explicitly speaking out about what is happening in Gaza and the actions of Israel and its military and its government at large here too. So it's both for the university specifically, but it's also about the entire movement campus-wide. Diane.
Now, Eric, you're at the Travis County Jail, where some protesters who were arrested there last night are now being released. What are they telling you?
So we've seen a handful of people who have been released so far, and they've been greeted by a pretty large crowd, most of whom have been here all night. Now, they will applaud and cheer when people are getting released. And this morning, we've seen a lot of reunions. We saw a family that was waiting for their daughter after sleeping in their cars all night here at the jail, and a boyfriend who was reunited with his girlfriend. She was arrested at the protest. She was not a student, but she was there. Caden Casper, her boyfriend, actually shared video of her arrest, and we were here when she was released around 5 o'clock this morning, and she described what happened to her.
I turned around to make sure the people behind me were okay, and I wasn't stepping on them. That's when they grabbed me by the back of the hair with a fistful of my hair to the scalp and dragged me to the ground. After that, I did not resist arrest.
Now, she said that she heard about the protest that morning but didn't go to it right away. She was walking past campus later and she saw that it was still going on, so then she decided to join. And she said it was about 20 minutes after she joined that she was arrested. And like I can tell you from what we're seeing, we've got some cheers going on right now. People are still trickling out. A lot of the ones that we've spoke to said that they were charged with criminal trespass, but some say that their charges have since been dropped.
All right, Trevor Alt, Eric Pointer, thank you both. And it's an unprecedented day in American history. Former president and current presidential candidate Trump faces 4 concurrent and consequential legal battles, all centered on charges of corrupting elections. Trump is back in a New York City courtroom for the criminal hush money trial against him, and Supreme Court justices will be weighing the power of the presidency. You will be able to listen to those oral arguments right here on ABC News Live starting at 10 a.m. Eastern. We have team coverage all morning long. Stay with us.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Zero. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use? My knife.
Oh, my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Hi, I'm Andy. And I'm Sabrina. And we're moms, juggling tons of stuff every day, like all you moms out there. And you know what we love? Really love? Pop culture. So listen now to our new podcast, Pop Culture Moms, wherever you get your podcasts.
Reporting from the auto workers picket lines in Michigan, I'm Faith Abube. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Welcome back. Former President Trump is in a Manhattan courtroom right now for the criminal hush money trial against him as testimony resumes with former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker taking the stand. Let's bring in ABC News executive editorial producer John Santucci, attorney and former prosecutor Emily Bradford for more. John, I understand you're getting some new details about this potential gag order violation against former President Trump. What's happening there?
So what's interesting is that we've been waiting on a ruling from the judge on the gag order violations, the 10 that were presented, plus potentially one other outside of court. Even before the day got started today, prosecutors introduced what they say were 4 more violations by Donald Trump in just the last couple of days. Now, what's fascinating is that some of the violations were social media posts. Another was outside of court. 2 of them, though, fascinating, were regarding media interviews Donald Trump did promoting and talking about a U.S. Senate candidate and his own race leading up to the Pennsylvania Republican primary, which was on Tuesday, Diane. And one of those interviews was with ABC's affiliate, WPVI. And the quote that Donald Trump gave, I'm just pulling it up from our colleagues here, it was, quote, "Well, Michael Cohen is convicted liar and he's got no credibility whatsoever." He goes on then to talk about David Pecker in this interview with WPVI and says, "David Pecker, I don't know exactly what he's going to be testifying about, but he'll be testifying at some point today." The point is of both of those statements, more so the Cohen statement than the Pecker, but nevertheless, Donald Trump in this gag order cannot talk about witnesses, Diane. He did it.
So, Emily, what does this mean for the judge's decision? The judge was still waiting. We're still waiting on a ruling on whether he violated these 10 gag order violations that the prosecution presented just the other day. So what happens now that the prosecution is suggesting even more gag order violations? Does the judge now have to take these all into account, or could he issue a decision on one and then the other? What are you watching for?
Well, he could handle it in a number of ways. I think this definitely complicates Judge Merchan's job, and I'm sure he'd rather not be dealing with these issues at all. He could deal with the first violations separately and address these separately. Probably, I think it would make the most sense to deal with them all together. In a lot of ways, this distracts from and slows down the momentum of the trial. I think Judge Merchan is in a tough position because he's basically faced with, as we've discussed, the option of, well, you could hold Donald Trump in criminal contempt and have him confined for some period of time. That seems really unlikely and highly disruptive. And it's kind of hard to imagine that happening. On the other hand, he doesn't have a lot that he can do, right? So if he can issue these fines of, $1,000 per infraction, but for Donald Trump, I mean, that's sort of the equivalent of, okay, put a quarter in the swear jar, right? Is that really a deterrent? And does that really accomplish anything?
All right, John Santucci, Emily Bradford, thank you both. We will be following this story and those Supreme Court oral arguments all day long. Stay right here on ABC News Live. We will bring you updates as we get them. We'll be right back.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're gonna love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland.
Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi.
Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions.
Nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag.
Not a carry in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismail?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do.
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
From ABC News Live, Power of the Presidency, Supreme Court Showdown. Here now, Diane Macedo.
Good morning, everyone. History is about to be made in our nation's capital as the Supreme Court is set to hear arguments over presidential immunity and former President Trump. The issue in question is whether the former president has immunity from criminal prosecution for his alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 election because he was president at the time. The case could have sweeping ramifications in Special Counsel Jack Smith's case against the former president and also sweeping ramifications for precedent in general. Let's bring in ABC News senior national correspondent Terry Moran. Outside the Supreme Court, also professor at the University of Pennsylvania, Carey Law School, and ABC News legal contributor Kate Shaw, and Chief Justice correspondent Pierre Thomas, as well as political director Rick Klein. Those oral arguments are starting now. Let's listen.
Precisely when bold and fearless action is most needed. Every current president will face de facto blackmail and extortion by his political rivals while he is still in office. The implications of the court's decision here extend far beyond the facts of this case. Could President George W. Bush have been sent to prison for obstructing an official proceeding or allegedly lying to Congress to induce war and a murder for killing U.S. citizens abroad by drone strike. Could President Biden someday be charged with unlawfully inducing immigrants to enter the country illegally for his border policies? The answer to all these questions is no. Prosecuting the president for his official acts is an innovation with no foothold in history or tradition and incompatible with our constitutional structure. The original meaning of the executive vesting clause, the framers' understanding and intent, an unbroken historical tradition spanning 200 years, and policy considerations rooted in the separation of powers all counsel against it. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Sauer, to your last point, could you be more precise as to the source of this immunity?
The source of the immunity is principally rooted in the executive vesting clause of Article 2, Section 1.
And how does that happen?
The source of it, Justice Thomas, I think is, as you described in your separate opinion in Zivotofsky, for example, that the executive vesting clause does not include only executive powers laid out explicitly therein, but encompasses all the powers that were originally understood to be included therein. And Marbury against Madison itself provides strong evidence this kind of immunity, a broad principle of immunity that protects the president's official acts from scrutiny, direct sitting in judgment, so to speak, of the Article 3 courts. That matches the original understanding of the executive.
So how exactly would we determine what an official act is?
I point the court to two cases for that. Obviously, Fitzgerald against Nixon is the best guidance that the court gives, where the court adopted the outer perimeter test. And this court engaged in analysis there that's very instructive here, where it looked at the level of specificity at which the acts are described. In that case, a civil case. Here it would be the indictment.
Well, what if you have, let's say, the official act is appointing ambassadors, and the president appoints a particular individual to a country, but it's in exchange for a bribe. Somebody says, I'll give you $1 million if I'm made the ambassador to whatever. How do you analyze that?
That, I think, would fall under this court's discussion in Brewster, where the court held with respect to legislative acts that bribery is not an official act, which also matches the common law background. So the way that this court in Brewster kind of sliced at the joint was to say accepting the bribe and the agreement to sex the bribe are not official acts. That's private conduct.
Okay,
subsequent appointment would be essentially an unrestrictable power of this court that Congress couldn't directly regulate.
It's not, accepting the bribe isn't an official act, but appointing an ambassador is certainly within the official responsibilities of the president. So how does your official acts or the official acts boundary come into play when it's going to be official, assuming that the president is innocent? But the whole question is whether he's going to be found innocent or guilty.
Again, I think Brewster and Johnson do address that, or very persuasively at least, in a slightly different context. Brewster and Johnson say the indictment has to be expunged of all the immune official acts. So there has to be determination what's official, what's not official.
Well, you expunge the official. You say, okay, we're prosecuting you because you accepted $1 million. They're supposed to not say what it's for, because the what's for part is within the president's official duties?
There has to be, we would say, independent source of evidence for that. And keep in mind that this indictment charges what this court has described as unrestrictable powers of the president. So the logical premise of this indictment is that Congress, by passing vague and general criminal statutes, has purported to directly regulate the president's exercise of things like the exercise of the appointment and removal power, things like his ability to speak directly to the American public, core exercises of his authority under the Recommendations Clause to recommend to Congress, members of Congress, the measures he thinks necessary and expedient. So you have an indictment in this case that goes right to the heartland of the president's powers, that alleges a whole series of official acts and tries to tie them together by saying, well, there's a private aim or a private purpose in that case. And that's a situation which, of course, could be alleged in virtually any indictment.
Counsel, it can be alleged, but it has to be proven. Malum in se is a concept long viewed as appropriate in law, that there's some things that are so fundamentally evil that they have to be protected against. Now, I think, and your answer below, I'm going to give you a chance to say if you stay by it. If the president decides that his rival is a corrupt person and he orders the military or orders someone to assassinate him, is that within his official acts for which he can get immunity?
It would depend on the hypothetical, but we can see that could well be an official act.
It could, and why? Because he's doing it for personal reasons. He's not doing it like President Obama is alleged to have done it, to protect the country from a terrorist. He's doing it for personal gain. And isn't that the nature of the allegations here? That he's not doing these acts in furtherance of an official responsibility. He's doing it for personal gain.
I agree with that characterization of the indictment, and that confirms immunity, because the characterization is that there's a series of official acts that were done for an unlawful.
No, because immunity says even if you did it for personal gain, we won't hold you responsible. How could that be?
That's an extremely strong doctrine in this court's case law in cases like Fitzgerald.
Well, we go back to Justice Thomas's question, which was, where does that come from? There are amici here who tell us that the founders actually talked about whether to grant immunity to the president. And in fact, they had state constitutions that granted some criminal immunity to governors. And yet they didn't take it up. Instead, they pass an impeachment clause that basically says you can't remove the president from office except by a trial in the Senate, but you can impeach him after. Or you can impose criminal liability. We would be creating a situation in which we would be saying, this is what you're asking us to say, which is that a president is entitled not to make a mistake, but more than that, a president is entitled for total personal gain to use the trappings of his office. That's what you're trying to get us to hold, without facing criminal liability.
Your Honor, I would say three things in response to that. First, the doctrine that immunity does not turn on the allegedly improper motivation or purpose is something that this court has reaffirmed in at least 9 or 10
That's
cases.
absolute immunity, but qualified immunity does say that whatever act you take has to be within what a reasonable person would do. I'm having a hard time thinking that creating false documents, that submitting false documents, that ordering the assassination of a rival, that accepting a bribe, and countless other laws that could be broken for personal gain, that anyone would say that it would be reasonable for a president or any public official to do that.
Your Honor, as this court said very persuasively in Fitzgerald, the allegation that this particular act would be done for an unlawful purpose or was unlawful could be made in every case. And therefore, if that were the doctrine, that the allegation of improper purpose is what deprives the objective acts of their immunity, then the immunity would have no purchase. And that's reflected in many of the other court's cases.
Isn't the work, though, of the improper motive, at least in the absolute immunity context, to tell us what are official acts and what are not? I mean, I'd understood that even in the first of all, your ask is absolute immunity, isn't it?
That's our principal position.
That's your position is you want the same kind of doctrine that we've applied in other contexts when we say an official has absolute immunity. And my understanding is that when we say that, we mean for their official acts. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay, so any official acts, so then in that world, the real decision-making from the court standpoint is whether or not something is an official act or not, correct?
That is an important determination by all means.
I mean, that's the determination in the absolute immunity world, because if you determine that it's an official act, then the principle is that you get immunity for it, correct?
That is correct.
All right, so My question, and I think the Chief Justice may have asked this at the beginning, is how do you determine what, or maybe Justice Thomas, how do you determine what is an official act? And when we're talking about the kinds of scenarios that Justice Sotomayor brought up, one could say that when the president is using the trappings of his office to achieve a personal gain, then he's actually not acting officially, even if the doctrine was absolute immunity. So what do you say about that?
Two things in response to that. First, to the last point, that allegation that this was really motivated by an improper private purpose could be made in every single case.
No, I understand that, but it would have to be made. I'm just trying to assess. Even if we had the doctrine of absolute immunity, that same allegation and the facts related to it would come in because the person would be arguing that he was not acting in his official capacity. He wasn't doing something official. He was doing it personal, correct?
I agree. The objective, or I'm not sure I agree, but the point I would make in response to that is in Fitzgerald against Nixon, this court emphasized that would result in an intrusive discussion or determination of the president's personal motives for every official act. And again, this is not just in the case of the presidency.
All right, can I just ask you another quick question before my colleagues take it over here? At the beginning of your analysis, when you were giving your opening statement, you were talking about you suggested that the lack of immunity and the possibility of prosecution in the presidential context is like an innovation. And I understood it to be the status quo. I mean, I understood that every president from the beginning of time, essentially, has understood that there was a threat of prosecution, if for no other reason than the Constitution suggests that they can be prosecuted after impeachment. The Office of Legal Counsel has said forever that presidents are amenable to a threat of prosecution, and they have continued to function and do their jobs and do all the things that presidents do. So it seems to me that you are asking now for a change in what the law is related to immunity.
I would quote from what Benjamin Franklin said at the Constitutional Convention, which I think reflects best the founders' original understanding and intent here, which is at the Constitutional Convention, Benjamin Franklin said, "History provides one example only of a chief magistrate who was subject to public justice, criminal prosecution," and everybody cried out against that.
No, I understand, but since Benjamin Franklin, everybody has thought, including the presidents who've held the office, that they were taking this office subject to potential criminal prosecution, no?
I don't. I see the opposite. I see all the evidence going the other way. Marbury against Madison, Mississippi against Johnson discussed this broad immunity principle that naturally.
So what was up with the pardon? What was up with the pardon for President Nixon?
I think
if everybody thought that presidents couldn't be prosecuted, then what was that about?
Well, he was under investigation for both private and public conduct at the time, official acts and private conduct. And I think everyone has properly understood that the president, since like President Grant's carriage riding incident, everyone has understood that the president could be prosecuted.
Counsel, on that score, there does seem to be some common ground between you and your colleague on the other side that no man's above the law, and that the president can be prosecuted after he leaves office for his private conduct. Is that right?
We agree with that.
And then the question becomes, as we've been exploring here today, a little bit about how to segregate private from official conduct that may or may not enjoy some immunity. And I'm sure we're going to spend a lot of time exploring that. But the D.C. Circuit in Blazing Game, Chief Judge there, joined by the panel, expressed some views about how to segregate private conduct, for which no man is above the law, from official acts. Do you have any thoughts about the test that they came up with there?
Yes, we think in the main that test, especially if it's understood through the lens of Judge Katsas' separate opinion, is a very persuasive test. It would be a great source for this court to rely on in drawing this line. And it emphasizes the breadth of that test. It talks about how actions that are, plausibly connected to the president's official duties are official acts. And it also emphasizes that if it's a close case or it appears there's considerations on the other side, that also should be treated as immune. Those are the aspects of that we'd emphasize as potentially guiding the court's
discretion. And that left open, in that case, the possibility of further proceedings and trial.
Exactly right. And that would be a very natural course for this court to take in this place. The court can and should reverse the categorical holding of the D.C. Circuit that there's no such thing as official acts, especially when it comes to...
But you'd agree further proceedings would be required?
That is correct. There would have to be, and I would point the court to Anderson against Creighton, where the court said there'd be kind of two stages of these further proceedings. There's looking at the indictment itself, or in that case it was a complaint, but look at the charging document itself and see whether on the face of it this is alleging official acts, and if not, or it can't be determined, then there'd be a factual proceeding. And all that under Mitchell against Forsyth and so forth would have to occur before any other proceedings in the district.
Can you, Mr. Sauer, go ahead. Mr. Sauer, you began by explaining why you believe that immunity from criminal prosecution is essential for the proper functioning of the presidency. But my question is whether the very robust form of immunity that you're advocating is really necessary in order to achieve that result. So just to take one possible alternative, suppose the rule were that a former president cannot be prosecuted for official acts unless no plausible justification could be imagined for what the president did, taking into account history and legal precedent and the information that was provided to the president at the time when the act was taken. Would that be sufficient, or if it is insufficient, why would it be insufficient?
That might be a much better rule than what emerged from the lower courts here. We think it would be insufficient because, again, that long line of cases talking about using the president's motives and the intrusive consideration of the president's motives as transforming acts to official and unofficial would come into play. And of course, once you can make that allegation, all of a sudden you've opened the door. You no longer have a per se clear, bright line rule. You have a determination in every single case.
Well, what if it were not? What if it did not involve any subjective element? It was purely objective. You would look objectively at the various relevant factors.
That sounds to me a lot like Blazing Game, and especially viewed through the lens of Judge Katz's separate opinion, and that may not be different than what we're proposing to the court today.
Well, Blazing Game had to do with the difference between official conduct and private conduct, right?
That's correct. I understood the court to be asking that.
No, this would apply, and it's just a possibility. I don't know whether it's a good idea or a bad idea, or whether it can be derived from the structure of the Constitution or the vesting clause or any other source. But this would be applied in a on purely objective grounds when the president invokes an official power in taking the action that is at issue.
Yes, I believe the reason I think of Blazing Game is because it talks about an objective, context-specific determination to winnow out what's official and what is purely private conduct. And again, with a strong degree of deference to it.
I'm sorry, if I understood Justice Alito, he's suggesting not that. He's suggesting whether, even if it is an official act, whether you still grant immunity if that act is not plausibly viewed as within the realm of law. He can correct me if I'm wrong.
That was the question.
That, I think, would be a superior rule than the categorical denial that emerged in the trial court here. I do think it would
I'm not quite sure why he used the word plausible, because that seems to negate, might as well give absolute if you're saying plausible, because anybody could argue plausibility. We don't even require plausible, we require reasonable in qualified immunity, so.
Well, I mean, one might argue that it isn't plausibly legal to order SEAL Team 6, and I don't want to slander SEAL Team 6 because they're honorable. They're honorable officers, and they are bound by the Uniform Code of Military Justice not to obey unlawful orders. But no, I think one could say that it's not plausible that is legal, that action would be legal. And I'm sure I've thought of lots of hypotheticals. I'm sure you've thought of lots of hypotheticals where a president could say, I'm using an official power, and yet the president uses it in an absolutely outrageous manner.
that, if we're an objective determination, may well be an interesting approach to take.
So apply it to the allegations here. What is plausible about the president assisting in creating a fraudulent slate of electoral candidates? Assuming you accept the facts of the complaint on their face, is that plausible that that would be within his right to do?
Absolutely, Your Honor. We have the historical precedent we cite in the lower courts of President Grant sending federal troops to Louisiana and Mississippi in 1876 to make sure that the Republican electors got certified in those two cases, which delivered the election to Rutherford B. Hayes. The notion that it's completely implausible, I think, just can't be supported based on the face of this indictment or even
knowing that the slate is fake. Knowing that the slate is fake, that they weren't actually elected, that they weren't certified by the state. He knows all those things.
The indictment itself alleges, I dispute that characterization. The indictment affixes the word label to the so-called fraudulent electors. It affixes the word fraudulent, but that's a complete mischaracterization. On the face of the indictment, it appears that there was no deceit about who had emerged from the relevant state conventions, and this was being done as an alternative basis. But I want to address a more higher level point, a fundamental point, which is that, as Justice Alito's question indicated, there's a whole series of structural checks other than criminal prosecution that are designed to deter these kind of, outlandish scenarios or extraordinarily obviously illegal things. And that's been viewed in this court's opinions going all the way back to at least Martin
Where do you think the D.C. Circuit went wrong in how it determined what was official versus what's personal?
Well, I read the opinion below in this particular case as adopting a categorical view. It does not matter is the logic of their opinion, because there is no immunity for official acts, and therefore, that's the end of the story. I don't really think they went wrong in Blasingame in the civil context when they engage in the same determination with respect to what's official and what isn't official. There, we agree with most of what that opinion says.
And for some official acts that are not within the Article 2 exclusive power, okay, so official acts but not within the Article 2 exclusive power, even for those, I assume you would think that a clear statement has to be required, a clear statement in the statute covering the president if the president's official acts are going to be criminalized.
Absolutely. Obviously, the issue is, at the highest possible level when it comes to the unrestrictable powers, like as in this indictment, the
Well, I'm assuming the exclusive powers are walled off and can't be prosecuted before there's a lot of official powers that are not exclusive to the president under his Article 2 authority. But for those, I understood you to be saying at a minimum there would need to be a clear statement in the statute referencing the president so that the president's on notice and can conduct himself or herself accordingly.
That's absolutely correct, and that'd be consistent both with Franklin and Public Citizen and cases, a long series of other clear statements.
Can I follow up on that? Because go ahead. Go ahead. So you concede that private acts don't get immunity?
We do.
Okay. So in the special counsel's brief on pages 46 and 47, he urges us, even if we were to decide or assume that there was some sort of immunity for official acts, that there were sufficient private acts in the indictment for the case to go back and the trial to begin immediately. And I want to know if you agree or disagree about the characterization of these acts as private. Petitioner turned to a private attorney, was willing to spread knowingly false claims of election fraud to spearhead his challenges to the election results. Private?
As alleged. I mean, we dispute the allegation, but that sounds private to me.
Sounds private. Petitioner conspired with another private attorney who caused the filing in court of a verification signed by petitioner that contained false allegations to support a challenge.
That also sounds private.
3 private actors, 2 attorneys, including those mentioned above, and a political consultant helped implement a plan to submit fraudulent slates of presidential electors to obstruct the certification proceeding, and petitioner and a co-conspirator attorney directed that effort.
You read it quickly. I believe that's private. I don't want to.
So those acts you would not dispute. Those were private, and you wouldn't raise a claim that they were official.
As characterized. What we would say, Your Honor, if I may, what we would say is official is things like meeting with the Department of Justice to deliberate about who's going to be the acting Attorney General of the United States.
Sure.
Communicating with the American public. Communicating with Congress about matters of enormous concern.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. And what is the consequence in terms of going forward with your acknowledgement that those are private acts as opposed to official acts.
If you look at the indictment here, there's a bunch of acts that we think are just clearly official. There may be allegations that mostly relate to what the government has described here as private aim or private end, and the court should remand or address itself, but remand for a Brewster-like determination, which is what's official and what's private. The official stuff has to be expunged completely from the indictment before the case can go forward, and there has to be a determination, at least on remand, of what's official, a two-stage determination of what's official and what's private.
Well, if you expunge the official part from the indictment, how do you, I mean, that's like a one-legged stool, right? I mean, giving somebody money isn't bribery unless you get something in exchange. And if what you get in exchange is to become the ambassador to a particular country, that is official, the appointment. It's within the president's prerogatives. The unofficial part is I'm going to get $1 million for it. So if you say you have to expunge the official part, how does that go forward?
This particular indictment, where we say virtually all the overt conduct is official, we don't believe it would be able to go forward. I mean, there could be a case where it would, but if you look at even the government's brief in this case divides up the indictment into things that, other than the electors' allegations, don't really they haven't disputed that they are official acts, but what they do is say, well, we tie it all together by characterizing it as done, and these are the allegations that the court just referred to, by an improper private aim or private end. Again, that's their words, and that just runs loggerheads, dead set against this court's case law, saying you don't look at, with immunity determinations, the improper motivation or purpose.
Thank you. Justice Thomas?
Mr. Sowry, in assessing the official acts of a president, do you differentiate between the president acting as president and the president acting as candidate?
Yes, we do, and we don't dispute, essentially, the blazing game discussion of that.
Okay.
But of course, that has to be done by objective determinations, not by looking at what was the purpose of what you did this. And that's the most important point there.
Did you, in this litigation, challenge the appointment of special counsel?
Not directly. We have done so in the Southern District of Florida case, and we totally agree with the analysis provided by Attorney General Meese and Attorney General Mukasey. And it points to a very important issue here, because one of their arguments is, of course, that, we should have this presumption of regularity. That runs into the reality that we have here an extraordinary prosecutorial power being exercised by someone who was never nominated by the president or confirmed by the Senate at any time. So we agree with that position. We hadn't raised it yet in this case when this case went up on appeal.
Justice Alito?
When you say that the official act should be expunged from the indictment, that in itself would not achieve very much unless evidence of those official acts were precluded at trial. So is that what you're saying, that the prosecution should not be permitted at trial to prove the official acts as part of the conspiracies that are alleged?
Absolutely, and we think that's just the clear implications of Brewster and Johnson and their discussion in a very analogous context.
Thank you.
Justice Sotomayor?
I'm a little bit confused by that. If you have a scheme to defraud, or a scheme to accept bribery, there's evidence from which you can infer that scheme, and one of it is that the appointment actually happened. It's an official act. You wouldn't expunge that as evidence. You would instruct the jury that there's no liability for the actual appointment, that the liability is for accepting the bribe. Similarly here, I don't think the indictment is charging that the obstruction occurred solely because of conversations with the Justice Department. They're saying you look at all of the private acts and you look in the context of some of the public acts, and you can infer the intent, the private intent from them. So I'm not sure that I understand why your problems couldn't be taken care of at trial with an instruction, if the court were to find, I'm not even sure how they could, but if it were to find that some public acts could not be the basis of criminal liability.
I think the best thing I can say to that is, and I think this ties into the Chief Justice's question about a one-legged stool, Brewster and Johnson and subsequent cases like Heltowski versus Meaner essentially say that this is a one-legged stool problem. It will be difficult for some of these prosecutions to proceed, and that is the implications of official immunity, which is dictated in the Constitution here by the executive vesting clause.
Justice Kagan?
Can I continue on in Justice Barrett's vein a little bit and ask you about some of the allegations of the indictment and whether they're official acts or not in your view? So the defendant signed a verification affirming false election fraud allegations made on his behalf in a lawsuit filed in his name against the Georgia governor.
I don't think we've disputed that that's official. I'm sorry, that is unofficial.
That's unofficial. Same for the defendant called the chairwoman of the Republican National Committee, asked her to gather electors in targeted states, falsely represented to her that such electors' votes would be used only if ongoing litigation in one of the states changed the results in the defendant's favor.
We have taken the position that that is official.
That's official?
Yes.
Why would that be official?
Because the organization of alternate slates of electors is based on, for example, the historical example of President Grant is something that was done pursuant to and ancillary and preparatory to the exercise of the core recommendation clause power. So when President Trump
couldn't he have taken this action just in the status of a candidate?
The fact that he could have done so doesn't demonstrate that he did do so in this case. And based on the allegations, we think it's clear he did not, that this was done in an official capacity.
The defendant asked the Arizona House Speaker to call the legislature into session to hold a hearing based on their claims of election fraud.
Absolutely an official act for the president to communicate with state officials on a matter of enormous federal interest and concern, attempting to defend the integrity of a federal election, to communicate with state officials and urge them to view what he views as their job under state law and federal law. That's an official act.
Well, attempting to defend the integrity of the election, I mean, that's the defense. The allegation is that he was attempting to overthrow an election.
Essentially, exactly right. And neither allegation of what the purpose is should make a difference as to whether it's immune. That is extremely strong precedent from this court.
Does it strike you as odd that your understanding of immunity goes way beyond what OLC has ever claimed for a former president?
I view the OLC opinions here as strongly supporting us, because any time a congressional statute basically got anywhere near touching the president's prerogatives, they've said, oh, we're going to interpret the statute narrowly to avoid that. So
well, that's a different question. I mean, what OLC has always said is that sitting presidents get immunity, but former presidents, no. Now, there might be a different argument made about whether a statute or whether a statute as applied to particular conduct is properly available against the president. But that's a very different argument than the immunity claim that you're making here, which OLC has definitively not supported.
I don't know if I put it that way. I don't recall an opinion directly addressing it, but more fundamental to us, Your Honor, is in fact the language of cases like Marbury and statements like made by Benjamin Franklin at the Constitutional Convention, statements of George Washington talking about the massive risk of factional strife and how that could destroy the republic and erect a new government on the ruins of public liberty. That's what we rely on principally here. I cite the OLC opinions because, of course, what you see there is a very strong trend that if there's any statute that might trench in any way on the president's prerogatives, which they interpret it to avoid that.
If a president sells nuclear secrets to a foreign adversary, is that immune?
That sounds like, similar to the bribery example, likely not immune. Now, if it's structured as an official act, he would have to be impeached and convicted first before.
What does that mean if it's structured as an official act?
Well, I don't know in the hypothetical whether or not that would be an official act. You'd probably have to have more details to apply the Blazing Game analysis or even the Fitzgerald analysis that we've been talking about.
How about if a president orders the military to stage a coup?
I think that, as the Chief Justice pointed out earlier, where there is a whole series of, sort of guidelines against that, so to speak, like the UCMJ prohibits the military from following a plainly unlawful act. If one adopted Justice Alito's test, that would fall outside. Now, if one adopts, for example, the Fitzgerald test that we advanced, that may well be an official act, and he would have to be, as I'll say in response to all these kinds of hypotheticals, has to be impeached and convicted before he can be criminally prosecuted. But I emphasize to the court that—
Well, he's gone. Let's say this president who ordered the military to stage a coup. He's no longer president. He wasn't impeached. He couldn't be impeached. But he ordered the military to stage a coup, and you're saying that's an official act.
I think it would depend.
That's immune.
I think it would depend on the circumstances whether it was an official act. If it were an official act, again, he would have to be impeached.
Well, what does that mean, depend on the circumstances? He was the president. He is the commander-in-chief. He talks to his generals all the time, and he told the generals, I don't feel like leaving office. I want to stage a coup. Is that immune?
If it's an official act, there needs to be impeachment and conviction beforehand because the framers viewed that kind of
If
very
it's an
low
official
risk.
act, is it an official act?
If it's an official act, it's impeachment.
Is it an official act?
On the way you've described that hypothetical, it could well be. I just don't know. You'd have to, again, it's a fact-specific, context-specific determination.
That answer sounds to me as though it's like, yeah, under my test, it's an official act, but that sure sounds bad, doesn't it?
Well, it certainly sounds very bad, and that's why the framers have a whole series of structural checks that have successfully, for the last 234 years, prevented that very kind of extreme hypothetical. And that is the wisdom of the framers. What they viewed as the risk that needed to be guarded against was not the notion that the president might escape, a criminal prosecution for something, sort of very, very unlikely in these unlikely scenarios. They viewed much more likely and much more destructive to the republic the risk of factional strife discussed by George Washington.
The framers did not put an immunity clause into the Constitution. They knew how to. There were immunity clauses in some state constitutions. They knew how to give legislative immunity. They didn't provide immunity to the president. And, not so surprising, they were reacting against a monarch who claimed to be above the law. Wasn't the whole point that the president was not a monarch and the president was not supposed to be above the law?
I would say two things in response to that. Immunity, they did put an immunity clause in a sense. They put in the executive vesting clause, which was originally understood to adopt a broad immunity principle that's set forth in the very broad language of Marbury against Madison. And also, they did discuss and consider what would be the checks on the presidency. And they did not say, we need to have criminal prosecution. Right there at the Constitutional Convention, Benjamin Franklin says, we don't have that. That's not an option. Everybody cried out against that as unconstitutional. The structural check we're adopting is impeachment. And they're very clear on that in pages 64 to 69 of the second volume of Farrant.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
Just returning to the Chief Justice's hypothetical about the ambassador sale and bribery. Congress has a statute that specifically names the president and says he can be criminally prosecuted for bribery, presumably after he leaves office. Outside the core areas that Justice Kavanaugh was talking about, when Congress speaks clearly, couldn't a statute like that, Congress provide a statute like that would allow all manner of evidence to come in to prove the case?
I think our position is that would have to be an unofficial act, purely private conduct for that prosecution to go forward.
All right, but outside the core areas of executive power, if there is a clear statement from Congress that something is unlawful and it applies to the president, I'm struggling to see why in that case, perhaps, the evidence could come in.
Yeah, the strongest possible case, in our view, is what you've described as kind of the core executive powers, the unrestrictable powers within the meaning of SELA law. But again, the holding of, for example, Brewster and Johnson that we've relied on doesn't turn on how central it is of a legislative act. It just says if it's an official act, which here we would say applies basically the outer perimeter test of Fitzgerald against Nixon, that doesn't come in.
What would happen if presidents were under fear that their successors would criminally prosecute them for their acts in office, whether they're engaged in drone strike, all the hypotheticals? I'm not going to go through them. It seems to me like one of the incentives that might be created is for presidents to try to pardon themselves. Do you have any thoughts about that?
That is, didn't think of that until Your Honor asked it. That is certainly one incentive that might be creative. What we think is most important.
We've never answered whether a president can do that. Happily, it's never been presented to us.
And if the doctrine of immunity remains in place, that's likely to remain the case for those very issues. As Fitzgerald, I think, very powerfully emphasized, the real concern here is there going to be bold and fearless action? Is the president going to have to make a controversial decision where his political opponents are going to come after him the minute he leaves office? Is that going to unduly deter? Is that going to dampen the ardor of that president to do what our constitutional structure demands of him or her, which is bold and fearless action in the face of controversy?
And perhaps if he feels he has to, he'll pardon himself every 4 years from now on.
But that, as the court pointed out, wouldn't provide the security because the legality of that is something that's never been addressed.
Now, one of the checks and balances, in addition to impeachment that you've discussed, is subordinate liability. You don't contest that everybody following an unlawful order beneath the President of the United States can be immediately prosecuted, do you?
I'm sorry, if the court is asking whether they could be...
If the president gives an unlawful order, call in the troops, all the examples we've heard, every subordinate beneath him faces criminal prosecution, don't they?
That is what Governor Morris said explicitly at the Constitutional Convention, that his coadjutors could be prosecuted. There is an important caveat because, of course, there would have to be a statute that would govern that for them to be prosecuted.
Oh, we've got lots of statutes. The criminal law books are replete. But, I mean, do you agree, is that one check that's available?
Absolutely. And again, the only caveat that I was making is if that statute was doing what Marbury says you can't do, which is going after the subordinates to restrict, for example, a core executive function, the Franklin Clear Statement Rule might be triggered, and you might not be able to go after that president. So I don't think Congress can say, well, we can't go after the president directly, but we're going to criminalize the way that the president speaks to Congress under the exercise of the Recommendations Clause, and therefore we're going to put in a criminal statute that says if you provide false information to Congress in carrying out the president's recommendation powers, you can be immediately prosecuted. That would at least be a very difficult question. But the fundamental point of drawing that distinction between the president himself and his coadjutors, in the word of Gouverneur Morris of the Constitutional Convention, is an excellent distinction.
Justice Kavanaugh?
Just follow up on the OLC opinions question. As you read them, and I think I read them, they articulate a clear statement rule as to this court's cases for covering official acts. And your point, I think, but I just want to underscore this, is that none of the statutes alleged here or cited here have a clear statement covering the president, therefore meaning that the president can't be charged for any official acts under these statutes.
That's absolutely correct. They're extended way beyond. I mean,
that's separate from the question what's official versus what's personal, but for that bucket that is official, there's no clear statement, period.
That's right. And as to purely private conduct, we don't think that clear statement rule would be invoked. But as to official acts, these statutes, the ones charged in the indictment, are just way far afield from purporting to criminalize in clear terms the president's official acts.
And then just to clarify this, the president's not above the law, the president's not a king. The founders thought that. I think your point in response to that is the president is subject to prosecution for all personal acts, just like every other American for personal acts. The question is acts taken in an official capacity.
That's correct. And even those, of course, if there was an impeachment and conviction, could be prosecuted on our view. And we'd emphasize the whole series of structural checks in addition to that, which deter those and have successfully deterred presidential misfeasance for 234 years.
Then on the source of immunity, it's not explicit in the Constitution, but also executive privilege is not explicit in the Constitution. Yet in United States versus Nixon, the court unanimously said that the Article II executive power in the Constitution encompassed executive privilege, and the same principle presumably would apply to executive immunity being encompassed within that executive power as historically understood.
That's absolutely correct, and there's a very telling passage in Free Enterprise Fund where this court talked about how there's a letter from James Madison to Thomas Jefferson at the time of the founding where Madison said, hey, as for the removal power, they did not expressly take this away, so the 1789 Congress understood that it was left in place. So if the original understanding of the executive vesting clause is broad enough to encompass that, it would have to be expressly taken away, which is the opposite of the presumption that they're advancing here.
And then lastly, I think you've acknowledged in response to others' questions that some of the acts in the indictment are private, and your view is that some are official. Is it your position then that that analysis of which is which should be undertaken in the first instance by the D.C. Circuit or the district court?
Most likely the district court under the logic of Anderson.
Thank you.
Justice Barrett?
So, Mr. Sauer, you've argued that the impeachment clause suggests or requires impeachment to be a gateway to criminal prosecution, right?
Yes, I think that's the plain meaning of that second phrase in the clause.
Okay, so there are many other people who are subject to impeachment, including the 9 sitting on this bench, and I don't think anyone has ever suggested that impeachment would have to be the gateway to criminal prosecution for any of the many other officers subject to impeachment. So why is the president different when the impeachment clause doesn't say so?
Someone very important has made the opposite suggestion as to the president himself, which is Solicitor General Bork, which is reaffirmed in the OLC opinions on this, where Solicitor General Bork in 1973, as to the issue of the vice president, reviewed the historical materials, and he said the sequence is mandatory only as to the president. That is DOJ's view of the original understanding of the impeachment judgment clause, which is exactly our position. The sequence is mandatory only as to the president. Keep in mind that the criminal prosecution of a president prior to impeachment contradicts, in our view, the plain language of the Constitution, but also hundreds of years of history. And what DOJ admits is the framers' intent. And so we say that that practice, whatever its validity, should not be extended to this novel context where it clashes with the constitutional
What if the criminal conduct isn't discovered until after the president is out of office? So there was no opportunity for impeachment.
We say the framers assume the risk of under-enforcement by adopting these very structural checks. As Justice Scalia said in Morrison against Olson, the separation of powers prevents us from righting every wrong, but it does so that we do not lose liberty.
Okay, and the special counsel makes a point that I think is a pretty compelling one. You admit that if the president were successfully impeached, that he could be criminally prosecuted after impeachment, right?
Assuming the prosecution was for the same conduct of which he was convicted, not impeached, he must be convicted. That word conviction is right there in the clause.
Okay, granted. But you also say that these criminal statutes, unless they explicitly mention the president, don't apply to him. So how can you say that he would be subject to prosecution after impeachment while at the same time saying that he's exempt from these criminal statutes?
Well, there are statutes, as they concede, where Congress has purported to do so.
2 or 3.
They haven't done a comprehensive review. I think it looks like all they did was text search for president in 18 U.S. Code. Again, under Franklin, that's a very telling indication that the word president is not in the statute. It isn't necessarily a magic word requirement, so to speak. But more fundamentally than that, they concede there are statutes that exist. In addition to that, much impeachment could occur as a result of private conduct. So the impeachment judgment clause does do significant work by authorizing the subsequent prosecution of a president there, because what the framers, if you look at what they're discussing in the thing, or in the Constitutional Convention, is principally concerns about private conduct, which of course we concede are not immune.
Okay, so just to pick up Justice Kagan's example of a president who orders a coup, let's imagine that he is impeached and convicted for ordering that coup, and let's just accept for the sake of argument your position that that was official conduct. You're saying that he couldn't be prosecuted for that even after conviction in an impeachment proceeding if there was not a statute that expressly referenced the president and made it criminal for the president.
There would have to be a statute that made a clear statement that Congress purported to regulate the president's conduct.
Okay, thank you.
Justice Jackson?
So I think I now understand better your position. In your discussions with Justice Kavanaugh, it became clear that you are saying that for the private acts of a president, there's no immunity, but for the official acts of the president, there is immunity. Is that your position?
I agree with that.
All right. So one thing that occurs to me is that this sort of difficult line drawing problem that we're having with all of these hypotheticals, is this a private act or a public act? is being necessitated by that assumption. Because, of course, if official acts didn't get absolute immunity, then it wouldn't matter. We wouldn't have to identify which are private and which are public, correct?
That, in fact, is the approach of the D.C. Circuit. There's no determination that needs to be made.
Right, but I'm just making, so to the extent we're worried about, like, how do we figure out whether it's private or public, we have to understand that we're only doing that because of an underlying assumption that the public acts get immunity. So let me explore that assumption. Why is it, as a matter of theory, and I'm hoping you can sort of zoom way out here, that the president would not be required to follow the law when he is performing his official acts? Everyone else, there are lots of folks who have very high-powered jobs, who make a lot of consequential decisions, and they do so against the backdrop of potential criminal prosecution if they should break the law in that capacity. And we understand and we know, as a matter of fact, that the President of the United States has the best lawyers in the world. When he's making a decision, he can consult with pretty much anybody as to whether or not this thing is criminal or not. So why would we have a situation in which we would say that the president should be making official acts without any responsibility for following the law?
I respectfully disagree with that characterization. The president absolutely does have responsibility. He absolutely is required to follow the law in all of his official acts. But the remedy for that is the question: could he be subject to personal vulnerability, sent to prison for making a bad decision after he leaves office?
But other people who have consequential jobs and who are required to follow the law make those determinations against the backdrop of that same kind of risk. So what is it about the president? I mean, I've heard you say it's because the president has to be able to act boldly, make kind of consequential decisions. I mean, sure, but again, there are lots of people who have to make life and death kinds of decisions, and yet they still have to follow the law. And if they don't, they could be sent to prison, et cetera, et cetera. So
I say two things in response to that,
yes.
Both from Fitzgerald. That's the very sort of inference or reasoning that this court rejected in Fitzgerald.
No, but let me just, Fitzgerald was a civil situation in which the president actually was in a different position than other people because of the nature of his job, the high-profile nature, and the fact that he touches so many different things. When you're talking about private civil liability, anybody on the street can sue him. We could see that the president was sort of different than the ordinary person when you say, should he be immune from civil liability from anybody who wants to sue him? But when we're talking about criminal liability, I don't understand how the president stands in any different position with respect to the need to follow the law as he is doing his job than anyone else.
He is required to follow the law. And what Fitzgerald
but he's not
said is
if there's no criminal prosecution. If there's no threat of criminal prosecution, what prevents the president from just doing whatever he wants?
All the structural checks that are identified in Fitzgerald and a whole series of this court's cases that go back to Martin against Mott, for example, impeachment, oversight by Congress, public oversight. There's a long series of them. Fitzgerald directly addresses this in the civil context, and we think that language naturally ports.
I'm not sure that's much of a backstop. And what I'm, I guess, more worried about, you seem to be worried about the president being chilled. I think that we would have a really significant opposite problem if the president wasn't chilled. If someone with those kinds of powers, the most powerful person in the world, with the greatest amount of authority, could go into office knowing that there would be no potential penalty for committing crimes, I'm trying to understand what the disincentive is from turning the Oval Office into, the seat of criminal activity in this country.
I don't think there's any allegation of that in this case. And what George Washington said is, what Benjamin Franklin said is, we view the prosecution of a chief executive as something that everybody cried out against as unconstitutional. And what George Washington said is, we're worried about factional strife, which will.
No, I'm also. Let me put this worry on the table. If the potential for criminal liability is taken off the table, wouldn't there be a significant risk that future presidents would be emboldened to commit crimes with abandon while they're in office. It's right now the fact that we're having this debate because OLC has said that presidents might be prosecuted. Presidents from the beginning of time have understood that that's a possibility. That might be what has kept this office from turning into the kind of crime center that I'm envisioning. But once we say, no criminal liability, Mr. President, you can do whatever you want, I'm worried that we would have a worse problem than the problem of the president feeling constrained to follow the law while he's in office.
I respectfully disagree with that because the regime you've described is the regime we've operated under for 234 years. There has not been an expectation based on 234 years of unbroken political.
All right, let me ask you another question. Let me ask you another question about this clear statement line of questioning. First of all, I didn't see you argue that below. I don't know, I understand that you have that sort of in your briefs here, but did you argue before the D.C. Circuit something about a clear statement with respect to statutes?
Yes, in our separately filed motion to dismiss based on statutory grounds, we extensively argued not just this clear statement rule, but a whole panel.
Right, but that's not the question presented in this case. The question presented in this case comes out of your motion for immunity. So to bring in now an argument that you didn't raise below, it seems to me you forfeited it, no?
I believe it's fairly included within the question presented, especially because the court expanded the question presented from what either of the parties submitted.
But not to statutory interpretation. I mean, that argument goes to statutory avoidance, constitutional avoidance, statutory interpretation. You asked for immunity, which is a totally different thing.
I think they're very closely related logically. The question is does immunity exist and to what extent does it? And the argument is immunity at least exists to the extent that it raises a grave constitutional question. That triggers the clear statement rule. That's a really
But that's totally circular. You use that argument to avoid constitutional questions. You are asking us a constitutional question here. So it doesn't even make sense to talk about clear statement in rule the way that it's come up in the context of an immunity question. But let me ask you this about it. I had one more question. So what is the argument that the President of the United States, who you say is bound by the law, is not on notice that he has to do his job consistent with the law? I mean, to the extent that the clear statement rule comes in at all, it's about the person not being on notice. So I guess I don't understand why Congress in every criminal statute would have to say, and the president is included. I thought that was the sort of background understanding that if they're enacting a generally applicable criminal statute, it applies to the president just like everyone else. So what is the clear statement that would have to be made in this context?
Under Franklin and under Public Citizen, Congress has to speak clearly before it interferes with the president's powers, and we have here an indictment that seeks to criminalize objective conduct that falls within the heartland of core executive authority.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Mr. Dreeben.
Mr. Chief Justice, and may it please the court. This court has never recognized absolute criminal immunity for any public official. Petitioner, however, claims that a former president has permanent criminal immunity for his official acts unless he was first impeached and convicted. His novel theory would immunize former presidents for criminal liability for bribery, treason, sedition, murder, and here conspiring to use fraud to overturn the results of an election and perpetuate himself in power. Such presidential immunity has no foundation in the Constitution. The framers knew too well the dangers of a king who could do no wrong. They therefore devised a system to check abuses of power, especially the use of official power for private gain. Here, the executive branch is enforcing congressional statutes and seeking accountability for petitioners' alleged misuse of official power to subvert democracy. That is a compelling public interest. In response, petitioner raises concerns about potential abuses, but established legal safeguards provide layers of protections, with the Article III courts providing the ultimate check. The existing system is a carefully balanced framework. It protects the president but not at the high constitutional cost of blanket criminal immunity. That has been the understanding of every president from the framing through Watergate and up to today. This court should preserve it. I welcome the court's questions.
Mr. Dreeben, does the president have immunity, or are you saying that there's no immunity, presidential immunity, even for official acts?
Yes, Justice Thomas, but I think that it's important to put in perspective the position that we are offering the court today. The president, as the head of the Article 2 branch, can assert, as applied, Article 2 objections to criminal laws that interfere with an exclusive power possessed by the president or that prevent the president from accomplishing his constitutionally assigned functions. That is the constitutional doctrine that currently governs the separation of powers. What petitioner is asking for is a broad blanket immunity that would protect the president, a former president, from any criminal exposure absent impeachment and conviction, which has never happened in our history. And we submit that is not necessary in order to assure that the president can perform all of the important tasks that the Constitution reposes in him.
Over in not so distant past, the presidents or certain presidents have engaged in various activity, coups or operations like Operation Mongoose when I was a teenager, and yet there were no prosecutions. Why? If what you're saying is right, it would seem that would have been ripe for criminal prosecution of someone.
So, Justice Thomas, I think this is a central question. The reason why there have not been prior criminal prosecutions is that there were not crimes. And I want to explain why there are layers of safeguards that assure that former presidents do not have to lightly assume criminal liability for any of their official acts. At the outset, there is a statutory construction principle that is applicable here. It arises when there is a serious constitutional question about applying a criminal statute to the president's acts. It is not, and I'm sure that we will discuss this, that no statute can apply to the president in his official capacity absent a designation of the president in it. But there is a principle that if there is a serious constitutional question, courts will strive to construe the statute so that it does not apply to the president. In addition to that, the president, I think has been mentioned earlier, has access to advice from the Attorney General, and it would be a due process problem to prosecute a president who received advice from the Attorney General that his actions were lawful, absent the kind of collusion or conspiracy that itself represented a criminal violation, which I don't really see as being a realistic option. And then if I could say one more thing, because you raised the question about potential overseas taking of life. And the Office of Legal Counsel has addressed this quite specifically. There is a background principle of criminal law called the public authority exception to liability, and it is read into federal law unless Congress takes specific action to oust it, which it never has done as far as I am aware. And in a case in which the president sought to engage in overseas activity that would result in the taking of life, OLC did not say the federal murder statute doesn't apply. That would be the thrust of my friend's argument on clear statement. Instead, OLC went through an extensive analysis on why the public authority defense would prevent it from being considered a violation of law to go after a terrorist, for example.
Counsel, the Court of Appeals below, whose decision we're reviewing, said, quote, a former president can be prosecuted for his official acts because the fact of the prosecution means that the former president has allegedly acted in defiance of the laws. Do you agree with that statement?
Well, I think it sounds tautologically true, but I want to underscore that the obligation of a president is to take care that the laws are faithfully executed.
Well, I think it sounds tautologically true as well. And that, I think, is the clearest statement of the court's holding, which is why it concerns me. As I read it, it says simply a former president can be prosecuted because he's being prosecuted.
Well, I would not suggest that that's either the proper approach in this case or certainly not the government's approach. A prosecution does, of course, invoke federal criminal law. The allegations have to be presented to a grand jury, which votes upon the indictment.
Well, that's what I mean, shortly after that statement in the court, that court's opinion, that's what they said. But there's no reason to worry because the prosecutor will act in good faith, and there's no reason to worry because a grand jury will have returned the indictment. Now, you know how easy it is in many cases for a prosecutor to get a grand jury to bring an indictment, and reliance on the good faith of the prosecutor may not be enough in the some cases. I'm not suggesting here. So if it's tautological, and those are the only protections that the Court of Appeals below gave, and that is no longer your position, you're not defending that position, why shouldn't we either send it back to the Court of Appeals or issue an opinion making clear that that's not the law?
Well, I am defending the Court of Appeals judgment, and I do think that there are layered safeguards that the court can take into account that will ameliorate concerns about unduly chilling presidential conduct. That concerns us. We are not endorsing a regime that we think would expose former presidents to criminal prosecution in bad faith, for political animus, without adequate evidence. A politically driven prosecution would violate the Constitution under Waite versus United States. It's not something within the arsenal of prosecutors to do. Prosecutors take an oath, the Attorney General takes an oath. So I don't want to overstate Your Honor's concern with potentially relying solely on good faith. But that's an ingredient, and then the courts stand ready to adjudicate motions based on selective prosecution, political animus. This court relied on those very protections in the Vance case just 2 years ago.
But what concerns me is, as you know, the Court of Appeals did not get into a focused consideration of what acts we're talking about or what documents we're talking about because of its adoption of what you termed, and I agree quite correctly, as a tautological statement, because the fact of prosecution was enough to take away any official immunity. The fact of prosecution, they had no need to look at what courts normally look at when you're talking about a privilege or immunity question.
Well, I think I would take issue, Mr. Chief Justice, with the idea of taking away immunity. There is no immunity that is in the Constitution unless this court creates it today. There certainly is no textual immunity. We do not submit that that's the end of the story. United States versus Nixon wasn't a textually based case. Neither was Nixon versus Fitzgerald. We endorse both of those holdings. But what is important is that no public official has ever had the kind of absolute criminal immunity that my friend speaks of, even with respect to the speech or debate clause. It's very narrow. It's focused on legislative acts. It's not focused on everything that a congressman does. And it responds to a very specific historical circumstance that basically involved the two other branches potentially harassing legislators and preventing them from doing their jobs. That's why it ended up in the Constitution. Nothing like that ended up in the Constitution for the presidents, and that's because one of the chief concerns of the framers was the risk of presidential misconduct. They labored over this. They adopted an impeachment structure that separated removal from office as a political remedy from criminal prosecution. This departed from the British model. The British model was you get impeached and criminally prosecuted and convicted in the same proceeding. The framers did not want that. They wanted a political remedy in case a president was engaging in conduct that endangered the nation. He could be removed. He can't be prosecuted while he's a sitting president. That's been the longstanding Justice Department position.
Mr. Dreeben, you dispute the proposition that a former president has some form of immunity. But as I understand your argument, you do recognize that a former president has a form of special protection, namely that statutes that are applicable to everybody must be interpreted differently under some circumstances when they are applied to a former president. Isn't that true?
It is true because, Justice Alito, of the general principle that courts construe statutes to avoid serious constitutional questions, and that has been the longstanding practice of the Office of Legal Counsel in the Department of Justice.
All right, so this is more, I think, than just a quarrel about terminology, whether what the former president gets is some form of immunity or some form of special protection, because it involves this difference, which I'm sure you're very well aware of. If it's just a form of special protection, in other words, statutes will be interpreted differently as applied to a former president, then that is something that has to be litigated at trial. The former president can make a motion to dismiss and may cite OLC opinions, and the district court may say, well, that's fine. I'm not bound by OLC, and I interpret it differently, so let's go to trial. And then there has to be a trial, and that may involve great expense, and it may take up a lot of time, and during the trial, the former president may be unable to engage in other activities that the former president would want to engage in, and then the outcome is dependent on the jury, the instructions to the jury, and how the jury returns a verdict, and then it has to be taken up on appeal. So the protection is greatly diluted if you take the form, if it takes the form that you have proposed. Now, why is that better?
It's better because it's more balanced. The blanket immunity that petitioner is arguing for just means that criminal prosecution is off the table unless he says that impeachment and conviction have occurred. Those are political remedies that are extremely difficult to achieve in a case where the misconduct occurs close to the end of a president's term. Congress is unlikely to crank up the machinery to do it, and if the impeachment trial has to occur after the president has left office, there's an open question about whether that can happen at all. So
you're arguing against most far-reaching aspects of Mr. Sauer's argument, right?
That is correct, and let me turn then to why.
Well, what about, to unpack it a little more, do you agree that there's some aspects of Article 2 presidential power that are exclusive and that Congress cannot regulate and therefore cannot criminalize?
Absolutely.
Okay. For other official acts that the president may take that are not within that exclusive power, assume for the sake of argument, this question, that there's not blanket immunity for those official acts, but that to preserve the separation of powers, to provide fair notice, to make sure Congress has thought about this, that Congress has to speak clearly to criminalize official acts of the president by a specific reference. That seems to be what the OLC opinions suggest. I know you have a little bit of a disagreement with that, and what this court's cases also suggest.
So, Justice Kavanaugh, I'd like to take all of those in turn because I don't think this court's cases speak that broadly. I definitely don't think that the Office of Legal Counsel opinions stand for this broad proposition that unless the president is specifically named, he's not in the statute, and I don't think that that's necessary in order to afford adequate protection for the president's valid Article 2 functions.
When you said unless, sorry to interrupt, but I want to just get this out and you can incorporate it in the answer. You said unless there's a serious constitutional question.
Correct.
Well, it's a serious constitutional question whether a statute can be applied to the president's official acts. So wouldn't you always interpret the statute not to apply to the president, even under your formulation, unless Congress had spoken with some clarity?
I don't think across the board that a serious constitutional question exists on applying any criminal statute to the president.
The problem is the vague obstruction and 371, conspiracy to defraud the United States, can be used against a lot of presidential activities historically with a creative prosecutor who wants to go after a president.
Well, let me try to backtrack a little bit.
That's what we're talking about historically is the risk that, and going forward, the risk. So you can take all of that.
I think that the question about the risk is very serious. And obviously, it is a question that this court has to evaluate. For the executive branch, our view is that there is a balanced protection that better serves the interest of the Constitution, that incorporates both accountability and protection for the president. And I want to go through the protections that do exist, but perhaps it's worth returning at the outset to the statutory construction question that you raised. The Office of Legal Counsel has said the offense of bribery, of course, applies to the president. It does not name the president. Justice Gorsuch, Section 201 does not specifically name the president.
I would assume that's personal. So,
well, I think that
that's what Brewster said.
Bribery statute in 607 says the president. I've got it in front of me, and so there is that.
Well,
let me just back up, though, just a second to what was a quick exchange with Justice Kavanaugh that I just want to make sure I understand.
Yeah.
Did you agree that there are some core functions of the executive that president conduct that Congress cannot criminalize?
Yes.
So is that a form? I mean, we can call it immunity or you can call it they can't do it, but what's the difference?
We call it an as-applied Article 2 challenge.
Okay. Can we call it immunity just for shorthand's sake? So I think we are kind of narrowing the ground of dispute here. It seems to me there is some area you concede that an official acts that Congress cannot criminalize. And now we're just talking about the scope.
Well, I don't think it's a just, but I think it's a very significant gap between any official act and the small core of exclusive official acts.
I got that, but I want to explore that, okay? So, for example, let's say a president leads a mostly peaceful protest sit-in in front of Congress because he objects to a piece of legislation that's going through. And it, in fact, delays the proceedings in Congress. Now, under 1512C2, that might be corruptly impeding an official proceeding. Is that core and therefore immunized, or whatever word euphemism you want to use for that? Or is that not core and therefore prosecutable?
Well,
without a clear statement that applies to the president.
It's not core. The core kinds of activities that the court has acknowledged are the things that I would run through the Youngstown analysis. And it's a pretty small set, but things like the pardon power, the power to recognize foreign nations, the power to veto legislation, the power to make appointments, these are things that the Constitution specifically allocates to the president. Once you get out...
A president then could be prosecuted for the conduct I described after he leaves office?
Probably not, but I want to explain the framework of why I don't think that would be prosecution that would be valid. First, I think you need to run through all of the sort of normal categories of analysis. Is there a serious constitutional question that's posed by applying that statute to the president? If so, then you may well default to it does not apply, at least on that fact
Well, I thought
pattern.
you said it, that was my question.
Yes,
and
I
you said it fell outside that core, we'll call it immunity for simplicity's sake.
Yes, I understand. But there's a separate category.
Okay, so why couldn't he be prosecuted for leading a civil rights protest in front of the Capitol that delays a vote on a piece of important legislation?
So I think what you need to do is run through all of the very president-specific protective layers of analysis. So one of them is whether the statute would be construed not to apply to his conduct, even if it's not part of that small core of things that Congress can't regulate at all. If it operates to prevent the president from fulfilling his Article 2...
No, he could have given speeches against it. He did.
Yes.
But he did something more, and it corruptly impeded and sought to influence an official proceeding.
Well, so I don't know... We're starting with the layers, I think, of protection, and we're now down through whether the statute would be construed to apply to him. Then there'd be a question of whether...
Assume it does.
I will assume it. Then there's a question of whether he has the state of mind necessarily to
Assume he
violate
does. Corrupt.
Okay.
Nobody knows what corrupt intent means. We've been around that tree
we will
twice
probably
already.
find out.
And maybe it means that he knows that he was doing wrong, is what the government told us.
Right.
He knows he's doing wrong. He knows he shouldn't be up there blocking a congressman from.
Well, let me get to the next layer then, which is that the president does have access to the attorney general to provide legal advice, and regularly gets legal advice from the Attorney General on the lawful scope of the president's activities. And we could go down two tracks here. One is that the Attorney General advises him that as an incident of his Article II authority and in carrying out the functions of the presidency, he can lawfully participate in that protest. It's kind of the First Amendment analog to the president's official powers, which the court is exploring in other cases. Alternatively, the Attorney General could advise him, I'm sorry, Mr. President, there's nothing in the language of this statute that carves you out. I don't see a serious constitutional question in it because you don't have to do that. And I would advise you not to violate the criminal law.
And then he could be prosecuted.
No.
No. If he gets a negative opinion from the Attorney General, he still couldn't be prosecuted?
I'm going to assume that most presidents are not going to take
Well, but if he gets one and does it anyway, then he could be prosecuted.
Well, so then if we are down at that level, I think what we are really asking is whether the president is subject to the criminal law. And our answer is yes, he is subject to the criminal law.
Mr. Dreeben, can we go back to the bribery statute? I, like you, understand that the only thing that is covered by that is the president is barred from soliciting or receiving funds in any room or building in the United States.
That is correct. And it's an extremely
official building. It's a very limited mention of the
and
president.
it really, I think,
so, as I understand this, there's two very limited provisions mentioning the president as included.
That's right.
There's a whole number of provisions that exclude the president, many, many, many more that exclude the president, correct?
It's a kind of small number on both sides of the
fence.
Now,
Now, Justice Barrett made the point that if we say a president can't be included in a criminal law unless explicitly named, then that would bar the Senate from impeaching him for high crimes or misdemeanor, because that means that he's not subject to the law at all, correct?
So I think...
That's a tautology you can't escape.
Justice Sotomayor, what I think that Justice Barrett was saying, and we would agree with it, is that under my friend's position, after impeachment, he could be prosecuted. But under his statutory construction approach, there'd be nothing to prosecute him for.
Exactly. That's the point, which is if he's not covered by the criminal law, he can't be impeached for it, for violating it. All right. Now, could we go further on this clear statement rule? The situations, and you mentioned it earlier, in which we have looked to see if the president is covered is contextual, correct?
Correct.
And what are the factors that generally we'll look at? I'm thinking specifically about whether the APA covers the president.
Correct.
And what we did there was analyze what powers were being given to in the lawsuit and et cetera. We looked at words, we looked at structure, we looked at separation of powers issues relating to our case law that said you can't direct the president to do anything, and this would have been a subterfuge for that, correct?
All correct.
All right. So I don't know why two of my colleagues, how they would fashion a clear statement rule that would say when the law says any person can't accept a bribe, that permits the president to do it.
So I agree, Justice Sotomayor, that the way that this court has interpreted statutes that do carve out the president, Justice Kavanaugh asked about this, was very context specific. The Franklin case basically involved a holding that we are highly unlikely to say that the president is an agency, something that the government said would be a peculiar understanding of agency, when the effect of it would be that we would review the president's decisions under statutes for abuse of discretion, which is a very extraordinary thing to do. I think even going back to Marbury, this is perhaps a point on which I agree with my friend. Marbury says discretionary acts of the president are not the kind of thing that the court reviews.
All right, could I go back to your brief? And going back to what some of my colleagues have asked you, there appears to be some narrowing principles to the concept that the president is subject to all criminal laws in all situations.
Correct.
You agree that if it affects core powers, then he would not be subject to any laws that attempted to limit those core powers,
that is
correct? You're defining core powers as those specified by Article 2.
That is essentially correct, yes.
All right. And the only words in the Constitution is that that have to do with the president in law is that he shall take care that the law be faithfully executed, correct?
That is right.
Hard to imagine that a president who breaks the law is faithfully executing the law, correct?
He has to execute all of the laws.
All right.
Well, Mr. Dreeben, do you really, I mean, the presidents have to make a lot of tough decisions about enforcing the law, and they have to make decisions about questions that are unsettled, and they have to make decisions based on the information that's available. Do you really, did I understand you to say, well, you know, if he makes a mistake, he makes a mistake. He's subject to the criminal laws just like anybody else? You don't think he's in a peculiarly precarious position?
He's in a special position for a number of reasons. One is that he has access to legal advice about everything that he does. He's under a constitutional obligation he's supposed to be faithful to the laws of the United States and the Constitution of the United States. And making a mistake is not what lands you in a criminal prosecution. There's been some talk about the statutes that are issued in this case. I think they are fairly described as malum in se statutes, engaging in conspiracies to defraud the United States with respect to one of the most important functions, namely the certification of the next president.
Well, I don't want to dispute the particular application of that 371 conspiracy to defraud the United States to the particular facts here, but would you not agree that that is a peculiarly open-ended statutory prohibition in that fraud under that provision, unlike under most other fraud provisions, doesn't require any impairment of a property interest?
It's designed to protect the functions of the United States government, and it's difficult to think of a more critical function than the certification of who won the election.
Yeah, I'm not, as I said, I'm not discussing the particular facts of this case, but it applies to any fraud that interferes seriously with any government operation, right?
So what the government needs to show is an intent to impede, interfere, or defeat a lawful government function by deception, and it has to be done with scienter. These are not the kinds of activities that I think any of us would think a president needs to engage in order to fulfill his Article 2 duties, and particularly in a case like this one. I want to pick up on something that the court said earlier about the distinction between a public official acting to achieve public ends and a public official acting to achieve private ends. As applied to this case, the president has no functions with respect to the certification of the winner of the presidential election. It seems likely that the framers designed the Constitution that way because at the time of the founding, presidents had no two-term limit. They could run again and again, and were expected potentially to want to do that. So the potential for self-interest would explain why the states conduct the elections. They send electors to certify who won those elections and to provide votes, and then Congress in a extraordinary joint session certifies the vote. And the president doesn't have an official role in that proceeding. So it's difficult for me to understand how there could be a serious constitutional question about saying you can't use fraud to defeat that function. You can't obstruct it through deception. You can't deprive millions of voters of their right to have their vote counted for the candidate who they chose.
Thank you, counsel. Justice Thomas? Justice Alito?
Could we just briefly review the layers of protection that you think exists? And I'm going to start with what the D.C. Circuit said. So the first layer of protection is that attorneys general and other Justice Department attorneys can be trusted to act in a professional and ethical manner, right?
Yes.
How robust is that protection? I mean, most of the vast majority of attorneys general and Justice Department attorneys, and we both served in the Justice Department for a long time, are honorable people, and they take their professional ethical responsibilities seriously. But there have been exceptions, right? Both among attorneys general and among federal prosecutors.
There have been rare exceptions, Justice Alito, but when we're talking about layers of protection, I do think this is the starting point. And if the court has concerns about the robustness of it, I would suggest looking at the charges in this case.
Well, I'm going to talk about this in the abstract, because what is before us, of course, does involve this particular case, which is immensely important. But whatever we decide is going to apply to all future presidents. So as for attorneys general, there have been 2 who were convicted of criminal offenses while in office. There were others. A. Mitchell Palmer's one that comes to mind, who is widely regarded as having abused the power of his office. Would you agree with that?
I would, but they are 2 officials in a long line of attorneys generals who did not, and in departments of justice that are staffed by multiple people who do adhere to their office. And Justice Alito, if I could the point that I wanted to make about this case does go to the general proposition. The allegations about the misuse of the Department of Justice to perpetuate election fraud show exactly how the Department of Justice functions in the way that it is supposed to. Petitioner is alleged to have tried to get the Department of Justice to send fraudulent letters to the states to get them to reverse electoral results.
Yeah,
the Department of Justice
I understand that, Mr. Dreeben, but as I said, this case will have effects that go far beyond this particular prosecution. So moving on to the second level of protection that the D.C. Circuit cited, federal grand juries will shield former presidents from unwarranted indictments. How much protection is that?
Well, it affords 2 levels of protection. One is the probable cause finding requires evidence. I think some of the fears about groundless prosecutions aren't supported by evidence, and they're not going to get out of the starting gate.
I mean, there's the old saw about indicting a ham sandwich.
Yes, but I think Justice
you had a lot of experience in the Justice Department. You come across a lot of cases where the U.S. attorney or another federal prosecutor really wanted to indict a case and the grand jury refused to do so.
There are such cases. Yes. But I think that the other
Every once in a while there's an eclipse, too.
Well, I think that's for the most reason is prosecutors have no incentive to bring a case to a grand jury and secure an indictment when they don't have evidence to prove guilt beyond a reasonable doubt. It's self-defeating.
All right, then the third level is that former presidents enjoy all the protections afforded all criminal defendants, right? And we've discussed that. And that may be true at the end of the day, but a lot can happen between the time when an indictment is returned and the time when the former president finally gets a vindication, perhaps on appeal. Isn't that correct?
It is correct, Justice Alito, but I think that we should also consider the history of this country. As members of the court have observed, it's baked into the Constitution that any president knows that they are exposed to potential criminal prosecution. My friend says after impeachment and conviction, we don't read the impeachment judgment clause that way, but it's common ground that all former presidents have known that they could be indicted and convicted. And Watergate cemented that understanding. The Watergate smoking gun tape involved President Nixon and H.R. Haldeman talking about and then deciding to use the CIA to give a bogus story to the FBI to shut down a criminal investigation.
I mean, Mr. Sauer and others have identified events in the past where presidents have engaged in conduct that might have been charged as a federal crime, and you say, well, no, that's not really true. This is page 42 of your brief. So what about President Franklin D. Roosevelt's decision to intern Japanese Americans during World War II? Couldn't that have been charged under 18 U.S.C. 241, conspiracy against civil rights?
Today, yes, given this court's decision in Trump versus United States, in which Trump versus Hawaii, where the court said Korematsu is overruled. I mean, President Roosevelt made that decision with the advice of his Attorney General. That's a layer of
safeguard. Is that really true? I thought Attorney General Biddle thought that there was really no threat of sabotage, as did J. Edgar Hoover.
So I think that there is a lot of historical controversy, but it underscores that occurred during wartime. It implicates potential commander-in-chief concerns about the exigencies of national defense that might provide an as-applied Article 2 challenge at the time. I'm not suggesting today, but the idea that a decision that was made and ultimately endorsed by this court, perhaps wrongly, in the Korematsu case, would support criminal prosecution under 241, which requires under United States versus Lanier that the right have been made specific so that there is notice to the president. I don't think that would have been satisfied.
All right, well, we could go through other historical examples. I won't do that. Let me just touch briefly on a couple of other things. One is the relevance of advice of counsel, and I wasn't clear what your answer is. So if the president gets advice from the Attorney General that something is lawful, is that an absolute defense?
Yes, I think that it is under the principle of entrapment by estoppel. This is a due process doctrine that we referred to in our brief, our reply brief in Garland versus Cargill this term at page 19, where we cited authority of this court that if a authorized government representative tells you that what you are about to do is lawful, it would be a root violation of due process to prosecute you for that.
And won't that give presidents an incentive to be sure to pick an attorney general who will reliably tell the president that it is lawful to do whatever the president wants to do if there's any possibly conceivable argument in favor of it?
So I think the constitutional structure protects against that risk. The president nominates the attorney general, and the Senate provides advice and consent. And these are the sort of structural checks that have operated for 200 years to prevent the kind of abuses that my friend fears going forward as a result of this once-in-history prosecution.
On the question of whether a president has the authority to pardon himself, which came up earlier in the argument, what's the answer to that question?
I don't believe the Department of Justice has taken a position. The only authority that I'm aware of is a member of the Office of Legal Counsel wrote on a memorandum that there is no self-pardon authority. As far as I know, the department has not addressed it further, and of course this court had not addressed it either.
Well, when you addressed that question before us, are you speaking in your capacity solely as a member of the special counsel's team, or are you speaking on behalf of the Justice Department, which has special institutional responsibilities?
I am speaking on behalf of the Justice Department, representing the United States.
Now, don't you think we need to know the answer to at least to the Justice Department's position on that issue in order to decide this case? Because if a president has the authority to pardon himself before leaving office, and the D.C. Circuit is right that there is no immunity from prosecution, won't the predictable result be that presidents on the last couple of days of office are going to pardon themselves from anything that they might have been conceivably charged with committing?
I really doubt that, Justice Alito. I mean, it sort of presupposes a regime that we have never had except for President Nixon and as alleged in the indictment here. Presidents who are conscious of having engaged in wrongdoing and seeking to shield themselves. I think the political consequences of a president who asserted a right of self-pardon that has never been recognized, that seems to contradict a bedrock principle of our law that no person shall be the judge in their own case. Those are adequate deterrents, I think, so that this kind of dystopian regime is not going to evolve.
All right, let me end with just a question about what is required for the functioning of a stable democratic society, which is something that we all want. I'm sure you would agree with me that a stable democratic society requires that a candidate who loses an election, even a close one, even a hotly contested one, leave office peacefully if that candidate is the incumbent.
Of course.
All right. Now, if an incumbent who loses a very close, hotly contested election knows that a real possibility after leaving office is not that the president is going to be able to go off into a peaceful retirement, but that the president may be criminally prosecuted by a bitter political opponent, will that not lead us into a cycle that destabilizes the functioning of our country as a democracy? And we can look around the world and find countries where we have seen this process, where the loser gets thrown in jail.
So I think it's exactly the opposite, Justice Alito. There are lawful mechanisms to contest the results in an election. And outside the record, but I think of public knowledge, petitioner and his allies filed dozens of electoral challenges, and my understanding is lost all but one that was not outcome determinative in any respect. There were judges that said in order to sustain substantial claims of fraud that would overturn an election result that's certified by a state, you need evidence, you need proof. And none of those things were manifested. So there is an appropriate way to challenge things through the courts with evidence. If you lose, you accept the results. That has been the nation's experience. I think the court is well familiar with that.
Thank you. Justice Sotomayor?
A stable democratic society needs the good faith of its public officials, correct?
Absolutely.
And that good faith assumes that they will follow the law.
Correct.
Now, putting that aside, there is no fail-safe system of government, meaning we have a judicial system that has layers and layers and layers of protection for accused defendants in the hopes that the innocent will go free. We fail routinely, but we succeed more often than not. In the vast majority of cases, the innocent do go free. Sometimes they don't, and we have some post-conviction remedies for that. But we still fail. We've executed innocent people. Having said that, Justice Alito went through step by step all of the mechanisms that could potentially fail. In the end, if it fails completely, it's because we've destroyed our democracy on our own, isn't it?
It is, Justice Sotomayor, and I also think that there are additional checks in the system. Of course, the constitutional framers designed a separated powers system in order to limit abuses. I think one of the ways in which abuses are limited is accountability under the criminal law for criminal violations. But the ultimate check is the goodwill and faith in democracy. And crimes that are alleged in this case that are the antithesis of democracy, that subvert it, undermine that.
An encouragement to believe words that have been somewhat put into suspicion here, that no man is above the law, either in his official or private acts.
I think that is an assumption of the Constitution.
Justice Kagan?
Mr. Dreeben, I want to go through your framework and make sure I understand it. So first, on the small category of things that you say have absolute protection,
yes,
that they are core executive functions.
Yes.
What are those small categories?
Pardon power.
Pardon, veto.
Veto, foreign recognition, appointments. Congress cannot say you can't appoint a federal judge who hasn't received, a certain diploma, or hasn't achieved a certain age. There are a few other powers.
Is Commander-in-Chief?
Commander-in-Chief is on the list, but I want to add to my answer on that Congress has substantial authority in the national security realm. Congress declares war, it raises armies, it has power over the purse. That's more
so
of
that may be viewed as not really in that core set of functions, which nobody has any power but the president over.
Yes, I think that there may be some aspects like directing troops on the field in which the president's power is completely unreviewable.
Okay, now in the next category, where we've left the core set behind,
yes,
but we're still in the world of official actions, and that's where you say there are various statutory construction rules that might come into play.
Correct.
But you have characterized those as something different from just saying, oh, look, the statute doesn't say the president, therefore it doesn't apply to the president.
That's right.
So I wanted to give you an opportunity to say, how that would look, how that analysis would look in a given case. And in the course of responding to that, I'm sort of thinking of something like the OLC opinion, which says bribery. The president can be tried and convicted of bribery, even in the part of the bribery statutes that do not say the president. Why is that true?
That is true because there is no serious constitutional question that the president needs to engage in bribery in order to carry out his constitutional functions. And the Office of Legal Counsel pointed out that bribery is enumerated in the impeachment clause. So it falls outside of anything that could be viewed as inherent in the need of Article 2 to function.
Do you think the premise of that OLC opinion was that the bribery was simply not official?
No.
Or is the premise that the bribery was official and still the president could be prosecuted for it?
I think that bribery is the kind of hybrid that illustrates the abuse of public office for private gain that we think is paradigmatic of the kinds of things that should be not held to be immune. In a bribery case, the public official cannot extract the bribe without the official power to offer as the quid or the pro. I guess the quo, actually. So it really is a crime that can only be committed by public officials who misuse their power. And it was one of the things that was most mistrusted. Many of the acts that are charged in this indictment or that would violate federal criminal law similarly involve the misuse of official power for private gain.
So if you were to say what the line is in this category, when it is that the statute should be understood as precluding presidential prosecution, and when it is that the statute should be understood as allowing it, what general principles should guide?
So the general principles, I think, kind of emerge from looking at what the Office of Legal Counsel has done. So, for example, with respect to a federal statute that prohibited appointments to courts of people within certain degrees of consanguinity, the Office of Legal Counsel said this infringes on a very important appointment power of the president, the power to appoint federal judges. It cannot be presumed that Congress intended to do that because it would raise a very serious constitutional question. The president is out. Then there are categories of statutes where the president is in, like, for example, the grassroots lobbying statute. The Office of Legal Counsel wrote an opinion about that, and it said, for the president or other public officials to go out into the world and to promote their programs, that can't be what Congress intended to prohibit. What it did intend to prohibit is using federal funds to gin up an artificial grassroots campaign that gave the appearance of emerging from the people, but it was really top down. And the Office of Legal Counsel said the president and officials who carry out the president's mandates are subject to that statute. So that's a more nuanced one. And the third example that I will give you is the statute that would permit prosecution for contempt of Congress. The Office of Legal Counsel concluded that a good faith assertion of executive privilege as a reason for not providing information to Congress would preclude prosecution because Congress cannot be deemed to have altered the separation of powers in such a manner. I think OLC probably would have gone on to say if Congress tried to do it, it would be deemed unconstitutional. But again, this was a statute that did not specifically name the president. There are only two that do that. So the entire corpus of federal criminal law, including bribery offenses, sedition, murder, would all be off limits if it were taken to the extent that some of the questions have suggested. And for the general principle, does it raise a serious constitutional question? And if so, to what extent? Can it be carved out individually? And there may be some instances where the statutes here could be carved out and a particular act could be found to be protected. Or does the statute across the board in such a wide range of applications, somewhat analogous to overbreadth analysis, infringe on the president's power so that we're going to say that the president is just out.
Now, that set of issues, they seem important and may occasionally be difficult. They also seem not really before us in the way Justice Jackson suggested earlier. What do you do you think they are before us? We should just clear it up. Here it is. We have a case. What else could we do? How should we deal with this? That there are these lingering issues that go beyond the question of whether there's the kind of absolute immunity that the former president is invoking.
So I think the court has discretion to reach that issue, even though Justice Jackson is totally right. It was not raised in the district court, and it was not raised in the Court of Appeals. And the analysis that I would use to get there is a fusion of a couple of principles. One is the court has often resolved threshold questions that are a prerequisite to an intelligent resolution of the question presented. So in a case like United States versus Grubbs, for example, the court reached out to decide whether anticipatory warrants are valid under the Fourth Amendment before turning to the question whether the triggering condition for an anticipatory warrant had to be in the warrant. So that's one principle. And then a precedent that bears some analogy to this is Vermont Natural Resources Agency versus United States ex rel Stevens. It was a key tam case, and the first question was whether a state agency was a person within the meaning of the False Claims Act, and the second question was whether if the state agency was, 11th Amendment immunity kicked in, and the court wrote an analysis of why it could reach both questions. The reaching the person question didn't expand the court's jurisdiction, and it made sense as a matter of constitutional avoidance to do that. There are some considerations that cut against this, and I want to be clear that for overall government equities, we are not wild about parties who raise an immunity case that can be presented to a court on an interlocutory appeal and then smuggling in other issues. So we would want to guide the court not to have an expansive approach to that issue. But the final thing that I would say about this is part of our submission to this court is that the Article 1 branch and the Article 2 branches are aligned in believing that this prosecution is an appropriate way to enforce the law. Congress, by making the law, the current executive by deciding to bring it. And since a building block of that submission is that Congress actually did apply these criminal laws to official conduct, the court may wish to exercise its discretion to resolve that issue.
Okay, I have one last set of questions, which has to do with the official unofficial line.
Yes.
And you heard Mr. Sauer's responses to both Justice Barrett's questions and my questions about what he thinks counts as official here and what he thinks counts as unofficial here. And I'm just wondering what you took from his responses and also how you would characterize what is official and what is not official in this indictment.
So I think petitioner conceded that there are acts that are not official that are alleged in the indictment, and we agree with him on all of that. I think I disagree with him on everything else that he said about what is official and what is not. Organizing fraudulent slates of electors, creating false documentation that says, I'm an elector, I was appointed properly, I'm going to send a vote off to Congress that reflects that petitioner won rather than the candidate that actually got the most votes and who was ascertained by the governor and whose electors were appointed to cast votes. That is not official conduct. That is campaign conduct, and I think that the D.C. Circuit in the Blassingame case did draw an appropriate distinction. A first-term president who's running for re-election can act in the capacity as office seeker or office holder. And when working with private lawyers and a private public relations advisor to gin up fraudulent slates of electors, that is not any part of a president's job. So
there's an allegation in the indictment that has to do with the removal of a Justice Department official. Is that core protected conduct?
We don't think that that's core protected conduct. I don't think that I would characterize that episode quite that way. We do agree that the Department of Justice allegations were a use of the president's official power. In many ways, we think that aggravates the nature of this offense. Seeking as a candidate to oust the lawful winner of the election and have oneself certified with private actors is a private scheme to achieve a private end, and many of the co-conspirators alleged in the indictment are private. But for an incumbent president to then use his presidential powers to try to enhance the likelihood that it succeeds makes the crime, in our view, worse. And so in the Department of Justice episode, it occurs very late in the election cycle after many other schemes had failed. And at that point, the petitioner is alleged to have tried to pressure the Department of Justice to send false letters to the states claiming that there were serious election irregularities and that they should investigate who they certified as the president. None of this was true. The Department of Justice officials all said, this is not true. We are not going to do that. And at that point, petitioner is alleged to have threatened to remove the Department of Justice officials who were standing by their oath and replace them with another person who would carry it out. We're not seeking to impose criminal liability on the president for exercising or talking about exercising the appointment and removal power. No, what we're seeking to impose criminal liability for is a conspiracy to use fraud to subvert the election, one means of which was to try to get the Justice Department to be complicit in this. The case would have been no different if petitioner were successful and he had actually exercised the appointment and removal power and it had gone through and those fraudulent letters were sent. It would have made the scheme more dangerous, but it would not have changed the crime.
And how do we think about things like conversations with the vice president? In other words, things that if you say it that way, it's clear that they would fall under executive privilege, but how does that relate to the question that we're asking here?
So this is one of the most difficult questions for the Department of Justice, and I want to explain why that is. If we are operating under a Fitzgerald versus Nixon lens and looking at this the way that we look at things when there is a private lawsuit filed against the president, we take a very broad view of what the outer perimeter of official presidential action is in order to be as protective of the president against private lawsuits that, as this court explained in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, can be very deleterious to the president's conduct of business. So if we were putting this under a Fitzgerald lens, we would then have to answer to the question, was he acting in the capacity as office seeker, or was he acting in the capacity as office holder? And if you run through the indictment, you can find support for those two characterizations. And the Department of Justice has not yet had to come to grips with how we would analyze that set of interactions.
Thank you.
Justice Gorsuch?
If you did, though, I just wanted to confirm, I thought I heard you thought that the blazing game framework was the appropriate one. Is that right?
Largely, yes, Justice Gorsuch. We agree with the idea of the distinction between office holder and office seeker. We also agree that if it's objectively reasonable to view the activities as those of office holder, then the Fitzgerald immunity kicks in. I think we would look more at the content of the actual interaction in order to make that determination than Blasingame suggested, at least on the facts of that case, might be appropriate.
Can you give me an example of what you have in mind? I'm just trying to understand what nuance you're suggesting.
So Blasingame adopted a generally very favorable pro-government framework that we endorse in private civil cases. Yeah. Okay, not here, because we don't think that Fitzgerald applies in the criminal context.
No, I understand that, okay. but putting that aside, the distinction between official act and private office seeker.
Yes.
Their test is, you think, good enough for government work?
On this one, the department hasn't taken a next step since the Blasingame decision, but let me offer a few thoughts that Justice Gorsuch I think might clarify it. The Blasingame decision focused on objective contextual indications to try to see whether the president was acting as a campaigner as opposed to an office holder.
Yeah.
I think that decision can also be made by looking at what the president actually said. And let me illustrate that with an allegation that I think my friend talked briefly. In one of the interactions between petitioner and a state official, petitioner is alleged to have said, all I needed you to do is to find me 11,000 votes and change. I think if you look at that content, it's pretty clear that petitioner is acting in the capacity as office seeker, not as president, and we would look at that content.
Okay. But the test, I'm just focused on the legal test.
Correct.
I'm not hearing any objections to it.
Other than I think that the D.C. Circuit placed more content consideration off limits than I would.
Okay, all right. And then I wanted to understand on the core immunity, or whatever word we use, that it seems to me that we're narrowing the ground of dispute here considerably. Do we look at motives, the president's motives for his actions? I mean, for example, he has lots of war powers, as we've discussed, but he might use them in order to enhance his election, his personal interests. Is that a relevant consideration when we're looking at core powers?
So I am thinking of this more as looking at the objective of the activity as opposed to the kind of subjective motive in the sense that Your Honor is talking about. I think that there is a lot of concern about saying an electoral motive to be reelected as such.
Every first-term president, everything he does can be seen through the prism, by critics at least, of his personal interest in reelection.
Yes.
And so you wouldn't want that. I think you would say personal motivations off limits with respect to the core powers.
Probably, well, with respect to the core powers, we think those are just things that can't be regulated at all, like the pardon power and veto.
Right, regardless of motive.
Correct.
Regardless of motive.
That is right.
Okay.
That is right.
All right, so then we're in the non-core powers where we're fighting over. What role do motives play there? I mean, one could remove an appointee that, well, first of all, maybe ask this first, is removing an appointee, a presidential appointee, a core power or a non-core power in your world? So
here I might need to differentiate between the principal officers that this court in cases like Myers and Seal of Law has regarded as having a constitutional status of being removable at will from inferior officers where Congress does have some regulatory latitude to impose restrictions on removal.
Sure.
And a restriction.
Put that aside. Yeah, I understand that.
Putting that aside, yes. Appointing a principal officer is a core power. I am not prepared to say that there is no potential criminal regulation to say you can't do it for corrupt purposes, to enrich yourself, for example.
Well, bribery, all right, yes. but that's what I was wondering. Do motives come into the core power analysis or not? And now I'm hearing, I thought I heard no, and now I'm hearing maybe.
I think maybe might be a little bit more appropriate because it's not involved in this case. The department has not had to take a position on exactly how these core powers would be resolved under an as-applied constitutional analysis. None is involved in this case.
And I guess I'm wondering, and I'm not concerned about this case so much as future ones too, but these non-core powers and maybe core powers where a president is acting with at least in part a personal interest in getting reelected. Everything he does, he wants to get reelected. And if you're allowing in motive to color that, I'm wondering how much is left of either the core or non-core powers.
So I would be fine with carving that out and deeming that to be something that's intrinsic in our electoral system. We're not talking about applying criminal law to somebody who makes an announcement that this program will be good for the United States, and somebody could come along and say, well, you really did it to get reelected. leaving aside whether any of that violates a criminal law, I know that the next question is assume that it does. I'm doubtful that it in fact does, because I don't think criminal laws generally operate on motives as opposed to objectives and purposes. But
all right, intentions. I mean, you can frame a motive as an intention, and intention as a motive, as you well know, every day of the week.
Yes.
So let's put that aside, too.
I understand. Well, putting that aside, that really, to me, falls in a very different category, and it is also possible.
So there's some motives or intents that are cognizable, and others that aren't. I mean, it's awkward, right? When we look back at like the injunction. Back to Marbury in the early cases, you can't enjoin a president.
Yeah.
Also, you can hold him in contempt, right?
A sitting president.
For sure.
Just Gorsuch, right? Can I try one more time?
Well, let me just spin this out just a second, okay. Right? And it didn't matter what the president's motives were. We're not going to look behind it.
Right.
And same thing in Nixon. We said, gosh, in Nixon versus Fitzgerald, that's something courts shouldn't get engaged in because presidents have all manner of motives. And again, I'm not concerned about this case, but I am concerned about future uses of the criminal law to target political opponents based on accusations about their motives, whether it's re-election or who knows what corrupt means in 1512, right? We don't know what that means. Maybe we'll find out sometime soon. But the dangerousness of accusing your political opponent of having bad motives, and if that's enough to overcome your core powers or any other limits, reactions, thoughts?
Yeah, so I think that you're raising a very difficult question.
That's the idea, right? I mean,
that is the idea.
Testing the limits of both sides' arguments.
And I'm going to say something that I don't normally say, which is that's really not involved in this case. We don't have bad political motive in that sense.
I understand that. I appreciate that, but you also appreciate that we're writing a rule for the ages.
Yes, and I think I would start by looking at the statutes and then seeing what restrictions they do place on the president's conduct. And for example, the statute that prohibits fraud to defeat the lawful functions of the United States. The statute defines what the purpose is that the defendant has to have in mind. It has to be to defeat something that the United States is doing, and it has to be by deception. I don't think that that gets us into the realm of motive hunting in the area where we are as concerned, I think, as the court would be about doing something that would undermine the presidency and the executive branch. And 1512c2, we may have different views on the clarity and the scope of that statute. I think if the court does interpret corruptly as involving a consciousness of wrongdoing and elevates that to consciousness of illegality, then we're in a different realm. Wanting to get reelected is not an illegal motive, and you don't have to worry about prosecuting presidents for that.
Yeah. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Dreeben.
Justice Kavanaugh?
As you've indicated, this case has huge implications for the presidency, for the future of the presidency, for the future of the country, in my view. You've referred to the department a few times as having supported the position. Who in the department? Is it the president, the attorney general?
The Solicitor General of the United States. Part of the way in which the special counsel functions is as a component of the Department of Justice. The regulations envision that we reach out and consult, and on a question of this magnitude that involves equities that are far beyond this prosecution as the questions of the court.
So it's the Solicitor General?
Yes.
Okay. Second, like Justice Gorsuch, I'm not focused on the here and now of this case. I'm very concerned about the future. And I think one of the court's biggest mistakes was Morrison versus Olson. I think that was a terrible decision for the presidency and for the country, and not because there were bad people who were independent counsels, but President Reagan's administration, President Bush's administration, President Clinton's administration were really hampered, in their view, all three, by the independent counsel structure. And what I'm worried about here is that that was kind of, let's relax Article 2 a bit for the needs of the moment. And I'm worried about the similar kind of situation applying here. That was a prosecutor investigating a president in each of those circumstances, and someone picked from the opposite party, the current president, usually was how it worked. And Justice Scalia wrote that the fairness of a process must be judged on the basis of what it permits to happen, not what it produced in a particular case. You've emphasized many times regularity, the Department of Justice. And he said, and I think this applied to the independent counsel system, and it could apply if presidents are routinely subject to investigation going forward. One thing is certain, however, it involves investigating and perhaps prosecuting a particular individual. Can one imagine a less equitable manner of fulfilling the executive responsibility to investigate and prosecute? What would the reaction be if, in an area not covered by the statute, the Justice Department posted a public notice inviting applicants to assist in an investigation and possible prosecution of a certain prominent person? Does this not invite what Justice Jackson described as picking the man and then searching the law books or putting investigators to work to pin some offense on him? To be sure, the investigation must relate to the area of criminal offense specified by the statute, but that has often been, and nothing prevents it from being very broad. I paraphrased at the end because it was referring to the judges.
Yes.
That's the concern going forward, is that the system will, when former presidents are subject to prosecution, and the history of Morrison versus Olson tells us it's not going to stop. It's going to cycle back and be used against the current president or the next president and the next president and the next president after that. All that, I want you to try to allay that concern. Why is this not Morrison v. Olson redux if we agree with you?
Well, first of all, the independent counsel regime did have many structural features that emphasized independence at the expense of accountability. We don't have that regime now, but even under that regime, Justice Kavanaugh, I think if you look at Lawrence Walsh's report on Iran-Contra, I think this goes to a very fundamental point for the court to consider. Judge Walsh said, I investigated these matters. The proof did not nearly come close to establishing criminal violations. So we've lived from Watergate through the present, through the independent counsel era with all of its flaws, without these prosecutions having gone off on a runaway train.
I think President Reagan, President Bush, and President Clinton, whether rightly or wrongly, thought contrary to what you just said.
I think nobody likes being investigated for a crime, but it didn't result in the kind of vindictive prosecutions that I think Your Honor is raising as a possibility.
Yeah.
We have a different system now. I think there was a consensus throughout Washington that there were flaws in the independent counsel system. It lapsed. We now are inside the Justice Department with full accountability resting with the Attorney General. So the special counsel regulations now don't operate the way that the independent counsel regulations do. And this court would have something to say about it, I think, if the independent counsel statute were revived. I'm not sure that anybody is in favor of that.
Right. Now, I was just saying this is kind of the mirror image of that, is one way someone could perceive it. But I take your point about the different structural protections internally. And like Justice Scalia said, I do not mean to suggest anything of the sort in the present case. I'm not talking about the present case, so I'm talking about the future. Second, another point, you said, talked about the criminal statutes. It's very easy to characterize presidential actions as false or misleading under vague statutes. So President Lyndon Johnson, statements about the Vietnam War. Say something's false. Turns out to be false that he says about the Vietnam War. 371 prosecution?
So
after he leaves office?
I think not, but this is an area that I do think that merits some serious and nuanced consideration. Statements that are made by a president to the public are not really coming within the realm of criminal statutes. They've never been prosecuted. I realize that the court can say, well, what if they were? And then I think you get to what I would regard as a hard constitutional question that would probably guide the court away from trying to resolve today, although I do think it's very different from our case and distinguishable in important ways. But you're dealing here with two branches of government that have a paramount interest in the integrity and freedom of their interactions with each other. On the one hand, the president, of course, should be very free to send usually his cabinet officials and sub-cabinet officials to testify to Congress, to provide them with the information needed to enact legislation and to make national policy. And we're very concerned about anything that would trammel that. On the other side of the equation, Congress has a compelling interest in receiving accurate information, and at the very least, not information that is intentionally and knowingly false. Right. That would pollute the legislative process.
How about, I think it came up before, President Ford's pardon. Very controversial in the moment.
Yes.
Hugely unpopular, probably why he lost in '76.
Yes.
Now looked upon as one of the better decisions in presidential history, I think, by most people. If he's thinking about, well, if I grant this pardon to Richard Nixon, could I be investigated myself for obstruction of justice on the theory that I'm interfering with the investigation of Richard Nixon?
So this would fall into that small core area that I mentioned to Justice Kagan and Justice Gorsuch of presidential responsibilities that Congress cannot regulate.
How about President Obama's drone strikes?
So the Office of Legal Counsel looked at this very carefully and determined that, number one, the federal murder statute does apply to the executive branch. The president wasn't personally carrying out the strike, but the aiding and abetting laws are broad. And it determined that a public authority exception that's built into statutes and that applied particularly to the murder statute because it talks about unlawful killing, did not apply to the drone strike. So this is actually the way that the system should function. The Department of Justice takes criminal law very seriously. It runs it through the analysis very carefully with established principles. It documents them, it explains them, and then the president can go forward in accordance with it. And there is no risk of prosecution for that course of activity.
Thank you for your answers.
Justice Barrett?
Mr. Dreeben, I want to pick up with that public authority defense. So I'm looking at the OLC memo that David Barron wrote that you cited in your briefs. And he describes the public authority defense citing the model penal code. There are a few different definitions, but I'll just highlight this one. Justifying conduct which is required or authorized by the law defining the duties or functions of a public officer, the law governing the armed services or lawful conduct of war, or any other provision of law imposing a public duty. That sounds a lot like dividing a line between official and private conduct. I think it's narrower, and I recognize it's a defense, not an immunity. But when you look at the definition of it, are you acting within the scope of authority conferred by law or discharging a duty conferred by law? I think it's narrower than Blasingame, narrower than Nixon versus Fitzgerald, but that's what it sounds like to me. Do you agree or disagree?
You know, Justice Barrett, I certainly understand the intuition that when you act outside of your lawful authority, you've kind of gone on a frolicking detour, you're no longer carrying it out. I don't really think that that quite works for presidential activity. The only way that he could have implemented the orders is by exercising his commander-in-chief authority over the armed forces or his authority to supervise the executive branch. Those seem like core executive acts to me. There is such a possibility as an unlawful executive act.
I'm not sure that I understand your answer. I mean, I was thinking, it seemed to me that in your briefs and today, when you referred to the public authority defense, you said that's one of the built-in protections and why immunity is not necessary. Because in some of these instances, when the president takes such actions that, you know, the court's been asking you, might this result in criminal prosecution? You say, well, he could raise this public authority defense. And so I'm saying, isn't this public authority defense, if raised, doesn't it sound like a defense that says, well, I was authorized by law to discharge this function?
And therefore, I acted lawfully.
Therefore, I acted lawfully and I'm not criminally liable.
Correct.
Does that involve a look into motives? Kind of gets to what Justice Gorsuch was asking you. Could you say I was acting within the scope of my authority by granting a pardon, removing a cabinet officer, but then the public authority defense might not apply because you had a bad motive in doing so?
No, I don't think so, Justice Barrett. I think that it operates based on objective facts disclosed to counsel. Counsel then provides the advice, in this case, the Department of Justice, and it's an objectively valid defense. It's a complete defense to prosecution.
So what would be so bad? I mean, one thing that strikes me as different, well, one thing that's obviously different between the public authority defense and immunity is an interlocutory appeal and having it resolved at the outset. What would be so bad about having a question like that resolved at the threshold, having it be an immunity? The same kind of question that could be brought up as a defense later, but have it be brought up at the threshold as an immunity, and then an interlocutory appeal would be available, and it would be a freedom from standing trial, but not a get out of jail free card.
Yes, I understand that, and I think that if the court believed that that was the appropriate way to craft presidential protections, it has the authority to craft procedural rules that implement its Article 2 concerns. That said, public authority we're calling it a defense, but under many statutes, it's actually an exception to liability itself. And what you're really talking about is trying the general issue. And generally in criminal cases, even cases that involve First Amendment issues like threat statutes, the jury is the determinant of the facts. And I have a little bit of difficulty with the idea of trying the whole public authority issue separately to the judge and having that go up on interlocutory appeal with review of facts before you could ever get it forward into a criminal case. That said, if I would prefer a regime in which the court altered some of the procedural rules surrounding the president than a total, absolute blanket immunity that takes away the possibility of criminal prosecution, even if it was a core violation of the statute in the teeth of Attorney General advice and has no overriding public purpose.
You think it has to be a jury question? And I mean, let's see, I wasn't necessarily proposing actually treating it as a defense that was done at the outset and then subject to interlocutory appeal. I was proposing, what about an immunity doctrine that drew from the public authority defense that the Department of Justice thinks would otherwise apply? So just go with me on that for a minute. Why would it be so bad for it not to be a jury question? I mean, it seems to me that some of these Article 2 concerns would be exacerbated by having it go to a jury rather than a judge.
So I think some of them are judge questions that could be resolved on the face of the indictment. If the Department of Justice ever returned an indictment that said the issuance of this pardon or this series of pardons constituted obstruction of justice, I have a little difficulty hypothesizing it, but a motion could be made on the face of the indictment that says Article 2 precludes Congress from regulating these activities. The indictment needs to be dismissed. And if the court wished to attach to that kind of a rule interlocutory appeal, then that would be a lesser safeguard than the one that my friend is proposing here. Other kinds of defenses, though, really do intersect with the general issue. And for those, I have a much greater time seeing how the court could implement that. And would there be costs in going to trial? Yes. There is no perfect system here. We are trying to design a system that preserves the effective functioning of the presidency and the accountability of a former president under the rule of law. And the perfect system that calibrates all of those values probably has not been devised. I think that the system that we have works pretty well. Maybe it needs a few ancillary rules. It is different from the radical proposal of my friend.
I agree. Let me ask you about state prosecutions, because if the president has some kind of immunity that's implicit in Article 2, then that immunity would protect him from state prosecutions as well. A lot of the protections that you're talking about are internal protections that the federal government has, protections in the Department of Justice, which obviously are not applicable at the many state and local jurisdictions across the country. What do you have to say to that?
So that raises a Supremacy Clause issue, and the court would run a Supremacy Clause analysis that would probably start with basic principles like McCulloch versus Maryland. The states do not have the authority to burden federal functions, and would then kind of move through in Nagel, where the court said that a state murder prosecution of a federal official guarding a Supreme Court justice and who fired a shot was not permissible. If the court thought that you needed a more categorical rule for the states, I think the Supremacy Clause certainly leaves it within the court's prerogative to determine that the president, unlike all other officials, deserves more of a robust federal defense than what I have just described.
But it would still be a defense in the states. It wouldn't be, I mean, well, that's my point. Like, yeah. You know, it's one thing to say, well, the president, they're not going to be these prosecutions that are politically motivated, the things that Justice Kavanaugh was referring to that might be the danger of this system, one thing that we have to worry about. That might not carry the day, but, you know, that's a concern. It's totally different when you take it outside of the Department of Justice and its structures, and then you throw it out elsewhere. The idea across the states, the idea of an immunity, I think, has a lot more purchase if you're talking about something that protects the former president from standing trial and the state and local level.
So I don't know that you would have to design a system in which the president would have to stand trial at the state and local level. It's certainly within the court's authority as a matter of Supremacy Clause law to find an immunity. But we have been talking here about at some length on the distinction between official acts and private acts.
Yeah.
That will have to be determined by some sort of a process. Any immunity defense that the court announces can still be met by a state assertion that we're prosecuting private conduct. You're going to have some process. I think having some legal process is not a reason to cast aside a nuanced system that actually looks at what protections are necessary as opposed to what would provide the absolute maximum insulation for former presidents, even if we acknowledge that it's highly prophylactic.
Totally agree, and I wasn't actually contrasting the absolute immunity rule. I was saying that if there was some sort of official private, there are consequences towards about making immunity. Okay, and since you bring up the private acts, this is my last question. So I had asked Mr. Sauer about on page 46 and 47 of your brief.
Yes.
You say, even if the court were inclined to recognize some immunity for a former president's official acts, it should remand for trial because the indictment alleges substantial private conduct.
Yes.
And you said that the private conduct would be sufficient?
Yes.
The special counsel has expressed some concern for speed and wanting to move forward. So, you know, the normal process, what Mr. Sauer asked, would be for us to remand if we decided that there were some official acts immunity, and to let that be sorted out below. It is another option for the special counsel to just proceed based on the private conduct and drop the official conduct?
Well, two things on that, Justice Barrett. First of all, there's really an integrated conspiracy here that had different components as alleged in the indictment, working with private lawyers to achieve the goals of the fraud. And as I said before, the petitioner reaching for his official powers to try to make the conspiracies more likely to succeed. We would like to present that as an integrated picture to the jury so that it sees the sequence and the gravity of the conduct and why each step occurred. That said, if the court were to say that the fraudulent elector scheme is private, reaching out to state officials as a candidate is private, trying to exploit the violence after January 6th by calling senators and saying, please delay the certification proceeding, is private campaign activity, we still think, contrary to what my friend said, that we could introduce the interactions with the Justice Department, the efforts to pressure the vice president, for their evidentiary value as showing the defendant's knowledge and intent, and we would take a jury instruction that would say, you may not impose criminal culpability for the actions that he took. However, you may consider it insofar as it bears on knowledge and intent. That's the usual rule with protected speech, for example, under Wisconsin versus Mitchell. My friend analogizes this to the speech or debate clause, but we don't think the speech or debate clause has any applicability here. It's a very explicit constitutional protection that says senators and representatives shall not be questioned in any other place. So it carries an evidentiary component that's above and beyond whatever official act immunity he is seeking. And the last thing I would say on this is we think that the concerns about the use of evidence of presidential conduct that might otherwise be official and subject to executive privilege is already taken care of by United States versus Nixon. That balances the president's interest in confidentiality against the need of the judicial system for all available facts to get to the truth. And once that has been overcome, we submit that the evidence can be used even if culpability can't rest on it.
Thank you.
Justice Jackson?
Just to pick up where Justice Barrett left off, I think I heard you say that even if we decide here something, a rule that's not the rule that you prefer, that is somehow separating out private from official acts and saying that that should apply here, there's sufficient allegations in the indictment, in the government's view, that fall into the private acts bucket that the case should be allowed to proceed.
Correct.
Because in an ordinary case, it wouldn't be stopped just because some of the acts are allegedly immunized, even if people agree that some are immunized. If there are other acts that aren't, the case would go forward.
That is right.
All right. Going back to the clear statement argument, I'm struggling with that argument because my understanding was that when a charged criminal statute is read narrowly in the presidential context to not apply to the president, a constitutional question is being avoided. So that you're doing that to avoid having to deal with the constitutional question. So what is the constitutional question that is being avoided in those kinds of situations?
A serious one. This is just an application of this court's ordinary construction of criminal statutes, that if there is an available interpretation that would avoid a serious constitutional question, the court's preference is to...
Right, and the nature, I guess I'm going at, my understanding is that what is being avoided in that situation is the question of whether a former president or, can be held criminally liable for doing the alleged act that is being asserted in that statute consistent with the Constitution. So we look at the statute, it's got some elements in it, and we are saying, well, geez, if this statute and those elements apply to the president's conduct in this situation, we'd have to answer the question, can the president be held liable consistent with the Constitution for that behavior? Is that right?
So the first step in that analysis, I just want to...
Yes,
please. But the first step is there ambiguity? And these statutes apply to any person. They apply to whoever. There's no ambiguity in those phrases. This court in Nardone versus United States concluded that similar words, any person, apply to government officials.
All right, well, let's just assume that I guess I'm just trying to get at, we're avoiding a constitutional question if we do that in the ordinary case. And what's confusing to me about this case is that we're not being asked to avoid the constitutional question. In fact, the question of whether or not the president can be held liable consistent with the Constitution or does he have immunity is the question that's being presented to us. So I don't understand how the clear statement kind of analysis even works. It seems completely tautological to me for us to hold that presidents cannot be prosecuted under any criminal statute without a clear statement from Congress to avoid the question of whether or not the Constitution allows them to be prosecuted. We'd have to have a reason, right? I mean, we'd have to have a rationale for applying the clear statement rule.
I think the court would have to have some rationale that's not evident in either the existing doctrine or the text. And just one data point for the court in thinking about how the clear statement rule works. In United States versus Sun Diamond, a case about gratuities that the court is probably familiar with, Justice Scalia wrote an opinion for a unanimous court in which he used a hypothetical about what would happen if the president received a sports replica jersey at a typical White House event. Would that violate Section 201C? And the court offered a construction that it had to be for or because an official act to avoid that problem. I think if there was such a well-received understanding that presidents are not included in general federal criminal law unless the president is specifically named, which he is not in Section 201. Justice Scalia would have thought of that, and some member of the court would have reacted, and none did.
All right, let me go on to ask about what you take the petitioner's position to be in this case, because we've had a lot of talk about drawing the lines. Justice Kavanaugh, Justice Gorsuch suggested that we should be thinking about Blasingame, and that within first we have private versus official, and then within official now we have something about core acts versus other acts as we try to figure out, at what level the president is going to have immunity. But I took the petitioner's argument in this case not to be inviting us to engage in that kind of analysis. I thought he was arguing that all official acts get immunity. And so I didn't understand us to be having to drill down on which official acts do. And so my question is, why isn't it enough for the purposes of this case, given what the petitioner has argued, to just answer the question of whether all official acts get immunity?
That is enough, and if the court answers that question the way that the government has submitted, that resolves the case. I want to make a clarification that I may have left the court with some uncertainty about. The official act analysis that my friend is talking about is the Fitzgerald versus Nixon outer perimeter test, which is extremely protective of the president. It's not looking at core versus ancillary. It's saying everything the president does is a target for private civil lawsuits. That is not a great thing, and therefore they are all cut off.
That's an absolute immunity kind of concept, right? Anything that's official in the outer perimeter is not subject to liability.
That is right.
And so we don't have to then go, well, okay, we have the bucket of official, now let's figure out which within that might be subject to liability, not on the theory of absolute immunity, correct?
Neither on the theory of absolute immunity or on our theory. On his theory, everything's protected. On our theory, there is no immunity. But this is where I would draw the distinction. There are as-applied constitutional challenges that you run through the Youngstown framework and this court's customary method of analysis, and you determine whether there's a infringement of Article 2.
So what you're saying is even if we reject the absolute immunity theory, it's not as though the president is, doesn't have the opportunity to make the kinds of arguments that arise as at the level of, this particular act or this particular statute has a problem in retrospect. I think I hear you saying we should not be trying to, in the abstract, set up those boundaries ahead of time as a function of sort of blanket immunity, allow each allegation to be brought, and then we would decide in that context.
Yes, with the additional note that petitioner has never made that argument, and I think it would be up to a district court to decide whether to go that route at this point in the litigation. He's put all of his eggs in the absolute immunity basket.
All right, and if we invite, if we see the question presented as broader than that, and we do say let's engage in the core official versus not core and try to figure out the line, is this the right vehicle to hammer out that test? I mean, I'd understood that the most, if not all, but most of the allegations here, there's really no plausible argument that they would fall into core versus not, such that they are immune.
We don't think there are any core acts that have been alleged in the indictments that would be off limits as a matter of Article 2.
So if we were going to do this kind of analysis, try to figure out what the line is, we should probably wait for a vehicle that actually presents it in a way that allows us to test the different sides of the standard that we'd be creating, right?
I don't see any need in this case for the court to embark on that analysis.
All right, the final sort of set of questions that I have to do with what I do take as a very legitimate concern about prosecutorial abuse, about future presidents being targeted for things that they have done in office. I take that concern. I think it's a real thing. But I wonder, whether some of it might also be mitigated by the fact that existing administrations have a self-interest in protecting the presidency, that they understand that if they go after the former guy, soon they're going to be the former guy, and they will have created precedent that will be problematic. So I wonder if you might comment on whether some of the caution from the Justice Department and the prosecutors and whatnot comes from an understanding that they will soon be former presidents as well.
I think absolutely, and I would locate this as a structural argument that's built into the Constitution itself. The executive branch, I think as this court knows, has executive branch interests that it at times asserts in opposition to Congress so that the proper functioning of the president is protected. And I believe that that value would be operative and is operative in anything as momentous as charging a former president with a crime.
And I would also say, I think, and ask you to comment on, presidents are concerned about being investigated and prosecuted, and it chills to some extent their, ability to do what they want in office. And that's a concern on one side, but can you comment on the concern about having a president unbounded while in office, a president who knows that he does not have to ultimately follow the law because there is really nothing more than, say, political accountability in terms of impeachment? I mean, we have amicus briefs here from Professor Lederman, for example, who says, a president would not be prohibited by statute from perjuring himself under oath about official matters, from corruptly altering, destroying, or concealing documents to prevent them from being used in an official proceeding, from suborning others to commit perjury, from bribing witnesses or public officials. And he goes on and on and on about the things that a president in office with the knowledge that they have no criminal accountability would do. I see that as a concern that is at least equal to the president being so worried about criminal prosecution that he, is a little bit limited in his ability to function. So can you talk about those competing concerns?
So, Justice Jackson, I think it would be a sea change to announce a sweeping rule of immunity that no president has had or has needed. I think we have also had a perfectly functioning system that has seen occasional episodes of presidential misconduct. The Nixon era is the paradigmatic one. The indictment in this case alleges another. For the most part, I believe that the legal regime and the constitutional regime that we have works, and to alter it poses more risks.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, counsel. Rebuttal, Mr. Sauer?
I have nothing further, Your Honor.
Thank you, counsel. Counsel, the case is submitted.
The Honorable Court is now adjourned until Thursday, the 9th of May at 10 o'clock.
We've just been listening to the Supreme Court wrapping up oral arguments over whether presidents are immune to prosecution for crimes committed while in office. This case could have major implications for the special counsel's election interference case against former President Trump. Trump's attorneys argued that without presidential immunity from criminal prosecution, there can be no presidency as we know it. They say if a president can be charged, tried, and imprisoned for decisions made in office, every current president will face de facto blackmail and extortion by political rivals. The DOJ's attorney argued that theory would immunize former presidents for criminal liability for bribery, treason, sedition, murder, and conspiring to fraudulently overturn election results to stay in power. We heard the DOJ's attorney also add that the framers of the Constitution didn't include immunity in the Constitution because they, quote, knew too well the dangers of a king who could do no wrong. We have full team coverage on this historic Supreme Court hearing, starting with Terry Moran, our chief national correspondent, who's there outside the court. Terry, what stood out to you from these arguments?
Well, this was a good day for Donald Trump. There's no question about it. He came in with his lawyers, his team, arguing that presidents should be absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for any official act, for anything that could be interpreted as at the outer perimeters of their official duties. He didn't get that. But a lot of people thought that that argument would get laughed out of the Supreme Court. It did not. It was not hard to count to 5 votes for some version of the Trump claim. essentially going back to the trial court and saying, try to distinguish here what is a real official act compared with what is a private act by Donald Trump. And that, frankly, will delay this trial. It does feel like that's where the court was headed, and that is certainly a win for Donald Trump. Not complete, but a good day for Donald Trump.
And I want to bring in our legal contributor, Asha Rangappa, because, Asha, Justice Clarence Thomas started by asking Trump's attorney about the source of presidential immunity. Why is that so important to this case?
Well, Thomas is an originalist, and so he's looking to the text of the Constitution. And so they're trying to look to where they're deriving this idea of absolute immunity. We didn't hear from him for much of the rest of the argument, but I agree with Terry that, Trump looks like he is set to get a victory, at least in the timing of how this will all unfold. His lawyers went in really doubling down on what is essentially an authoritarian argument. I mean, it was quite astonishing. His lawyer said that the president could literally order the military to do a coup against the government and potentially be immune from prosecution. And I don't think the justices are going to buy that, but they did seem to be wanting to split the hairs between official and non-official acts, not necessarily for this case, but because they claim that they were worried about the precedential value and how it's going to apply in future cases.
Justices were also very focused on how to distinguish between official acts and private conduct. And Justice Sotomayor at one point asked whether a president would be immune if he decides his rival is a corrupt person and orders someone to assassinate him. And Trump's attorney Sauer said that it would depend on the hypothetical, but that it could be an official act. So what do you make of that and his other responses to that whole line of questioning about official versus private acts?
Well, it's all the logical end of his argument that presidents, as a general rule, must have absolute immunity from criminal prosecution. So he got marched into this parade of horribles, right, that he just embraced. Could the president order the assassination of his political rival? Could the president stage a coup if he had lost an election? And essentially he had to say, given the basis of his argument, yes. He did say there are structural and deeply human aspects of the American government that would stop that parade of horribles, that essentially the Defense Department wouldn't participate in a military coup, that that people wouldn't help him assassinate his political rival. But the logic of the Trump position is that if the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution for any official act, well, then because the president might need the authority, as President Obama exercised, to order the killing of an American citizen engaged in terrorism overseas, perhaps that could be extended. If the rival was a dangerous human being, you could just invent the hypothetical, but he was stuck with that position. What was striking was that it wasn't greeted with outrage by the entire court, that people kind of, yeah, okay, well, that makes sense given your position. It is not going to be the way this case comes out. I think the case is likely to come out in some kind of middle ground, distinguishing between what's a truly official act versus what's just a private act by Donald Trump or any other president. But it's a sign of how that argument went, that he accepted those propositions and went on with his argument.
And I want to bring in our chief Washington correspondent, Jonathan Karl, because, Jonathan, Justice Kavanaugh also asked about next steps. And Sauer said that the district court should need to now determine what parts of this indictment should be considered official acts and which parts are related to private acts. So how would that impact the timing of this case if that were to happen, given we're already over a month past the original trial date and less than 7 months to the election?
Well, look, the Trump strategy since the beginning of this entire process of all of legal cases against him has been delay, 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 and that would undoubtedly significantly delay this case if the lower courts had to go in and determine this before a trial could go forward. It seems to me that you're getting to the point where it is impossible, based on the calendar, to have a trial of Donald Trump on the January 6th case before the election. And of course, Trump has made it quite clear that if he were to win that election, there is no way that this case goes forward. He would fire the special counsel. He would instruct his Justice Department to drop it. So really what we're looking at is if you have a process that is now set up that sends this once again back to the lower courts before a trial can commence, you have a situation where Donald Trump may well never be held to account in a criminal context for what happened on January 6th. But I'm not sure that's where this is going. I thought that one of the very interesting things that happened during the first part of this hearing was Amy Coney Barrett establishing that there are a whole series of allegations in the special counsel's indictment that are even Trump's attorneys acknowledging private acts and therefore not immune from prosecution. So, you could have a situation where the case is able to go forward, and in the process of laying out the case, there would be a question of what's private and what's public. But look, if the Supreme Court does not act quickly on this and resolve it in such a way that allows the case to go forward, the trial itself to go forward, I do not think you will see this case happen before the presidential election, and perhaps never.
And I want to bring that point to our Chief Justice correspondent, Pierre Thomas, because, Pierre, if Trump's lawyers here are arguing that private acts can still be prosecuted, just not whatever's considered official, and you have one of the justices here saying that there are several things in this indictment that would be considered private acts, what's the ultimate endgame?
Well, let me just say this. This was fascinating to listen to for roughly nearly 2 hours. And where I agree with John Carl is the following. Everything to me is built on how long it takes for the Supreme Court to resolve what they're going to do. Because this issue of the private acts versus the official acts is a core issue, because you had President Trump's own attorney acknowledge that several of the allegations listed in the indictment against former President Trump could be considered private acts. And one of the justices raised the possibility that the case could move forward based simply on the Justice Department prosecuting President Trump based on those private acts. So there's a lot of things to be determined on the timing. Again, the most important thing is how long does it take for the Supreme Court to make this ruling, what will be in the final argument. But I do think that one of the things we can take away from this case is the notion that a former president or a sitting president could commit bribery, kill someone, do these acts, and not be somehow held into account. I didn't get the sense that the court was buying that at all.
And I want to bring in presidential historian Mark Updegrove to comment on another part of this exchange, because, Mark, at one point Justice Jackson suggested that previous presidents have operated under the assumption that they could have potential prosecution for unlawful acts. Sauer, Trump's attorney, said he disagreed with that. He believes they operated under the assumption that they had immunity. And then later, the Justice Department's attorney said prior presidents haven't been charged in the past because there were no crimes to prosecute. What do you make of that argument? And what's at stake for the office of the presidency as the justice consider these arguments and the precedent this case could set?
Well, I'm deeply concerned, Diane, about the precedent that this could set. What does it mean to have a far more robust executive branch of the government? Our government exists because of a balance of power between the three branches of government: the legislative branch, the judicial branch, and the executive branch. And the executive branch has become increasingly powerful since the middle of the last century. It's become a more and more powerful branch of government. So what does it mean if a president is given immunity to act as he wishes? And what is of particular concern is, what does it mean to the peaceful transfer of power? Could a president, an incumbent president, successfully block a fairly elected president, as President Trump tried to do in 2020? So that is what our system of government is based on. That is what American democracy is about, a peaceful transfer of power. What is this immunity? If this went through, what would it mean for the future of our nation? Would we have American democracy our liberal democracy as we have it today. There are big questions around this, Diane, and there are major precedents that this would set in motion.
Asha, does the mere existence of this case, the first time a president is being prosecuted this way, open the door for future prosecutions to happen now? And do the justices have to take that into consideration when deciding this?
Well, many of the justices were homing in on exactly that question, that this would somehow open the floodgates. There were several justices, including Alito and Gorsuch, who seemed skeptical of the good faith of the criminal justice system, which is a little interesting since in other contexts, they are often not so skeptical of the criminal justice system. But they seem to be looking ahead and saying, we need to fashion a rule. One thing I will say is at the very end, there was a distinction that was made that I wonder if might prove to be a little bit of an off-ramp, whether it's at the district court or for the justices, which is that this special counsel's lawyer said, look, to the extent that there are official acts mentioned in the indictment, he's not being prosecuted for those acts, for engaging in those acts. Those acts are there as evidence, as evidentiary value for his motive and intent for doing these other things. And I think that was a really important distinction, and it may come into play again in their opinion, or if it gets remanded to the district court.
So, Terry, sometimes during these oral arguments, we can get a sense of how some of the justices are leaning by the questions that they ask. So did anything stick out to you from these arguments in that respect? And what are you watching for next?
Risky venture, but there's no question that what John Carl has already pointed out, and Pierre Thomas as well, Amy Coney Barrett was up there not wanting to embrace a robust theory of presidential immunity, criminal immunity. She was looking for that middle ground, that some of what is alleged in this indictment, some of the parade of horribles, might be official acts, others private. And so the most likely result is, as Asha just said, a remand. Send it back down to the trial court and say, before you proceed, figure out what crimes in here under the guidelines that we write qualify as official acts, others qualify as private acts. That would be the way the argument seemed to go. They might write it differently. If it does go that way, there's no trial before the election.
Thomas, Terry Moran, and Asha Rangappa, thank you. And we will have more coverage of the Supreme Court hearing and the hush money trial against former President Trump right after the break. Stay with us.
But there's some things that are so fundamentally evil that they have to be protected against.
One could say that when the president is using the trappings of his office to achieve a personal gain, then he's actually not acting officially.
I'm sure you've thought of lots of hypotheticals where a president could say, I'm using an official power, and yet the president uses it in an absolutely outrageous manner.
If there's no threat of criminal prosecution, what prevents the president from just doing whatever he wants?
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine. Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines, from southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
first thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
Can you believe it? It's 25 years of breakfast in bed, surprising moms across America.
Oh my goodness!
And for our 25th anniversary, we're making it the biggest surprise yet.
A full-on breakfast in bed extravaganza like you have never seen before.
So go to goodmorningamerica.com or scan this QR code to find out how to enter a deserving mom you love for breakfast in bed. This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Next Wednesday night on ABC. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Right now on ABC News Live, a historic day across multiple courtrooms. Donald Trump, the focus of coinciding legal battles in Washington and New York. The Supreme Court just hearing arguments on a monumental question. Are presidents immune from prosecution for crimes committed while in office? Donald Trump himself inside a Manhattan criminal courthouse while it's all happening, listening to testimony in his criminal hush money trial over those alleged efforts to catch and kill and flattering stories about him before the 2016 election and lying on the books to cover it up. We have live team coverage of the former president's legal battles and the impact it all could have on the race for the White House. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. This is our top story this hour, Donald J. Trump versus the United States. It's against the backdrop of an already divisive 2024 presidential campaign. The U.S. Supreme Court just heard arguments about the former president's claim of absolute immunity. The outcome could determine whether Trump faces a federal trial this year on 4 felony counts pressed by special counsel Jack Smith. The justices appearing skeptical of totally resolving the former president's immunity claim. Take a listen. All right. We are going to work on getting that sound, and we will bring it to you. We do, of course, have team coverage, starting off with my co-anchor and senior national correspondent, Terry Moran. He's just outside the Supreme Court there. We also have our senior reporter, Catherine Falders, our contributor and presidential historian, Mark Updegrove, also our contributor and assistant dean at the Yale-Jackson School of Law, Asha Rangappa. All right, Terry, let's start with you. Just your takeaways from the arguments today.
Well, it was a fascinating argument, Kira, because it was an unprecedented claim, an extraordinary claim by Donald Trump and his legal team that presidents should have absolute immunity from criminal prosecution for any official act they took as president. Official act being defined within the farthest outer perimeters of their duties. No president's ever claimed that. Presidents have recognized that presidents could be tried for crimes. That's why Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon because he recognized presidents could be tried. That's not what Donald Trump wants. And the bottom line, he got part of what he wanted, it sounded like. The conservatives on the court were remarkably sympathetic to the notion that presidents should have some form of immunity, not the whole thing that Trump was asking for. But there are some things the president might do that are official that might be prosecuted after he leaves office that need immunity, and things that were being raised. The notion that was raised in the courtroom that George W. Bush's case to the American people, to the Congress for going to war in Iraq, maybe that was false. Could that be prosecuted? The killing of Anwar al-Awlaki, a terrorist in Yemen, born in the United States, an American citizen, by President Obama. Could that be prosecuted? The bottom line here, they will probably send this case back down to the trial court with instructions to distinguish what in the indictment is an official act by President Donald Trump, what in the indictment was a private act by citizen and candidate Donald Trump. And if they do that, it means this trial likely won't happen before the election.
So, John Carl, let me bring you into this discussion. You know, the timing of this case is extraordinary, with less than 6 months until the November election. I mean, Trump could easily escape judgment before the election, and if he wins, it could be seen as a get-out-of-jail-free card.
Yeah, look, if this gets sent back to the lower courts, if there's more to be done before the trial can actually commence, if the Supreme Court basically says that they are not in a position to resolve this in a way that allows the trial to get started right away, this trial's not going to happen. I mean, the Supreme Court needs to, if the trial is to happen before the election, the Supreme Court needs to act quickly. By quickly, I mean, you know, if you just look at the calendar, by the end of May, really at the latest, and even then, you're looking at a trial that would likely take place in the fall, like as we're going into the presidential campaign. So if there is any further significant delay here, I don't see how this trial can happen before the election. And given that Donald Trump has made it perfectly clear what he thinks of this indictment, if Donald Trump wins, he's going to fire Jack Smith the first day he's in office. He's going to instruct his Justice Department that this case is to be dropped. And the bottom line, Donald Trump will not be held criminally accountable for what happened in the days leading up to January 6th and on January 6th itself.
It's pretty astonishing when you think of what the outcome could be. And Catherine, what's not astonishing, we expected this. Trump is in New York, of course, for his hush money trial, and he continues to speak reporters saying the same thing over and over again about that the judge is not allowing him to be here in our nation's capital for the Supreme Court case. Let's take a listen to what he said.
I would have loved to have been there, but this judge would not allow that to happen. I should be there, but he wouldn't allow it to happen. I think he puts himself above the Supreme Court, which is unfortunate, isn't it? But the argument on immunity is very important. The president has to have immunity.
Did the judge really put himself above the Supreme Court here, Catherine?
I don't think that the judge is putting himself above the Supreme Court. The judge is essentially following the rules of criminal trial and criminal court. Trump has to be there every day for his criminal trial, unlike before where he didn't have to show up to pre-trial hearings, for example. That clip you played was of Trump going into the courtroom earlier today prior to the Supreme Court arguments. He just walked out of that New York courtroom again, avoided the camera, didn't speak to cameras, and he couldn't listen to these arguments, Kira. He was sitting in a courtroom in New York, as you mentioned. So I'm sure now his lawyers are briefing him on the arguments, and I'm sure he will have something to say after he learns more about what transpired at the Supreme Court.
And Asha, just to follow up on what John Carl said, you know, will the justices carve out any kind of immunity in the criminal context, do you think?
Well, they certainly seem to be looking in that direction, at least the conservative justices. They seem to be saying, you know, it's not so much this case. We're worried about what could happen to all of the presidents down the road, and we need to fashion some sort of bright line rule. And so, you know, they could come up with some sort of test on how you determine what's an official act versus a private act, you know, whether they'll inquire into motive or whether it's going to be an objective test, you know, and if they did that, as Terry mentioned, it will definitely delay the January 6th case. And Kira, I'll also mention that Trump has raised his immunity argument in his Mar-a-Lago case with the classified documents and in the Georgia case where he's been indicted. And so, you know, even if they're thinner, like, for example, in the classified documents case, which mostly took place after he left office, it could put a kink in the plan in those prosecutions as well, to the extent that when those start moving forward, if there's a fact-finding inquiry that has to happen. So this could have repercussions for not just the January 6th case, but others as well.
So, Mark, let's just talk about the fact that we have a former president asking for immunity from his crimes that he committed in office. It's not only unprecedented, it is so extraordinary on so many levels.
Absolutely, Kira. This just simply hasn't happened before. And you heard Terry Moran reference Watergate earlier and Richard Nixon. Richard Nixon probably would have been convicted for obstruction of justice charges had it not been for the pardon he got from Gerald Ford. So it was very clear that a president was responsible, would be held accountable for anything he did that was outside of the law. We've always made that assumptions, not only around our presidents, but around any official who is serving in our government, whether they be elected or otherwise. That is, again, one of the hallmarks of American democracy, our accountability, our transparency. And so this is stunning on many levels, not the least of which is the precedent it would set for Donald Trump's or Joe Biden's successors. What does this mean for presidents of the future? If Joe Biden were to get reelected, what would it mean for him? What would it mean for those who would follow him into office? So there is a lot at stake in this case here, Kira. But as you said, it's one more thing from Donald Trump that is absolutely unprecedented.
Appreciate you all. Definitely is changing the shape of the presidency for sure. From our nation's capital now to downtown Manhattan, Donald Trump sitting at the defense table, as we mentioned, for day 3 now of witness testimony in his criminal hush money trial. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker taking the stand once again with more testimony all about those hush money payments that are at the center of this trial. The former president delivering his morning remarks in the hallway, as you saw there, of the courthouse just before the proceedings began. And he continued to push those claims that none of this would be happening if he weren't running for president.
My constitutional rights have been taken away from me. But every single expert, every legal scholar, every respected scholar has said this is no case. There is no case here.
But there is a case, and that's why he's in the courtroom. Let's bring in our senior investigative correspondent, Aaron Katersky, now, who's outside court, along with our legal contributor and trial attorney, Brian Buckmeyer. Aaron, David Pecker back on the stand for the 3rd day. Let's talk about the biggest takeaway from his testimony so far.
3rd day on the witness stand for David Pecker, and his first mention of Stormy Daniels, who he said is or was a porn star. And Kira, Pecker recalled being out to dinner with his wife on a Saturday night in early October 2016. He got an urgent call from one of his editors, he said, informing him that Stormy Daniels was shopping a story about a sexual tryst with Donald Trump, which he, of course, has long denied. And Dylan Howard said there have been a lot of denials, but this story is true. On the phone with Michael Cohen, David Pecker said he advised Cohen, got to buy up this story because the National Enquirer couldn't. It had already spent $30,000 on a doorman's unfounded claim about a Trump love child and $150,000 on Karen McDougal's story of a year-long relationship with Trump. And Pecker said, I'm not a bank. Cohen hemmed and hawed, he said, but finally Pecker advised him, you better buy this up because if you don't and it gets out, the boss, meaning Trump, would be angry.
And Brian, on the stand, Pecker said that he believed Trump knew about these payments to buy Karen McDougal's silence, the Playboy playmate, and all those allegations of the two of them having an affair. That's a pretty big admission for someone who had not said anything about this case until now.
Well, I'm going to turn it out and probably say it could be a big admission because we haven't gotten through cross-examination as yet. And so, for example, if Pecker gets up there on cross-examination and is asked, well, why do you believe that Donald Trump knew about these conversations, knew about this story, and it isn't proven up through cross and through what he says, or someone else takes the stand and say, no, Donald Trump didn't know about this. This was just Michael Cohen's own making, something that the defense is probably going to want to push here. Then it's going to be a battle of those two statements. Who do you believe more, Pecker or whoever has contradicting information? But if that statement stays as it is now, absolutely, you're right. Very damaging for the former president.
All right. Well, Aaron, Trump has been named and an unindicted co-conspirator in 2 other state cases. Update us on that.
It's an extraordinary 24 hours in the legal life of Donald Trump. He has been named an unindicted co-conspirator in 2 state-level cases about election interference and fake elector schemes, one in Michigan and one in Arizona, where some of his top advisors have actually been charged with bribery and forgery and conspiracy, talking about Rudy Giuliani, Mark Meadows, Trump's one-time chief of staff in the White House, even Boris Epshteyn, his legal advisor, who's here with him in this courtroom today after being criminally charged in Arizona. The former president, as an unindicted co-conspirator, isn't going to face any charges here, but the indictment in Arizona says that he was part of this scheme to keep him in office, even though Joe Biden won Arizona in 2020.
Aaron Katersky, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you both. Coming up, bombshell ruling, why New York's highest court overturned the rape conviction of movie producer Harvey Weinstein.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland. Let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip. In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is. We're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about, the migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Glad you're streaming with us. We are following breaking news for you this hour. We want to take you to New York now, where the state's highest court has overturned the rape conviction of movie producer Harvey Weinstein. The New York Court of Appeals finding the trial judge prejudiced Weinstein with improper rulings, including a decision to let women testify about allegations that were not part of the case. Weinstein was a well-known, powerful man, as you know, within the entertainment industry, and prosecutors say that he abused his power to take advantage of an of a number of aspiring female actors, like to coerce them into unwanted sexual encounters. Weinstein was arrested in 2018 and charged with rape and criminal sexual assault. He was found guilty in 2020 of both those felonies. Prosecutors say the testimony of those women, other than those whose claims form the basis of the criminal charges, spoke to Weinstein's state of mind to use forcible compulsion. Spokesperson for Weinstein saying they are happily surprised and studying the ruling that Weinstein is also convicted of sex crimes in Los Angeles and sentenced to 16 years in prison there. Because he's already convicted in California, he will not be released, but instead transferred to the custody of prison authorities in California. There's a lot to discuss here. Let's bring in our contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Bob Boyce, also our legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. Bob, first to you. I mean, you were the lead investigator on this case against Weinstein there in New York. What is your reaction to this decision?
It's discussed mostly. We put a lot of work into this thing, and when you look at it, this was a strategy that's got this overturned, not the witnesses. They found them credible and did a great job in heroic stand on testifying against Mr. Weinstein. So it's a difficult time for them to do it. They're going to have to do it again, and it's not fair to them to go through all that, testimony in that public glare. But that's what's going to happen. So everybody's very upset in New York right now about this.
Brian, what do you think? I mean, what played into this appeals court decision, you think?
So looking at the decision and also being one of the attorneys who sat and watched this trial, it was the fact that too many what we call Molyneux witnesses or uncharged bad act witnesses, meaning that they were alleged victims in a case, but none of their testimony was attributed to a charge. They were able to testify at length, and the court saw that the judge in the trial made an erroneous decision allowing that. And the issue is that he might have been convicted because of the propensity information, not necessarily the allegations that came out. And so, to Bob's point, yeah, the investigation was great, the witnesses were strong, but the strategy in which the prosecutors went about this, and also the fact that Weinstein might not have been able to testify because of the evidence against him, the court said that it has to be reversed.
So, Bob, the Manhattan DA's office could decide to retry him. What's the likelihood that that could happen, given today's decision by the appeals court? And do you think it's a good idea?
Oh, Kira, I believe he has to. This was a foundational case to the Me Too movement, and it started everything. It started the domino things of people in power abusing women. So I can't see how he doesn't do it. And I think he's already committed to it already. However, that's going to take a while. But bear in mind that Mr. Weinstein is wanted to do 16 years out in California, so he's not getting out of jail. But these things can't go. We can't let these things go past. He has to be retried.
Brian, if you were on the case, and if we do see a retrial, and that was you having to make an argument in court this time around for Weinstein, I mean, what happens? What does he say?
Well, I think the argument is that the number of uncharged witnesses or uncharged alleged victims that testified was too high. So now from a defense standpoint, it's a reevaluation of the case. To Bob's point, the victims, and we'll call them victims even though the case was overturned and because they were found to be victims by the jury, they were believed. And so the question becomes is, will their testimony lack any kind of strength because they won't have 4 other women that are also going to testify in a similar way? Or will you have a potential defense here because there may be fewer alleged victims testifying? It looks a little bit better for the defense here, but the only question is how much better?
All right, Bob, Brian, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Coming up, all those protests happening on campuses across the U.S. We're going to take you to where those demonstrations are popping up and calming down next.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Can you believe it? It's 25 years of breakfast in bed, surprising moms across America.
Oh my goodness.
And for our 25th anniversary, we're making it the biggest surprise yet.
A full-on breakfast in bed extravaganza like you have never seen before.
So go to goodmorningamerica.com or scan this QR code to find out how to enter a deserving mom you love for breakfast in bed.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Reporting from Des Moines for the Iowa caucus, I'm Alex Bechet. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Developing this hour, new protests amid the Israel-Hamas war. Encampments of anti-war protesters popping up on campuses from coast to coast. More than a dozen people arrested at the University of Maryland today, where students joined the protest movement by staging a now 4-day sit-in for Palestinians. Then in Atlanta, protesters clashing with police on Emory University's campus, even reports of getting tased. Georgia State troopers also making several arrests there. Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been following all the developments for us from coast to coast. Let's start with the University of Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. here. What happened at this sit-in?
So, Kara, over the past 4 days of protesting at the University of Maryland, it has been relatively peaceful. We say relatively compared to other protests we've seen. We've seen about a dozen arrests, as you mentioned today. But for the most part, it's been a sit-in to show solidarity with the 100 or so protesters we already saw arrested at Columbia here in New York City, and to make demands that UMD divest from Israel in every way. Some of the students there with very close and personal ties to Gaza.
All of our family is in Rafah, so they're under bombardment. They're having the issues with food. They don't have food. They don't have water. Their houses are being bombed, and our relatives have been being killed.
Just want Maryland, University of Maryland, to just recognize that, like, hey, I do exist. I need their support. I need them. Like, I would love for them to divest. I don't want my money or tuition money to go towards, like, war and killing people.
And Kira, on the other side of that, you have Jewish students at all of these campuses who report to ABC News that they feel threatened and uncomfortable and unwelcomed on campus when some of the protesters are using words like, genocide.
All right. Let's go to Emory University now in Atlanta. And, we've heard the strong language. We heard it yesterday as these protests were taking place at Cal Poly, USC, Columbia University, and hearing even the House Speaker Mike Johnson talking about hearing the students yelling and profanities and talking about genocide. And he was extremely concerned about the Jewish students there feeling threatened and intimidated. And now we have protests popping up in Atlanta on Emory University's campus, and they turned violent, apparently. So what happened?
Well, I mean, you mentioned other campuses. We've seen 100 people arrested overnight at Emerson, USC 93, Yale 45. The university at Emory says a few dozen people actually came onto campus. Kira, they say were not members of the school community, outsiders, who they say then set up tents on the quad and then began to clash with police, as you see, as police set in and take those tents away because, like on many campuses, most campuses. You can't just set up tents on an encampment or occupy a building for that matter. At Northwestern University in Illinois, dozens of students have set up a tent encampment there and are calling it a free Gaza liberated zone. The problem is none of these encampments are seen as liberated space, of course, by the schools that they are happening at. Northwestern says the tents are a violation of school policy. And when police moved in to take them down, protesters linked arms, as you see here, to try to prevent police from doing their job. And today at Princeton in New Jersey, the university says 2 students have been arrested for trespassing. Students there looking for Princeton as well to divest from doing any kind of business with Israel. Even academically, they'd like a lot of these schools to divest from semester abroad programs with schools in Israel, also to show support for members of other protest areas that were arrested already by police. Kira.
All right. Stay on top of it. Phil, thanks so much. And thanks to all of you for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. The news never stops, as you can see, and neither do we. We'll be right back. More news on the other side.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? True. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
We are part of an operation.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate. Militants came in from different directions. Nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag...
Not a tear in it.
How important it made the USA. Great work.
Hi. Appreciate you.
Thank you.
Ismael?
David.
David.
I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Here's to Good Mornings in America.
Can you feel the love? Oh, yeah.
Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's Ray of Sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true.
Wow.
I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because...
You know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Right now on ABC News Live, a historic day across multiple courtrooms. Donald Trump, the focus of coinciding legal battles in Washington and New York. The Supreme Court just hearing arguments on a monumental question. Are presidents immune from prosecution for crimes committed while in office? But Donald Trump's inside a Manhattan criminal courthouse listening to testimony in his criminal hush money trial over those alleged efforts to catch and kill and flattering stories before the 2016 election and lying on the books to cover it all up. We have live team coverage of the former president's legal battles and the impact it could have on the race for the White House come November. Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. As you can see, it is our top story this hour. Donald J. Trump versus the United States. It's against the backdrop of an already divisive 2024 presidential campaign. And the U.S. Supreme Court just heard arguments about the former president's claim of absolute immunity. The outcome could determine whether Trump actually faces a federal trial this year on 4 felony counts pressed by special counsel Jack Smith. The justices appearing skeptical of the former president's absolute immunity claim. Take a listen.
If someone with those kinds of powers, the most powerful person in the world, with the greatest amount of authority, could go into office knowing that there would be no potential penalty for committing crimes, I'm trying to understand what the disincentive is from turning the Oval Office into, the seat of criminal activity in this country. If the potential for criminal liability is taken off the table, wouldn't there be a significant risk that future presidents would be emboldened to commit crimes with abandon while they're in office?
We've got live team coverage, starting off with senior Washington correspondent Devin Dwyer, who's outside the Supreme Court right there. Devin, much of the arguments from Trump's attorney, John Sauer, and questions from the justices centered on what amounts to an official act. Let's just talk about why that is so crucial to the core of this case.
And presidential powers comes down to what are under Article 2 considered official acts. Certain actions by the Supreme Court are deemed so essential they're protected from any prosecution or distraction during the time the president is in office and thereafter. So today, that's so much of the debate focused on whether or not what's alleged against Donald Trump constitutes official or private acts means, bottom line, Kira, that it's going to have to go back to a lower court for some sort of arbitration of what is and isn't in play here. That's good news for Donald Trump. That's the big takeaway today, is that it seems likely that while the Supreme Court is going to reject his assertion of absolute immunity, they're going to leave it to a lower court perhaps to sort out what sorts of actions alleged could be prosecuted, Kira.
So Trump is convicted. Well, I guess, Mark, do we have Mark up to Grove? Okay, good. So, Mark, let me ask you, you're a presidential historian here. At this point, if Trump is convicted in this case, would it make any difference?
If he's convicted in this case, yeah, it probably would. If he's convicted in the case relating to the hush money, I'm sorry, Kira, the hush money are you talking about?
What? That was not geared to you, and I apologize. Why don't we look at just after what Devin laid out with regard to the arguments that we heard today, and let's talk about the possible outcome of the decision prior to the decision that will be made prior to November and the election. Let's look at both scenarios here. If this goes in his favor, if it doesn't go in his favor prior to November 2024. Sorry, Mark.
Not at all.
There's so much confusion right now, and I apologize.
Not at all. I think the concern is, for me, just looking at this as an American citizen, let alone a presidential historian, Kiri, is what does this mean? If Donald Trump is considered immune from his actions on January 6th, what does it mean for the future of our country? What does it mean for future presidents as they consider the transition of power? That is a hallmark of American democracy, the peaceful transfer of power. That's what makes our nation different. Donald Trump has been very successful in delaying a decision around this. This is one more legal tactic that has kept his legal fate at bay. So it will be very interesting to see what happens in this case, Kira, but not only for Donald Trump, but for the future of our nation as it relates to our nation's highest office, the presidency. Again, we are a nation that holds our elected officials accountable, and that is always applied to our highest office, that of the President of the United States.
Asha, what do you make of the Supreme Court's timing in this case and how it could actually shape the presidency as we know it?
Well, Kara, let's look at what this case is about. This is about someone who allegedly used the awesome powers of his office to keep himself in power and to engage in illegal acts that impacted other branches of government. The question here is, will he be held accountable? And will even voters know about the full breadth of that conduct before they go to the polls and possibly put him back in the office where he will once again have those enormous levers of power? And I'll add that those powers would include basically stopping all of these investigations, the federal ones at least, in their tracks. So it's sort of, this kind of self-perpetuating thing. And of course, if he gets into office without this being resolved, there's really no constraint on him being able to do the same thing or even more again, especially given the expansive theory that his lawyers presented in court today.
Devin, can I ask you a question just about the Supreme Court and the fact that some of these justices, a number of these justices, were appointed by the former president? We haven't really talked about that. I mean, you've seen a number of critics out there saying, how do we know the Supreme Court isn't in the tank, for Trump? Could you just sort of lay out the concern, and have you seen protests, or has that even come up in the first day here?
There has been a lot of concern in the lead up to this case, Kira, that the three justices President Trump appointed and the court's most senior conservative, Clarence Thomas, may be conflicted in deciding this case. Clarence Thomas's wife, Jenny Thomas, as you know, participated in events around January 6th. She was advocating those false slates of electors to help keep Donald Trump in power. Then you have Amy Coney Barrett, Brett Kavanaugh, Neil Gorsuch, all appointed by Donald Trump, generally favorable of conservative viewpoints. But I have to tell you today, Kira, you didn't see those stripes at play in the courtroom. It was not apparent and certainly not overt that any of those four particular justices were in the tank for Donald Trump. In fact, Amy Coney Barrett seemed to suggest that this trial should move forward, could move forward on certain grounds, indicated that perhaps the special counsel could drop some of the charges that could be questionable as official acts and pursue private acts, purely private acts. So there was obviously an indication that presidents should not be entirely above the law. But you did have somebody like Brett Kavanaugh today, Kira, talk a lot about the importance of a strong presidency. He served in the administration of President George W. Bush and was concerned about that ability to protect presidential power. And as we heard Neil Gorsuch put it at one point today, Kira, they are now engaged in drawing a rule for the ages. This is something that every single one of those justices acknowledged today in that courtroom will have ramifications far beyond Donald Trump and far beyond this case. They're very aware that they're writing a decision that will be impacting generations and future presidents down the line.
All right, Devin, Asha, Mark, thank you all so much. And if you want to hear the entire back and forth that actually took place today in our nation's Supreme Court, ABC News Live will air the full arguments at midnight tonight. From our nation's capital to downtown Manhattan, Donald Trump sitting at the defense table for day 3 of witness testimony in his criminal hush money trial. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker taking the stand for a 3rd day now with more testimony regarding hush money payments that's at the center of this one. Let's bring in our executive producer, John Santucci, also legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer. So, John, we're starting to hear Stormy Daniels' name start to surface.
Yeah, Kira, it took a couple of days, but finally Stormy Daniels has made her appearance, if you will, into the courtroom. What's interesting here, Kira, is that we've been hearing the presentation from prosecutors building up to this moment. They've been presenting evidence about other catch-and-kill schemes that David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, was a part of with Michael Cohen and Donald Trump, all of which to build to this moment of Stormy Daniels. The 2 other incidents involving a former doorman at Trump Tower and another woman Donald Trump had an affair with, Karen McDougal. Now, in both of those cases, they were documented in a different way, although, of course, leading up to the 2016 election. But that's the difference between those two and the Stormy Daniels payment. It's the way it's documented, Kira, that, of course, led prosecutors to bringing those 34 criminal counts of fake business documents, if you will, that have brought Donald Trump to where he is today. So they're starting to go through that process. And I think what's fascinating about what they're explaining right now in court with David Pecker answering questions is just the rev up in conversations that Michael Cohen and David Pecker were having leading into the fall of 2016. Pecker sort of alluded to this earlier in the week when he was in the stand, Kira, but the difference today is that now that we are entering a timeline of the summer into the fall of 2016, as David Pecker said, the contact and communications with Michael Cohen were increasing because of these stories that were coming forward and Donald Trump's desire for Pecker to catch them, kill them, bury the stories, and make sure they never saw the light of day.
And then Brian Pecker, who's, it's very interesting, been on the stand for 3 times in a row now, somebody who has never talked about any of this publicly. He has hidden from the limelight. Now he's got to take the stand and talk about these stories, this catch and kill scheme, these alleged payments that were made, and now the payments to Karen McDougal, buying her for her silence. Let's talk about how significant his testimony has been thus far, whether it's Stormy Daniels, Karen McDougal, all of these allegations and even truths that have come forward since 6 years ago when it all started to break. I think you muted yourself, Brian. I'm telling you, the gremlins are with us today. I apologize. Try it again, my friend.
Don't worry, I was only saying that John was right, so you didn't really need to hear that part anyways. I was getting to the more important part. I'm just going to add on to what John... Yeah, I'm just going to add on to what John was saying. One thing that stuck out to me was that in all of this, at one point, Pecker told us that he went to general counsel about the payment, I think, for Catherine McDougal, and then ultimately led to an argument that he had with Michael Cohen that led to, we're just going to rip up this agreement. We're not going to do this. I think the prosecution struck a very good chord there, because what we're getting to is this concept of consciousness of guilt, that the Pecker and the Inquirer looked at some of these payments and someone said, we can't do this anymore. This is not good. That could be an issue that I think the prosecution can point to and say, even the Inquirer knew that the way in which they were doing this, the documentation of information, the paying off for these stories, and how they went about it was wrong, to the point that this agreement almost fell apart. That, to me, really stuck out as something that I think the jury is going to really think, we all knew this was wrong. They knew this was wrong. Why do they keep going on to Stormy Daniels?
All right, John, Brian, thank you so much. Appreciate it. Also coming up, that bombshell ruling that we've been telling you about, why New York's highest court overturned the rape conviction of movie mogul Harvey Weinstein. You'll remember, that started the Me Too movement. Is this a movement backwards? We're going to talk about it next.
Biggest misconception about you.
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way.
I'm a cowboy. Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Glad you're streaming with us. We are following breaking news for you this hour. We want to take you to New York now, where the state's highest court has overturned the rape conviction of movie producer Harvey Weinstein. The New York Court of Appeals finding the trial judge prejudiced Weinstein with improper rulings, including a decision to let women testify about allegations that were not part of the case. Weinstein was a well-known, powerful man, as you know, within the entertainment industry, and prosecutors say that he abused his power to take advantage of a number of aspiring female actors, like to coerce them into unwanted sexual encounters. Weinstein was arrested in 2018 and charged with rape and criminal sexual assault. He was found guilty in 2020 of both those felonies. Prosecutors say the testimony of those women, other than those whose claims form the basis of the criminal charges, spoke to Weinstein's state of mind to use forcible compulsion. A spokesperson for Weinstein saying they are happily surprised and studying the ruling that Weinstein is also convicted of sex crimes in Los Angeles and sentenced to 16 years in prison there. Because he's already convicted in California, he will not be released, but instead transferred to the custody of prison authorities in California. There's a lot to discuss here. Let's bring in our contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Bob Boyce, also our legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer. Bob, first to you. I mean, you were the lead investigator on this case against Weinstein there in New York. What is your reaction to this decision?
It's discussed mostly. We put a lot of work into this thing, and when you look at it, this was a strategy that's got this overturned, not the witnesses. They found them credible and did a great job in heroic stand on testifying against Mr. Weinstein. So it's a difficult time for them to do it. They're going to have to do it again, and it's not fair to them to go through all that, testimony in that public glare. But that's what's going to happen. So everybody's very upset in New York right now about this.
Brian, what do you think? I mean, what played into this appeals court decision, you think?
So looking at the decision and also being one of the attorneys who sat and watched this trial, it was the fact that too many what we call Molyneux witnesses or uncharged bad act witnesses, meaning that they were alleged victims in a case, but none of their testimony was attributed to a charge. They were able to testify at length, and the court saw that the judge in the trial made an erroneous decision allowing that. And the issue is that he might have been convicted because of the propensity information, not necessarily the allegations that came out. And so, to Bob's point, yeah, the investigation was great, the witnesses were strong, but the strategy in which the prosecutors went about this, and also the fact that Weinstein might not have been able to testify because of the evidence against him, the court said that it has to be reversed.
So, Bob, the Manhattan DA's office could decide to retry him. What's the likelihood that that could happen, given today's decision by the appeals court? And do you think it's a good idea?
Oh, Kira, I believe he has to. This was a foundational case to the Me Too movement, and it started everything. It started the dominoes things of people in power abusing women. So I can't see how he doesn't do it. And I think he's already committed to it already. However, that's going to take a while. Bear in mind that Mr. Weinstein is wanted to do 16 years out in California, so he's not getting out of jail. But these things can't go. We can't let these things go past. He has to be retried.
Brian, if you were on the case, and if we do see a retrial, and that was you having to make an argument in court this time around for Weinstein, I mean, what happens? What does he say?
Well, I think the argument is that the number of uncharged witnesses or uncharged alleged victims that testified was too high. So now from a defense standpoint, it's a reevaluation of the case. To Bob's point, the victims, and we'll call them victims even though the case was overturned and because they were found to be victims by the jury, they were believed. And so the question becomes is, will their testimony lack any kind of strength because they won't have 4 other women that are also going to testify in a similar way? Or will you have a potential defense here because there may be fewer alleged victims testifying? It looks a little bit better for the defense here, but the only question is how much better?
All right, Bob, Brian, appreciate it. Thanks so much. Coming up, all those protests happening on campuses across the U.S. We're going to take you to where those demonstrations are popping up and calming down next.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC. ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Developing this hour, new protests amid the Israel-Hamas war. Encampments of anti-war protesters popping up on campuses from coast to coast. More than a dozen people arrested at the University of Maryland today, where students joined the protest movement by staging a now 4-day sit-in for Palestinians. Then in Atlanta, protesters clashing with police on Emory University's campus. Even reports of getting tased. Georgia State troopers also making several arrests there. Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been following all the developments for us from coast to coast. Let's start with the University of Maryland, just outside of Washington, D.C. here. What happened at this sit-in?
So, Kara, over the past 4 days of protesting at the University of Maryland, it has been relatively peaceful. We say relatively compared to other protests we've seen. We've seen about a dozen arrests, as you mentioned, today. But for the most part, it's been a sit-in to show solidarity with the 100 or so protesters we already saw arrested at Columbia here in New York City, and to make demands that UMD divest from Israel in every way. Some of the students there with very close and personal ties to Gaza.
All of our family is in Rafah, so they're under bombardment. They're having the issues with food. They don't have food. They don't have water. Their houses are being bombed, and our relatives have been being killed.
Just want Maryland, University of Maryland, to just recognize that, like, hey, I do exist. I need their support. I need them. Like, I would love for them to divest. I don't want my money or tuition money to go towards, like, war and killing people.
And Kira, on the other side of that, you have Jewish students at all of these campuses who report to ABC News that they feel threatened and uncomfortable and unwelcomed on campus when some of the protesters are using words like, genocide.
All right, let's go to Emory University now in Atlanta. And, we've heard the strong language. We heard it yesterday as these protests were taking place at Cal Poly, USC, Columbia University, and hearing even the House Speaker Mike Johnson talking about hearing the students yelling and profanities and talking about genocide. And he was extremely concerned about the Jewish students there feeling threatened and intimidated. And now we have protests popping up in Atlanta on Emory University's campus, and they turned violent, apparently. So what happened?
Well, I mean, you mentioned other campuses. We've seen 100 people arrested overnight at Emerson, USC 93, Yale 45. The university at Emory says a few dozen people actually came onto campus. Kira, they say were not members of the school community, outsiders, who they say then set up tents on the quad and then began to clash with police, as you see, as police set in and take those tents away because, like on many campuses, most campuses, you can't just set up tents on an encampment or occupy a building for that matter. At Northwestern University in Illinois, dozens of students have set up a tent encampment there and are calling it a Free Gaza Liberated Zone. The problem is none of these encampments are seen as liberated space, of course, by the schools that they are happening at. Northwestern says the tents are a violation of school policy. And when police moved in to take them down, protesters linked arms, as you see here, to try to prevent police from doing their job. And today at Princeton in New Jersey, the university says 2 students have been arrested for trespassing. Students there looking for Princeton as well to divest from doing any kind of business with Israel. Even academically, they'd like a lot of these schools to divest from semester abroad programs with schools in Israel, also to show support for members of other protest areas that were arrested already by police. Kira.
All right. Stay on top of it. Phil, thanks so much. And thanks to all of you for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. The news never stops, as you can see, and neither do we. We'll be right back. More news on the other side.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our combat operations center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi. Where are you? Where are you? Appreciate you.
Thank you.
David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
Reporting from Monterey Park, California, I'm Robin Roberts. Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Today on ABC News Live, Donald Trump, a former president and current presidential candidate, facing multiple legal battles, all centered around charges of corrupting elections. Court on lunch break right now, but Trump is back at the defense table for day 3 of witness testimony in his criminal hush money trial. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker taking the stand once again, facing questions about alleged efforts to catch and kill unflattering stories before the 2016 election. He's set to resume testimony as soon as lunch concludes. All of this happening as we are also covering a historic and unprecedented day for the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, hearing arguments over presidential immunity and whether former President Trump can be prosecuted for his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election while he was still in office. We have team coverage. Leading us off, our investigative reporter Olivia Rubin is with us, along with our legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer. Olivia, let's start with you. In New York, David Pecker testifying once again. He was twice summoned to Trump Tower in the post-election period for meetings with Michael Cohen, Trump's former fixer. What did he claim about those meetings right now?
Kira, those meetings that Pecker spoke about were after the payments had already been made for the 3 catch-and-kill schemes to the doorman, to Karen McDougal, and to Stormy Daniels. And the first meeting he spoke about was a meeting with Michael Cohen, where Michael Cohen confirmed that he had made the payment to Stormy Daniels to keep her claims quiet. But he also, Kira, expressed concern to David Pecker that he personally had not been paid back for the payment to Stormy Daniels, and also that he had not yet been given a bonus. And that was sort of a theme that we saw in this morning session in the court, concern from people, David Pecker, Michael Cohen, who were paying for these stories and were not getting their reimbursements. So in that meeting, Michael Cohen actually asked David Pecker if he would go to Donald Trump and vouch for him and talk about all of the work that he had done burying these stories, which David Pecker testified to the jury that he did do. And he said that Donald Trump replied, "I don't know what you're talking about. Michael Cohen has Trump Tower apartments. Michael Cohen has taxi medallions." He said, "Don't worry about it. We'll take care of him." And then just briefly, that second meeting, David Pecker said he went to Trump Tower once Donald Trump was already vice president-elect. And he threw out some names that are a bit of a blast from the past there from 2016. He talked about how Reince Priebus was there, how Sean Spicer was there, how Mike Pompeo was there. And Donald Trump was being briefed on some sort of shooting that had occurred. And he said he took that time to ask David Pecker, how's our girl Karen doing? Apparently a reference to Karen McDougal, who he had paid to silence, and said, thank you, essentially, for all that you have done. So really fascinating meetings, putting him in the middle of that.
So, Brian, it seems like we need to hear from Michael Cohen now.
Absolutely. I mean, for the prosecution, what their job now is to just lump on more corroboration that these meetings existed, people were in those meetings, and these conversations occurred, and everyone understood what was going on. But the interesting point, I think, though, is what's the defense going to do? Because either they're going to just try to destroy the credibility of the individuals in those meetings to say you can't believe them for X, Y, and Z reason, or put forward their own information to suggest that a different narrative or a different understanding of those words occurred. The question that I'm having in my mind is, who would that witness be other than Donald Trump? So my question, I'm more curious as to how you're going to fight back these very strong allegations.
Olivia Rubin, Brian Buckmeyer, and so it goes. Heading into the next days, we will talk some more. Now let's go from New York to our nation's capital, where, as you know, it's Donald J. Trump versus the United States right now against the backdrop of an already divisive 2024 presidential campaign. The U.S. Supreme Court just heard those arguments about the former president's claim of absolute immunity. The outcome could determine, as you know, whether Trump faces a federal trial this year on 4 felony counts pressed by special counsel Jack Smith. But the justices did appear skeptical today of the former president's absolute immunity claim. Take a listen.
If someone with those kinds of powers, the most powerful person in the world, with the greatest amount of authority, could go into office knowing that there would be no potential penalty for committing crimes, I'm trying to understand what the disincentive is from turning the Oval Office into, the seat of criminal activity in this country. If the potential for criminal liability is taken off the table, wouldn't there be a significant risk that future presidents would be emboldened to commit crimes with abandon while they're in office?
We've got live team coverage, starting off with our senior Washington correspondent, Devin Dwyer, just outside the Supreme Court there. Also our senior reporter, Catherine Falders, and our political director, Rick Klein, plus our legal contributor and law professor at the University of Baltimore, Kim Whaley. Also, our presidential historian and contributor, Mark Updegrove. I think we have every base covered with this panel. Devin, let's start with you. And the justices, how did they seem to lean today, just based off their questions to Trump lawyers, and then, of course, listening to the skepticism right there in the recordings?
Well, it seemed very clear, Kira, that the Supreme Court, at least a majority of the justices, are not buying Donald Trump's argument of absolute immunity for any act he took while in office. So that is a blow to Trump in one sense. At the same time today, the Supreme Court didn't seem to be buying the appeals court decision giving categorical green light to criminal prosecution of Donald Trump. So where does that leave us? Well, somewhere in the middle. The Supreme Court, a majority of the conservatives seem to suggest that private acts of a president, those he took while in office to ingratiate himself on a personal level, could be prosecuted, but not official acts. Things like, issuing a pardon or a veto of a bill, for example, or appointing an ambassador. Those sorts of things should be protected. So they were trying today to come to some middle ground about how to decide what's an official act that's protected, a private act that's not. And as Neil Gorsuch put it today, Kira, that's going to be a rule for the ages, and that will take some time for them to sort out. So on the whole, it seemed to be a win for Donald Trump. This is something that's going to have to now get sorted out in a lower court, and that will likely mean, as you put at the top, that trial that everybody's concerned about won't go forward very quickly, possibly not even this summer, Kira.
I think this is all a moment in time for the ages as well. Catherine, this is just one of many Trump legal cases that are happening right now. Let's talk about how he is responding to this particular case while he has been in a courtroom in Manhattan during his hush money trial.
Well, Kira, as you know, while these arguments at the Supreme Court were ongoing, Trump was sitting in that New York courtroom, so he was not able to monitor any of these arguments in real time. Certainly, during that lunch break up there, he was briefed on what happened, what transpired in court. So he did make some comments at the beginning of the day, before the Supreme Court argument started, where he said what we've heard him say multiple times, that every president should have immunity in his view, that would obviously protect his decision-making while president. But at the same time, I think it's worth pointing out the contradiction that Trump has made. While he claims that he should be immune from acts while president, he also says that if he's reelected, that he wants to prosecute President Joe Biden, for example. That would cut directly against the claims that his lawyers are making and that he's making publicly. So he hasn't reacted yet specifically to these arguments. I'm sure he will come to the cameras at some point soon.
Yes, he usually does. And Rick, all these legal hurdles, you think they're hurting or just fueling the Trump campaign right now?
The difference you have to dissect on this is the difference between his core base, which anything that doesn't kill him makes him stronger. He has only drawn strength from all these legal proceedings, versus a general election audience. We've seen consistently in polling, Kira, that voters may not think that this case right now before the court in New York is all that serious, but they do think that the January 6th related charges are quite serious. And they've said to pollsters consistently that people are less likely to support him for president if he's convicted of a serious crime. So the timeline here matters a lot, the New York case aside, because that's full steam ahead. What the court does next, do they carve out some room for potential delays that push this into the fall or even beyond the presidential election? That could matter quite a bit. But it is a remarkable day and a remarkable week for the former president. All these legal issues crashing in opposite and sometimes very different directions, but all of them posing a giant distraction for a candidate who'd rather be talking about Joe Biden right now.
And he still manages to do that every now and then, saying that this is all Biden's fault, which is not true. But Kim, this talk about the Supreme Court, is it in the tank for Trump? You've got Justice Thomas's wife, who helped lead the Stop the Steal campaign. And there have been critics out there saying that Justice Thomas should have recused himself from this case.
Well, I would agree with that. That he has a material interest in the outcome potentially. It's troubling for a lot of reasons. Keep in mind, we would not even be having this discussion if it weren't for Donald Trump and January 6th. There's never been a time in American history where there's had to even put on the table criminal immunity for presidents. The court, this conservative court who reversed Roe versus Wade on the theory that abortion is not expressed in the Constitution, is now poised to manufacture out of thin air criminal immunity for presidents. It's not in the Constitution. And today, Justice Thomas didn't do a lot of questioning, but his conservative colleagues really seemed more concerned about rogue prosecutors crossing boundaries of ethics than presidents crossing boundaries of ethics. And frankly, Kira, to watch it, it was almost like we're not living in the same time frame, because at one point, Alito even acknowledged that interfering with the peaceful transfer of power is a problem, but he seemed to think that's why we need to have immunity for presidents, because otherwise they'll pardon themselves and immunize themselves that way. It got a little bit twisted, Kira, and you have to ask yourself what the what's incentivizing some of these justices in this moment.
A little twisted, unprecedented, historic. I think of all these adjectives we've been using, Mark. I mean, clearly what is happening right now is going to shape the presidency in some way, shape, or form. A lot of people saying that, that's at stake here.
Without question, that is what's at stake here, the expansion of powers in the executive branch of the government by the leader of the free world. And it's amazing that the catalyst for this is January 6th. So one wonders, will Donald Trump ever be held accountable for fomenting an insurrection on his own country in order to retain power and to overturn a free and fair election? It's one of the many paradoxes of the Trump era in American history, Kira. So there will be a lot of attention on this Supreme Court case and what it means for the future of the presidency and for the future of our nation.
Devin, Catherine, Rick, Kim, and Mark, thank you all so much. I don't think there's any doubt, right, that the shape of the presidency is at stake here, especially after that conversation. This is a divisive 2024 presidential campaign, and the man in the center of the Supreme Court case is not only leading in the polls, but he also has 18 Republican attorneys general now who filed an amicus brief urging the highest court in the land to reverse the lower court and grant Trump blanket immunity. This effort is being led by Alabama's Attorney General Steve Marshall. Attorney General Marshall joins me now. Steve, good to see you. I want to look back at something you said about this case. You said if this prosecution is designed to silence or imprison the sitting president's political opponent right before the election, it is an abuse of the justice system that the Supreme Court should take seriously. The question that's before the court, Steve, is not about imprisonment. It's about whether a president should have blanket immunity. We're talking about checks and balances. We have already witnessed Trump pushing the boundaries of checks and balances, like challenging certified election results and rallying his base that led to an insurrection. So I want to ask you, are you concerned at all with abuse of power?
Clearly a concern about abuse of power, but let's look at where power has been abused already. It took 30 months for the special prosecutor to bring these charges that relate to facts that have been reported for quite some time. And when we look about the question of delay, whether or not we're going to have a trial in a timely manner, they don't need to look at President Trump's trial team. The question is why the special counsel had to wait so long to bring these charges to begin with.
So, Steve, the Justice Department's attorneys argue that Trump's efforts to overturn the 2020 election results were not official conduct, but rather campaign conduct, that Trump's efforts were not motivated for the country, but for self-interest in re-election. Do you agree?
No, I don't agree. And in fact, if you look at the arguments being made before the court, Trump's legal team specifically said that this immunity claim is not tied to private acts, but only to the official actions of the president, which is entirely consistent with how we've treated the president under civil law, to be able to grant absolute immunity relating to their official actions. And it's broader than simply President Trump. This has to do with the ability of presidents to be able to lead the executive branch without looking over their shoulder. We think that this is an important argument, and in fact, the special counsel must have believed the same thing, because he attempted to have the Supreme Court to be able to consider it before the D.C. Court of Appeals could weigh in to begin with.
But the core tenet of our justice system is equal justice for all. Why should the president be immune to that?
Well, we've recognized the issue of immunity for officials of a public nature for quite some time. This is obviously the first time in which we've had to examine whether or not presidential immunity would apply to a criminal prosecution. President Trump didn't bring this upon himself, but in fact, it was brought not only by prosecutors who waited many, many months to be able to come forward, but let's look at also what's going on in the state of Georgia, where we have prosecutors running a campaign on whether or not they're going to look into Donald Trump. I've been a prosecutor now for almost 30 years. My responsibility is to follow facts and not chase people. What we've seen with the efforts around Donald Trump is an effort with a results-driven investigation to try to convict a man, not to allow the facts to dictate where those prosecutions should go.
So, Steve, you mentioned Georgia. ABC News is now reporting that, based on analysis, Trump appears to be an unindicted co-conspirator in Arizona's case against so-called fake electors. He's also the unindicted co-conspirator in Michigan's case, and we have the Georgia racketeering case related to election fraud. Wouldn't a grant of immunity for a president accused of such crimes endanger a peaceful transfer of power?
What is more, at least encouraging for me, is the fact that the president's going to have the ability to use immunity to try to address what are democratically driven prosecutions of the man who's now in line to be in the presidency again. The criminal justice system ought to be acted impartially to give individuals a fair opportunity to litigate their claims. It doesn't need to be an aggressive effort to use the criminal justice system to be able to support other political candidates in an election, nor to attack those they don't want to serve in office.
One more question. If immunity is granted, this could extend to any future president, including a Democratic president. Would you support that?
Absolutely.
Alabama Attorney General Steve Marshall, appreciate your time. And if you want to hear the entire back and forth that took place today in our nation's Supreme Court, ABC News Live will air the full arguments at midnight tonight. Straight ahead, it was a bombshell ruling. Why New York's highest court overturned the rape conviction of movie mogul Harvey Weinstein.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forth, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel.
Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
Glad you're streaming with us. We do have breaking news out of New York, where the state's highest court has now overturned the rape conviction of movie producer Harvey Weinstein. The court finding the trial judge prejudiced Weinstein and let women testify about allegations that were not part of the case. Well, Weinstein was a well-known, powerful man in the entertainment industry, but prosecutors said that he abused that power, that he took advantage of aspiring female actors. Weinstein was arrested in 2018, and he was charged with rape and sexual assault. Then in 2020, he was found guilty of both those felonies. Lawyers representing Weinstein spoke about today's ruling. Take a listen.
There are some people who are very unpopular in our society, but we still have to apply the law fairly to them. And in this courthouse behind us at that trial, the law was not applied fairly to Harvey Weinstein.
Let's bring in our contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Bob Boyce, and also our legal contributor here at ABC, Brian Buckmeyer. Bob, you were the lead investigator on that case against Weinstein. You know the ins and outs of that case better than anyone. What was your reaction to this?
Surprise. I didn't think this was going to happen, so when it did surprise me. And I will say from the outset, this was not about the witnesses or the victims who testified against Mr. Weinstein. This was about a strategy the prosecutor used, bringing people to speak about him and with not charging for those crimes. That's what this is about. It's not in any way a detriment to their credibility. This is what happened in this case. We're surprised by it. We certainly hope that Mr. Bragg retries the case.
So, Brian, let's talk about the evidence that played into the appeals court's decision here, and then also what Bob just said about retrying the case.
Yeah, so for the appellate court, they're looking at this from an issue of quantity, not quality. And to Bob's point, it's not the quality of the evidence, but the quantity of it, especially when it comes to uncharged witnesses. What the attorney Arthur Adala was talking about being unfair, you can see him there in that green hat as Harvey Weinstein kind of walks into court, is that we have this rule that you cannot have evidence that is more prejudicial than it is probative. And the argument here is that those uncharged witnesses prejudiced Harvey Weinstein without giving probative information or not enough probative information, and that it ultimately perhaps tilted the jury verdict towards a guilty based on that prejudice rather than the evidence of the case.
So, Bob, you interviewed so many of these victims, I want to say survivors. What do you say to them today in light of this news?
It's difficult to speak of this because they really gave up a lot by testifying. They gave up, they were under this public glare for so long a time, their names in the paper. They really stepped forward and created a new environment of Me Too, that people were going to step forward and not going to be afraid of people in power. So I would ask them quite bluntly, just stay with it, do the retrial, let's put this guy away, and make sure that this was not all done in vain. Because of the strategy, that this really did happen. We interviewed so many people, Kara, who said the same thing about it in the exact same MO that he used. So there's a lot of evidence there that was not brought into trial. This may happen in the second trial.
Brian Weinstein has also been convicted of sex crimes in California, for which he's serving prison time. Will today's ruling impact that in any way?
It will, in the sense that I expect the defense attorneys to revisit that California case and see if there are any similarities. While this case was decided based on New York law, California and many other states have similar arguments that you should only put forth information that's more probative than prejudicial, not the other way around. So they'll evaluate the witnesses. And to Bob's point, yes, I do think they'll retry this case. For the defense, they'll push forward on it, defending him.
We'll be following it. Bob, Brian, thanks, guys, so much. Appreciate you. Coming up, protests across the U.S. on college campuses. We're going to take you to some of the newest demonstrations that are popping up and what universities are doing about it.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
I'm Rob Marciano reporting from Steamboat, Colorado, where the avalanche danger remains high. Because of this, it continues to snow here. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Developing right now, new encampments of anti-war protesters popping up on other campuses now from coast to coast. More than a dozen people arrested at the University of Maryland, where students staged a sit-in for Palestinians today. Then in Atlanta, protesters clashing with police on Emory University's campus, even reports of getting tased. Georgia State troopers also making several arrests there. Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been following all the developments. So let's start with the protests at the University of Maryland. Not far from here, and ABC News in the center of D.C. What happened, Phil?
We say relatively because there have been some real dust-ups all across this country. About a dozen arrests today, as you mentioned, but for the most part, it has been a sit-in to show solidarity with the 100 or so protesters arrested at Columbia here in New York City last week, and to make demands that UMD divest from Israel in every way. Some of the students there with some very close and personal ties to Gaza.
All of our family is
in Rafah, so they're under bombardment. They're having the issues with food. They don't have food. They don't have water. Their houses are being bombed, and our relatives have been being killed.
Just want Maryland, University of Maryland, to just recognize that, like, hey, I do exist. I need their support. I need them. Like, I would love for them to divest. I don't want my money or tuition money to go towards like war and killing people.
It certainly is a valid concern. There are many Jewish students on campuses all across this country that find a lot of this rhetoric anti-Semitic. Kira.
So let's go to Emory University now in Atlanta, where things actually turned violent. What do you know?
Yeah, that was one of the many places it turned violent. Emory, the university says a few dozen people, Kira, came onto campus who are actually not members of the school community. They set up tents in the quad and began to clash with police. We'll take you to Northwestern University in Illinois. Dozens of students have set up tent encampment there and are calling it a free Gaza liberated zone. The problem is none of these encampments are actually seen as liberated space by any of the school administrations that they are happening at. Northwestern says the tents are a violation of school policy, and when police moved in to take them down, protesters linked their arms and tried to keep folks away from them. These are live pictures where, guys? This is from Northwestern, so you can see they're surrounding the tents there. Again, the school says this is not their policy to allow this to happen. They're negotiating with the folks who are there. At UC Berkeley, want to mention this, Kira, campus with a very proud legacy, as you know, of embracing social protest. An encampment grew overnight. Students say they will not leave until the school cuts all ties with Israeli schools and companies with ties to arms suppliers. And they want the University of California to formally recognize Israel's actions as genocide. And again, many Jewish students on that campus say they feel intimidated, not welcomed with all these tents and encampments, and they find a lot of the rhetoric from the protesters anti-Semitic.
Phil, appreciate your reporting. And thanks so much for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. The news never stops, neither do we. We've got a lot more on the other side.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David.
Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are. I watch you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here. Whenever news breaks.
We are here in Israel, a nation at war.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this town.
From Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike.
ABC News Live everywhere.
In Iceland, let's go.
On the 2024 campaign trail.
Here at 10 Downing Street.
Wherever the story is.
We're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere.
I'm Kira Phillips right now on ABC News Live. Donald Trump, a former president and current presidential candidate, facing the multiple legal battles, all centered around charges of corrupting elections. Trump back at the defense table for his criminal hush money trial. That's resuming after a short lunch break. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker once again back on the stand, facing even more questions about those efforts to catch and kill all those unflattering stories about Trump before the 2016 election. Let's bring in our executive producer, John John Santucci, also our legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer. So, John, let's just talk about the latest out of court and what more we've been hearing from Pecker this afternoon.
Yeah, Kira, it's been interesting happening right now downtown in Lower Manhattan, where David Pecker is talking more and more about his relationship between Donald Trump and Michael Cohen and himself and the catch and kill scheme they devised to find negative stories about Donald Trump leading up to the 2016 presidential election, basically paying people off to buy their silence. Now, obviously, we know this case that Donald Trump was indicted for by Manhattan prosecutors involves the case of Stormy Daniels, the former porn star. But there are two other incidents, Kira, that David Pecker has been walking prosecutors through involving a former doorman that worked for the former president and a former Playboy playmate that he had a longtime affair with, Karen McDougal. What Pecker is describing today so far, Kira, is really starting to dig into the Stormy Daniels relationship. This was the one, of course, that caused much heartache to Donald Trump because Stormy Daniels was shopping her story. And David Pecker has been talking to prosecutors, outlining how through his sources, when he was the publisher of the National Enquirer, that they heard about Stormy Daniels. They heard she was trying to sell her story for $120,000. Pecker stepped in to buy the story, to catch it, to kill it for $130,000, thus buying her silence leading up to the 2016 election.
So, Brian, your top takeaway from Pecker's testimony so far?
It's really the buildup that John is talking about, how there's a distinction between the doorman, the distinction between Karen, and then now Stormy Daniels. And in the first two, there seemed to be some friction because it seemed like the Enquirer had to foot the bill. Many people, and John probably better at talking about this, I've heard rumors that Donald Trump is not good at paying his bills back. And so there's that friction of like, when am I going to get paid? When am I going to get paid? But with Stormy Daniels, there's this uniqueness that we're expecting to hear, that the reimbursement through paying of Stormy Daniels and then the reimbursement of paying back Michael Cohen, and then how that all happened and intertwined is where the crime exists. That there seemed to be another function as to why and how this story needs to be paid for that ultimately brings us to this case.
And so, John, one of Trump's top advisors, who's believed to have been named in the Arizona indictment last night, actually accompanied Trump to court today. What did you make of Boris Epstein being with the former president?
It's remarkable. It's very reminiscent of Walt Nauta, who, of course, was indicted alongside Donald Trump in the federal case where Donald Trump took documents to Mar-a-Lago right by his side. Arizona case, of course, just happening last night, Kira, as you mentioned, where, over a dozen individuals, including fake electors and some top advisors to Donald Trump, were indicted. Now, our understanding of the indictment, because Boris Epstein is not named, what we believe is his name was redacted because he was not formally served. But based on our understanding of the indictment, it does appear Boris Epstein, Rudy Giuliani, and Mark Meadows are among those close to Donald Trump that were indicted. But Epstein being right there, Kira, almost 12 hours later, it just shows yet again, a la Walt Nauta, these are a close circle of aides that remain extremely loyal and close to Donald Trump. But nevertheless, Kira, he, along with the others, now facing another round of charges.
Yep, and Brian, the defense will get a chance to pick apart Pecker's claims that Michael Cohen sought to disguise the true nature of the Karen McDougal deal and that Trump was aware. So what do Trump's lawyers need to focus on in order to convince the jury that that was not the case? There's already been so much coverage about this alleged affair that he had with the Playboy playmate.
Yeah, so I think it's twofold. One, of course, we've always been talking about credibility. Try to destroy the credibility of this witness. Why should the jury believe this person? Point out the fact that this was a beneficial relationship. This individual had the ability to kind of bump elbows or rub elbows with the president. And maybe he was doing this of his own accord, or at least this might have been an agreement just between Pecker and Cohen and keep Donald Trump out of it. The other thing I think would be is, how sure are you, and that being the kind of the question to ask Pecker, how sure are you that this is what Donald Trump meant? Are you kind of filling in the blanks yourself? Is this the investigation and making you leaning toward this bias that he wanted for this to be paid back in this way that led to criminality? I think if you can create an environment where it's just these two men and keep Donald Trump out of it, who's creating this scheme, and it's Michael Cohen who's pushing it, that may bring the defense into a better place. But only time will tell. And what we've seen of Donald Trump when he steps outside and says, it was a legal expense. That's what you're supposed to do. That kind of butts head with that argument, but it's the best I think you could do it with this witness.
How about Trump continuing to violate the gag order, adding 4 new contempt counts today? John, when are we going to learn about the judge's ruling on that issue, and where could that go?
Well, I mean, either we're going to learn about the ruling or he's going to violate it a couple more times. This is remarkable, Kira. So prosecutors, as you know, asked for, 10 violations to be cited. While they were making that presentation earlier this week in court, they added an 11th for comments he made outside of court. Now they're adding 4 more. And one of them they're adding, Kira, is actually comments Donald Trump made to our station, WPVI, leading up to the Pennsylvania Republican primary earlier this week, where he attacked Michael Cohen, which is, of course, another violation of the gag order that says no attacks on witnesses. Now, we're waiting on the judge to rule here, but there's a couple different things that could happen. Option 1, nothing. It's a warning to Donald Trump. Knock it off. You got to stick within the confines, but clearly he keeps violating it, so I don't think that's going to happen. Option 2, you hit him with the fine. Prosecutors have said they want $1,000 per violation. I'm not great at math, but I think we're up to 11, 12, we're up to 15. So that'd be $15,000 right there if they stick with that. The third, which is fascinating, could actually be a bit of jail time. And if we think that sounds nearly impossible, it's not. The Secret Service earlier this week, our team confirming, had conversations with the NYPD and court officials, Kira, to prepare for just that.
John, Brian, thanks, guys. Well, from New York City to our nation's capital, it's Donald J. Trump versus the United States. In this next story, it's against the backdrop of an already divisive 2024 presidential campaign, as you know. The U.S. Supreme Court just heard those arguments about the former president's claim of absolute immunity. That outcome could determine whether Trump faces a federal trial this year on 4 felony counts pressed by special counsel Jack Smith. The justices appearing pretty skeptical, though, of the former president's absolute immunity claim today. Take a listen.
If the potential for criminal liability is taken off the table, wouldn't there be a significant risk that future presidents would be emboldened to commit crimes with abandon while they're in office?
We have live team coverage, starting off with our senior Washington correspondent, Devin Dwyer, just outside the Supreme Court, legal contributor and law professor at the University of Baltimore, Kim Whaley, contributor and presidential historian, Mark Updegrove. All right, Devin, your takeaways from court today.
Well, the court was indeed skeptical of his claim of absolute immunity, Kira, but this was a very good day for Donald Trump. And one key indicator of that was at the end of nearly 3 hours of oral arguments, and I was in that chamber, Trump's attorney, John Sauer, was given the chance to give a rebuttal, and he said, "Nothing further, Your Honor." That's extraordinary in its own right. I've seen a lot of oral arguments, never seen the plaintiff's counsel not take advantage of that time, and that's for 2 reasons. One, Donald Trump seems likely here to at least gain some time, and that's because the justices seem to indicate, at least a majority of them, that some more hashing out needs to be done about what sorts of immunity, what sorts of actions by a president are covered by immunity. That will take time in the lower court. And at the end of the day, also, Kira, that means a narrowing probably of charges. Both sides today in this argument agreed that while, yes, there are some private actions that are contemplated in the indictment against Donald Trump that could be pursued, first they would need to figure out which official actions therein could be removed from the indictment, also taking a good bit of time. So at the end of the day, Donald Trump effectively wins here on the substantive practical matter, and that's a trial before Election Day. It seems a lot less likely that this major election interference case will go forward and certainly be resolved before November, Kira.
So, Kim, Justice Amy Coney Barrett also asked a series of probing questions of Trump's attorney, indicating that she, too, is skeptical of the position taken here by Trump's teams, distinguishing between official and private acts. Could you sort of lay out the significance of that and the difference and where this was going?
Well, so there is such a thing as civil immunity for presidents. The idea that if a president does a presidential thing, regular citizens can't file a lawsuit and get money from the president later for negligence, for example. And she was taking, or the counsel took that distinction from the civil context, official versus unofficial conduct, private versus public conduct. It's why the case went against Bill Clinton for sexual harassment while he was still president, because that was private conduct. The concern here is, how do you make that distinction distinction. Is it going to be an objective test that you just sort of look at what the act is, or are you going to probe to see what they really meant to do? I think the harm here is if the court goes with this distinction, we have to not just think about whether the trial will go forward with Donald Trump, but if someone like Donald Trump gets in the White House again, the concern is you just sort of put some fluff around your actions to make them look official on paper. We're not going to probe whether they're actually meant to be committing crimes. And then all of a sudden you get complete immunity, green lighting crimes in the Oval Office. And I think that's what Justice Jackson was really worried about. But I agree with Devin. I think the majority is going to go with some kind of a test between private and public, and whether that's really probing and it's going to protect the public, frankly, from wrongdoing, from crimes, from a criminal enterprise with the massive powers of the Oval Office. That is sitting in these 5 justices' hands, essentially, the majority in this moment. It's really daunting.
Mark, are there any historical parallels here?
You know, you're used to me saying this, Kira. The answer is really no. Once again, this is more or less unprecedented. The last we saw a president's legal fate in the balance was with Richard Nixon after he resigned in the face of charges that he had obstructed justice in the Watergate scandal. And then he was pardoned a month after leaving the presidency by Gerald Ford. So that we really haven't seen anything like this. And it's worth noting that Gerald Ford pardoned Richard Nixon in order to get the legal fate of Nixon out of the public consciousness so that the nation could move to other pressing issues like stagflation. We had a major problem with our economy and the lingering war in Vietnam. So this is, again, another example of something that hasn't happened before. And as was mentioned earlier, it plays to Donald Trump's favor because it delays this trial. We might not have a verdict in this trial until after the election, if there is a case that goes forward at all, given what's at stake here.
So, Mark, Justice Kavanaugh focused on that today. So how this moment compares to Watergate. He said that President Ford's pardon of Richard Nixon was very controversial in the moment, but now it's looked upon as one of the better decisions in presidential history. Do you agree?
I do. I think there are varying opinions on that, but I think Gerald Ford was looking at the moment, not the precedent that he was setting, Kira. He was looking at the country at that time, and he believed that as long as the country was focused on solely on the legal fate of Richard Nixon, we couldn't get on as a nation. He wanted the nation to heal. He told me many times when I interviewed him through the years that he thought it was the right thing to do to heal the nation, and it was certainly a politically courageous thing to do because it probably cost him the presidency in his own right when he ran in 1976 and lost to Jimmy Carter. I think most historians would generally agree that it was the right thing to do, but the concern is, did it set a precedent for something like we face today? And I don't think that's something that Gerald Ford could have foreseen when he granted the pardon in 1974, Kira.
Is Trump politically courageous?
I don't think so, no. Trump is in no way politically courageous. This is a tactic meant to delay this verdict so that it will not be a factor in the election later this year, and it seems to be working, Kira.
Wanted to make clear of the difference there. Appreciate you, Mark. Devin, Kim, thank you. And if you want to hear the entire back and forth that took place today in our nation's Supreme Court, ABC News Live will air the full arguments. You ready for this? Midnight tonight. Coming up, it was a bombshell ruling. We're still talking about it. New York's highest court overturning the rape conviction of movie mogul Harvey Weinstein. Yeah, we got the details next.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA?
Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Can you believe it? It's 25 years of breakfast in bed, surprising moms across America.
Oh my goodness.
And for our 25th anniversary, we're making it the biggest surprise yet.
A full-on breakfast in bed extravaganza like you have never seen before.
So go to goodmorningamerica.com or scan this QR code to find out how to enter a deserving mom you love for breakfast in bed.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
Glad you're streaming with us. We do have breaking news out of New York, where the state's highest court has now overturned the rape conviction of movie producer Harvey Weinstein. The court finding the trial judge prejudiced Weinstein and let women testify about allegations that were not part of the case. Well, Weinstein was a well-known, powerful man in the entertainment industry, but prosecutors said that he abused that power, that he took advantage of aspiring female actors. Weinstein was arrested in 2018, and he was charged with rape and sexual assault. Then in 2020, he was found guilty of both those felonies. Lawyers representing Weinstein spoke about today's ruling. Take a listen.
There are some people who are very unpopular in our society, but we still have to apply the law fairly to them. And in this courthouse behind us at that trial, the law was not applied fairly to Harvey Weinstein.
Let's bring in our contributor and former NYPD Chief of Detectives, Bob Boyce, and also our legal contributor here at ABC, Brian Buckmeyer. Bob, you were the lead investigator on that case against Weinstein. You know the ins and outs of that case better than anyone. What was your reaction to this?
Surprise. I didn't think this was going to happen, so when it did surprise me. And I will say from the outset, this was not about the witnesses or the victims who testified against Mr. Weinstein. This was about a strategy the prosecutor used, bringing people to speak about him and with not charging for those crimes. That's what this is about. It's not in any way a detriment to their credibility. This is what happened in this case. We're surprised by it. We certainly hope that Mr. Bragg retries the case.
So, Brian, let's talk about the evidence that played into the appeals court's decision here, and then also what Bob just said about retrying the case.
Yeah, so for the appellate court, they're looking at this from an issue of quantity, not quality. And to Bob's point, it's not the quality of the evidence, but the quantity of it, especially when it comes to uncharged witnesses. What the attorney, Arthur Adala, was talking about being unfair, you can see him there in that green hat as Harvey Weinstein kind of walks into court, is that we have this rule that you cannot have evidence that is more prejudicial than it is probative. And the argument here is that those uncharged witnesses prejudiced Harvey Weinstein without giving probative information or not enough probative information, and that it ultimately perhaps tilted the jury verdict towards a guilty based on that prejudice rather than the evidence of the case.
So, Bob, you interviewed so many of these victims, I want to say survivors. What do you say to them today in light of this news?
It's difficult to speak of this because they really gave up a lot by testifying. They gave up they were under this public glare for so long a time, their names in the paper. They really stepped forward and created a new environment of Me Too, that people were going to step forward and not going to be afraid of people in power. So I would ask them quite bluntly, just stay with it, do the retrial, let's put this guy away, and make sure that this was not all done in vain. because of the strategy, that this really did happen. We interviewed so many people, Kara, who said the same thing about it in the exact same MO that he used. So there's a lot of evidence there that was not brought into trial. This may happen in the second trial.
Brian Weinstein has also been convicted of sex crimes in California, for which he's serving prison time. Will today's ruling impact that in any way?
It will, in the sense that I expect the defense attorneys to revisit that California case and see if there are any similarities. While this case was decided based on New York law, California and many other states have similar arguments that you should only put forth information that's more probative than prejudicial, not the other way around. So they'll evaluate the witnesses. And to Bob's point, yes, I do think they'll retry this case. For the defense, they'll push forward on it, defending him.
We'll be following it. Bob, Brian, thanks, guys, so much. Appreciate you. Coming up, protests across the U.S. on college campuses. We're going to take you to some of the newest demonstrations that are popping up and what universities are doing about it.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families here in Poland.
At refugee centers.
In Putin's Russia.
On the ground in Ukraine.
Close to the front line.
From the capital, destructive Cat 4 storm.
You're along I-5.
Boston is in the bullseye.
Let's go.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use? My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start Here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
Here's to good mornings in America.
Can you feel the love?
Oh, yeah. Mornings that inspire, filled with hope, kindness, joyous surprises, and so much fun.
This is crazy. This is absolutely crazy.
Start your day with Good Morning America's ray of sunshine, highlighting the best of America and helping
make dreams come true.
Wow.
I'm just so happy. It's so good.
Get ready to smile and put the good into your morning, America, because
you know what will make the morning better? A little ray of sunshine.
Reporting from Scranton, Pennsylvania, covering the winter storm, I'm Stephanie Ramos. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Developing right now, new encampments of anti-war protesters popping up on other campuses now from coast to coast. More than a dozen people arrested at the University of Maryland, where students staged a sit-in for Palestinians today. Then in Atlanta, protesters clashing with police on Emory University's campus, even reports of getting tased. Georgia State troopers also making several arrests there. Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been following all the developments. So let's start with the protests at the University of Maryland Maryland, not far from here, and ABC News in the center of D.C. What happened, Phil?
A dozen arrests today, as you mentioned, but for the most part, it has been a sit-in to show solidarity with the 100 or so protesters arrested at Columbia here in New York City last week, and to make demands that UMD divest from Israel in every way. Some of the students there with some very close and personal ties to Gaza.
All of our family is in Rafah, so they're under bombardment. They're having the issues with food. They don't have food. They don't have water. Their houses are being bombed, and our relatives have been being killed.
Just want University of Maryland to just recognize that, like, hey, I do exist. I need their support. I need them. Like, I would love for them to divest. I don't want my money or tuition money to go towards, like, war and killing people.
It certainly is a valid concern. There are many Jewish students on campuses all across this country that find a lot of this rhetoric anti-Semitic. Kira.
So let's go to Emory University now in Atlanta, where things actually turned violent. What do you know?
Yeah, that was one of the many places it turned violent. Emory, the university says a few dozen people, Kira, came onto campus who are actually not members of the school community. They set up tents in the quad and began to clash with police. We'll take you to Northwestern University in Illinois. Dozens of students have set up tent encampment there and are calling it a free Gaza liberated zone. The problem is none of these encampments are actually seen as liberated space by any of the school administrations that they are happening at. Northwestern says the tents are a violation of school policy, and when police moved in to take them down, protesters linked their arms and tried to keep folks away from them. These are live pictures where, guys? This is from Northwestern, so you can see they're surrounding the tents there. Again, the school says this is not their policy to allow this to happen. They're negotiating with the folks who are there. At UC Berkeley, want to mention this, Kira, campus with a very proud legacy, as you know, of embracing social protest. An encampment grew overnight. Students say they will not leave until the school cuts all ties with Israeli schools and companies with ties to arms suppliers. And they want the University of California to formally recognize Israel's actions as genocide. And again, many Jewish students on that campus say they feel intimidated, not welcomed with all these tents and encampments, and they find a lot of the rhetoric from the protesters anti-Semitic.
Phil, appreciate your reporting. And thanks so much for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. The news never stops, neither do we. We've got a lot more on the other side.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
Your health, your money, breaking news, music, and of course, good food. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us, Afternoons.
For everything you need to know. I love that.
I'm Kana Whitworth at the APEC Summit in San Francisco. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Today on ABC News Live, Donald Trump, a former president and presumptive Republican nominee, facing multiple legal battles, all centered around charges of corrupting elections. Trump back at the defense table for his criminal hush money trial. Former National Enquirer publisher David Pecker taking the stand once again after a lunch break, facing questions about all those efforts to catch and kill unflattering stories about Donald Trump before the 2016 election. All of this happening as we are also covering a historic and unprecedented day for the United States Supreme Court, the highest court in the land, hearing arguments over presidential immunity and whether former President Trump can be prosecuted for his efforts to overturn the 2020 election while he was still in office. Leading us off this hour, our investigative reporter Olivia Rubin just outside court where trial has resumed after that brief recess. Also our legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer. So Olivia, what can you tell us about Trump's mannerisms in court or any obvious jury reactions maybe during the saucy testimony they've been hearing?
Well, Trump does appear focused on the testimony that his old friend David Pecker is giving, especially when he is recounting some of the specific conversations that he personally had with Donald Trump or with his attorney, Michael Cohen. David Pecker testified in one instance about talking to Trump directly about Michael Cohen. That seems something Trump was interested in. His attention did appear to sort of, wane just based off of his body language. He was more slumped back when it got into some of that more laborious testimony where David Pecker is talking about the nitty-gritty of the contracts and the payments and the accounting of how his company, the National Enquirer, shuffled that $130,000 payment over to Karen McDougal. So he seemed to dip out a bit, but the jurors also seemed quite interested in the testimony. They are taking notes. There were times when Pecker was talking about a specific instance and you could see their heads going back and forth from Pecker to their notes to Joshua Steinglass as he's asking the questions. But I also will just point out there is sort of an interesting dynamic going on between the jurors and Donald Trump. Something that's so fascinating is when the jurors come in and out of the room all day, Kira, they are walked directly in front of Donald Trump, basically just inches away from them. And something that's so fascinating is that as they're right there, they're essentially avoiding eye contact with him. And when they get up close to them, I noticed that a bunch of them would look down at the floor and look away. So just some really interesting courtroom dynamics underway in there.
Oh, yeah, to say the least. Brian, your thoughts on maybe the most noteworthy moments from David Pecker's testimony?
For me, it's still that testimony, or that part of the testimony, where David Pecker talks about the friction between him and Michael Cohen, where they almost went to rip up the agreement between the two of them. And what started that, from my understanding, looking at the testimony, is that David Pecker took this payment deal, this catch and kill scheme, to in-house counsel and tried to find a way to categorize these payments because Donald Trump wasn't reimbursing the Enquirer for those first two stories. And it almost got to the point where they wanted to rip up the agreement because inside counsel said, no, we can't do this. This is wrong. To me, that seems like almost consciousness of guilt, especially if that information was relayed to Michael Cohen and then ultimately to Donald Trump as they push forward on that Stormy Daniels case, because at least there's an opportunity to say, we all knew this was wrong, including Donald Trump, and we still went forward. But this is still the direct examination. We still have a cross-examination, a redirect, a recross. I think we'll be back and forth with David Pecker for some time, and we can ultimately evaluate his testimony when he's done on the stand.
Right. And Olivia, some other Trump news even developing, like we don't have enough today. He's been named as this unindicted co-conspirator in 2 other state cases. How does this news now play into already a historic day?
Well, it's never going to be a good thing to be named as an unindicted co-conspirator in a case where, a number of individuals were indicted. We know just from speaking to sources that this is something that people around him were watching very closely. But if you think about Donald Trump, he has already been indicted 4 times. So it was probably a relief that he was not indicted for a 5th time. So to be an unindicted co-conspirator 1, at least he is not indicted. So it doesn't exactly have any bearing on this case, but it is just a reminder of the legal situation that Donald Trump finds himself if you zoom out for just a minute and think about the 24 hours that Donald Trump has had. First, he was named as an unindicted co-conspirator last night. Now he is in a state courthouse in Manhattan. His attorneys are facing the Supreme Court in Washington, D.C., and the verdict in his $83 million E. Jean Carroll defamation suit was just upheld. So quite a whirlwind for him these past 24 hours.
So, Brian, for those of us that don't have the distinguished law degree like you do, can you please explain what exactly an unindicted co-conspirator is? And can you even answer the question, why wasn't Trump just indicted in these cases?
So I can answer the first and give you some speculation for the second. An unindicted co-conspirator is a person that is thought to have been a part of a scheme or a conspiracy with others who are indicted, but for whatever reason, they have not been indicted. And those reasons could be the prosecutor did not present that information or those charges for that individual to the grand jury. And the reasons for that could be either prosecutorial discretion, or I would think that probably the more obvious and the big one is they know that today the Supreme Court is deciding about Donald Trump's absolute immunity or immunity arguments. And so they could be waiting to see how that shakes out before they present information of Donald Trump in these states where he's an unindicted co-conspirator. Or it could be that they don't have the requisite information or evidence to put forward, that he's just a piece of the scheme, but not large enough to show that he should be impeached.
All right, Olivia, Brian, thank you both. We're also following, well, another case. So we're going to head from the nation's capital now, or from New York City, rather, to the nation's capital. And that is where we're talking about Donald J. Trump once again, but this time versus the United States. And it's against the backdrop of an already divisive 2024 presidential campaign. The U.S. Supreme Court just heard those arguments about the former president's claim of absolute immunity. That outcome could determine whether Trump faces a federal trial this year on 4 felony counts pressed by special counsel Jack Smith. The justices made it pretty clear, though, that while they're not writing a ruling for the ages.
This case has huge implications for the presidency, for the future of the presidency, for the future of the country, in my view. I'm not focused on the here and now of this case. I'm very concerned about the future.
We have live team coverage, starting us off with senior Washington correspondent Devin Dwyer. He's outside the Supreme Court there, where he's been all day. Also, our senior reporter Catherine Falders and legal contributor Kim Whaley and presidential historian Mark Updegrove. So, Devin, this trial will directly impact when or if former President Trump takes or goes to trial. So, what do you think? Where do justices seem to be leaning here?
Well, at the end of the day, Kira, it was a good day for Donald Trump, who wants to avoid that federal election interference trial, certainly before the November election. While the Supreme Court today did signal almost unanimously a rejection of Donald Trump's claim of absolute immunity from any criminal prosecution, they were also very uncomfortable with a lower court decision that green-lighted this case immediately. The justices making clear today, Kira, that they want to go back to the drawing board and find a middle ground, come up with some, as you described in your intro there, a rule for the ages about deciding when a president's conduct is protected and when perhaps it could be subjected to criminal prosecution like the rest of us. A president is not above the law. But to decide that, to hash out that rule, is going to take some time, and time, as we know, delay, works in Donald Trump's favor. So the Supreme Court, which in this case already has not shown any indication of moving particularly quickly, will now spend some time writing this decision. We expect it to come out before the end of June, perhaps sooner. And in all likelihood, based on the indications today, Kira, the Supreme Court will send this back to a lower court to hash out what portions of the conduct alleged by Jack Smith around the 2020 election by Donald Trump, what portions of that conduct are official, perhaps protected, and are maybe private or official and unprotected, so this can go move forward. So that shaking out is going to take some time. And as we've been saying all morning and all afternoon here, if this trial does not go forward, it has the potential of being killed altogether if Donald Trump wins the White House in November, because, of course, he'd control the Justice Department and would be able to make all of this go away. So a lot on the line, but we do have to wait and see how the justices rule when they hand down their opinion.
Well, if that were to happen, Catherine, wouldn't that be a bit of a get-out-of-jail-free card for the former president?
It would, and I think Devin teed it up nicely there that Trump and his legal team, they're really banking on the November election to make all of this go away because, as Devin noted, if Trump does win the election, then he will just direct his Justice Department, for example, to drop the federal cases, whether it be the January 6th one or the classified documents one. Now, if he loses, then there is obviously a delay here, but he's not off the hook. So that is something that Trump has been banking on since the beginning here. So there is the likelihood that this will all go away for him, but of course, only if he wins the election.
So then, Rick, at what point do all these legal hurdles actually stop fueling Trump's campaign? And oh, we don't have Rick. Let me ask. Let me take this to you, Kim. Then, is there a point that these legal hurdles, as we have watched in the past, have helped Trump? Is there a point where they could actually hurt him, depending on the outcome?
Well, it's conceivable. I think it's highly unlikely. It's conceivable that the court will produce a clean test. And there were some questions today about the January 6th indictment, which pieces of it would fall within this newly minted criminal immunity test they're about to make, which pieces would not. So it's possible that they'll issue a quick ruling. It'll go to Judge Chutkan. They'll have a quick round of motions, and it could still be a trial before the election. I think, however she rules, his team will say there should be broader immunity and want to appeal it. So, it's always possible, but I do think, he has the Supreme Court of the United States in this moment to thank, really, for delaying this trial potentially past the election. And what I think the justices and the majority, it looks like the conservatives lost sight of, is if they do create criminal immunity, what incentive is that going to give President Trump in a second term to not sort of do more things like January 6th? That was kind of missing from the debate today. It was very hypothetical, theoretical, as Justice Kavanaugh kind of talking in these what ifs that really blinks the reality of the moment and the severity of the moment, which I think most Americans really understand.
Ooh, Mark, what do you think of these what ifs and what it means for the future of the presidency?
Well, I think Kim's dead right about the immediate effect of this, Kira, that this delay tactic means we likely will not get a decision from the court until after the election. And if Donald Trump is indeed elected and he beats Joe Biden, then he will, in all likelihood, allow his Justice Department to kill the case altogether. But there are bigger ramifications here, as the justices on the court alluded to this morning. This is a huge case in terms of the expansion of the power of the presidency, already an enormously powerful office. But what does it mean not only to maybe a Joe Biden being reelected or Donald Trump being elected, but what does it mean for future presidents as we expand the powers of what is already the most powerful office in the world, making the president less accountable, which is one of the hallmarks of American democracy, the accountability of our elected officials, in particular our president. So there are enormous stakes here in this case, Kira.
We'll monitor it closely. Devin, Catherine, Kim, Mark, and to the ghost of our political director, Rick Klein, who wasn't with us but is always with us, I thank all of you so much. So as the U.S. Supreme Court will decide whether the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution, I think we have made it pretty clear this afternoon how high the stakes really are here. That's exactly why 19 retired generals, admirals, and former top service secretaries filed this brief opposing former President Donald Trump's bid for immunity from prosecution. One of those retired admirals is Thad Allen. He has made it clear that this case is far more than just a former president's future on the line. American democracy, its security, and its credibility, both at home and abroad, are also on the line. To be clear, Admiral Thad Allen joins me now not as a politician, but as a military leader whose greatest concern right now is our national security. Good to see you, Thad. I've known you more than 20 years, and I've watched you navigate military concerns that many times get wrapped up in political debate. But again, you've made it clear that your worry here is about the people, not the president. Why did you take part in this amicus brief?
Well, you're absolutely right, Kira. My intentions are not political. They are military. And political leaders have a responsibility to give advice to political leaders. And our amicus brief to the court is just that. It's our advice from a military standpoint, pointing out the significant risk to national security inherent in immunity for the president.
Let's talk about that. Absolute immunity would free a president from all accountability under our criminal justice system. As a military leader, why does that keep you up at night?
Well, Kira, it's an established standard in the military that individuals have a duty to disobey an illegal order. And this has its roots back in the Nuremberg trials and the My Lai massacre during Vietnam. Presidential immunity has the potential to create a dangerous and, in my view, unnecessary transfer of ethical, moral, and legal responsibility from the president to his subordinates to determine if an order is legal or not.
Let me follow up on that word, dangerous. Why does this threaten our national security? Give me a classic example.
When you're conducting military operations, what you want to do is you want to reduce ambiguity and create clarity in the chain of command. So there's absolutely certainty about what is to be accomplished and how that's to happen. If there is ambiguity regarding the legality of the order, the people receiving the order have to make a decision about that order. And in the meantime, whatever risks that are posed out there that require military operations are either delayed or damaged because of the inability to create a clear chain of command from the president down to those executing the operations.
So basically, it undermines all the principles of military leadership.
In my view, yes, because the military is built basically on a legal framework, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, that requires good order and discipline to execute the orders of the president. And the military is subordinate to civilian rule. This tends to erode and undermine that because there's uncertainty about what the intent of the orders are, especially if they're placed in a position to try and determine whether or not they're illegal.
That's definitely dangerous, and that's definitely scary when you think about it that way. And as we all have our eyes, locked in on the Supreme Court today, what's the outcome that you ultimately want to see here?
Well, given the risk to military operations and national security, I think we personally would like to see the ambiguity that could be inserted into military orders from the president to be removed and greater clarity established. And that happens when the president retains the moral and ethical responsibility to give legal orders.
Admiral Thad Allen, great to see you. Appreciate your time. And if you want to hear the entire back and forth that took place today in our nation's Supreme Court, ABC News Live will air the full arguments at midnight tonight. Coming up, we continue to follow that bombshell ruling. New York's highest court overturning the rape conviction of movie mogul Harvey Weinstein.
Whenever news breaks,
We are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In rolling forward, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines. From southern Israel. Outside the Gaza Strip. In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming.
ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live. Streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Glad you're streaming with us. We do have breaking news out of New York, where the state's highest court has overturned the rape conviction of movie producer Harvey Weinstein. The court finding the trial judge prejudiced and that Weinstein and left women testify about allegations that were not part of the case. Weinstein was a well-known, powerful man in the entertainment industry, but prosecutors said he abused that power and he took advantage of so many aspiring female actors. Weinstein was arrested in 2018 and charged with rape and sexual assault. Then in 2020 was found guilty of both those felonies. Lawyers representing Weinstein spoke about today's ruling. Here's what they said.
There are some people who are very unpopular in our society, but we still have to apply the law fairly to them. And in this courthouse behind us at that trial, the law was not applied fairly to Harvey Weinstein.
Let's bring in our legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer, once again. So Brian, does this take the landmark #MeToo movement backwards?
I'm not sure if it takes the movement backwards, but definitely the strategy in which prosecutors used in this case, and that being you have your named alleged victims, those who are associated with the crimes, and then you have uncharged alleged victims who ranged, I think, in like the number of 4 or 5 of them who testified in this trial. Now that strategy of having uncorroborated or unindicted alleged victims, that's going to change. I think we've heard that DA Bragg is intending to re-prosecute this case. His strategy that he used in his first trial is going to be different than the next one.
So the Manhattan DA's office could decide to retry this, right? Is that a good idea?
That's a difficult question. I think when you first, for me, you have to talk to all the alleged victims, everyone who testified. And if they want this case to go forward, then I think that becomes a good idea, because no one wants to see these women be re-traumatized by having to go through this story. I think the only way that you can say this is a good or bad idea is you let the women lead in terms of what they want out of this case, because ultimately Weinstein is still serving time in California, but in this case, it's been overturned.
Well, Weinstein has also been convicted of sex crimes in California, for which he's serving prison time as well. Will today's ruling impact that in any way?
Well, impacted in the sense that I'm very sure, knowing the defense attorneys who represent Harvey Weinstein, that they're going to reevaluate that California case based on the reasoning that overturned the case in New York. Well, it's 2 different states. There are very similar laws when it comes to what evidence can come in and the amount of evidence and whether it's more prejudicial than probative, which is what the judge leaned on in this case to overturn his conviction in New York.
Brian Buckmeyer, we will follow this, of course. It was pretty stunning news when it came through today. Thanks, Brian. We are also following all those protests popping up on campuses across the country. You know what they're upset about. It's the Israel-Hamas war. We'll tell you what's happening at this hour.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you.
Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
Can you believe it? It's 25 years of breakfast in bed, surprising moms across America.
Oh my goodness.
And for our 25th anniversary, we're making it the biggest surprise yet.
A full-on breakfast in bed extravaganza like you have never seen before.
So go to goodmorningamerica.com or scan this QR code to find out how to enter a deserving mom you love for breakfast in bed.
I'm Mo Lalengi in Beirut, and wherever the story goes, we'll take you there. You're watching ABC News Live.
Developing right now, new encampments of anti-war protesters popping up on campuses from coast to coast. Take a look at these dramatic images out of Boston. Protesters there locking arms in a circle around tents set up on campus of the Northeastern University. In Southern California, similar protests being held on the campus of UCLA. Several dozen demonstrators forming an encampment of tents. And then in Atlanta, those protesters clashing with police on Emory University's campus, even reports of getting tased. Georgia State troopers also making several arrests. Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been following just the growing amount of protests. Those protesters at Northeastern, or is it Northeastern or Northwestern?
Northeastern.
It was Northeastern?
Yep.
Okay.
With circling around with their arms. Yeah, that's
Yes.
new today. It's hard to keep all of these in line because there are new ones that pop up all the time, Kira. And as you point out, this one was at Northeastern that we can show you. They're holding, arm in arm around this small encampment right there in the middle of the campus that is just off Boylston Street there in Boston. There are police officers on site, but no arrests have been made so far. It remains peaceful. Then, Kira, we go out to Northwestern University in Illinois. Dozens of students have set up a tent encampment there and are calling it a free Gaza liberated zone. The problem is none of these encampments that we've been showing you over the course of the week are liberated spaces. The schools don't see them that way at all. Northwestern says the tents are a violation of school policy, actually, and when police moved in to take them down, protesters linked arms and tried to keep police from doing their jobs. At UCLA, we've shown you what's happened at USC, but at UCLA, protesters set up an encampment there, even building a wooden fence to surround it, hanging signs calling for the end of the war in Gaza. And as you mentioned, at Emory down in Georgia, university says a few dozen people came onto campus who are not members of the school community, and that's not the first time we've heard that. They set up tents on the quad and began to clash with police. Kira.
So protesters were also actually arrested at Emerson University in Atlanta. Is that, no, wait. Oh, it was Emerson College in Boston.
Boy,
yeah. I can't keep. It was Emory in Atlanta,
Emory.
and now Emerson in Boston.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm following you.
Okay, good. Thank you, because it's hard for me to keep up with all these live pictures, and it's changing every hour as they've started to pop up. Okay, so at Emerson in Boston, there's actual body cam video of what happened there?
Yeah, this was obtained by ABC News, and this happened overnight. Now we're getting to see it. About 108 protesters were arrested in the end. This was a pretty big one after this encounter with Boston police. And you can actually hear, you will in 1 minute, an officer tell this crowd they have every right to protest. And he's talking in a calm and respectful voice. And he said, look, it's late. Timestamp's about 1:30 in the morning. He said, we let you go long after 10. People have to get up and go to work in the morning. And he asked no fewer than 5 times for them to disperse. And then this happened.
We don't want to escalate to do anything. So again, I've done a lot of these. Road's reasonable. We don't want to arrest anybody. Trust me. We all want to go home, just like we want you to go home today. So I'm welcome, free to answer any questions. Speak to anyone who wants to speak to me, but just go later. We got to open up. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Yeah, Kira, just about as respectful as any police officer can be in a situation like that. And they just started, chanting again, and then the arrests were made, about 108 of them. But yeah, all across the country, Kira, Emerson, Emory, UCLA, USC, Ivy League as well.
Northeastern, Northwestern.
Northwestern, all the Norths.
The list continues. Phil, thank you so much.
All right.
And thank you for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. The news never stops, as you can see, and neither do we. We've got a lot more. Stay with us.
Important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen, wherever you get your podcasts.
And good afternoon, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Right now on ABC News Live, Donald Trump, a former president and current presidential candidate, facing the multiple legal battles, all centered around charges of corrupting elections. Trump back at the defense table for his criminal hush money trial. Cross-examination of tabloid publisher David Pecker has just begun. The former National Enquirer executive facing even more questions about those efforts to catch and kill all the unflattering stories about Trump before the 2016 election. Let's bring in our executive producer, John Santucci, along with legal contributor and trial attorney Brian Buckmeyer. So, John, David Pecker on the stand, once again detailing how the White House and officials there, like Hope Hicks, Sarah Huckabee Sanders, oh boy, all the blasts from the past, actually encouraged him to extend American media's contract with Karen McDougal. Break it down for us.
Kira, it's interesting. There are some things that even surprise me to this day. That is one thing I never knew before. And obviously, you well know that Hope Hicks and Sarah Sanders were some of Donald Trump's closest aides, especially in the early days of the White House. But to hear that David Pecker, in addition to that, was walking along the colonnade by the Rose Garden, Donald Trump still asking him how Karen McDougal was doing. And then those two aides convening a call with him and David Pecker asking for their advice, saying, should I extend her contract? AKA, should I pay her more to keep her quiet? And they all agreed, yes, you should. It's just remarkable. And I think part of what we have to remember here, Kira, is that David Pecker is witness one. We do know that Hope Hicks is expected to be one of the prosecution's witnesses. Many of us that have covered this story from the beginning, in part thought that was just related to Hope Hicks's time as the head of Donald Trump's communications for his 2016 campaign. But clearly, based off this testimony where prosecutors are leading David Pecker, it seems there's a lot of conversations that were going into this affair, Stormy Daniels and others, that prosecutors want to discuss in 2017, when, of course, Donald Trump was president.
So does this mean, John, that we could see Sarah Huckabee Sanders, now a governor, possibly take the stand?
I mean, listen, anything is certainly possible. I think the one thing I would note on that, though, is that in the start of jury selection, Judge Juan Merchan went through a list of nearly 30 different plus people that could be witnesses. Sarah Huckabee Sanders was not one of them. But, I do think, Kira, one of the things that we have to remember is that that's just a list of possible witnesses. It can certainly shrink. It could certainly widen. And then that's the other thing we have to remember, that right now this is just a presentation by prosecutors. We have no idea how the defense will respond. They obviously intend to, because we know Donald Trump says famously he's a counterpuncher, so they're going to put some type of presentation on. Could it be Sarah Sanders? Could it be other White House aides? We know that, one of the other names that came up as part of that presentation by Judge Juan Merchan to prospective jurors was that possibly former White House Chief of Staff Reince Priebus is another name. So, at the end of the day, it's really could be a who's who of takes the stand. Pecker being one, got a lot more to go.
So, Brian, what do you think of that?
I think it might open up the Pandora's box if Donald Trump and his team starts inviting these other people to come and testify. Typically, and John is correct, I'm just making sure my computer's not mute when I say that, but typically a witness list can expand or decrease in a way But if Sarah Huckabee Sanders wasn't initially on that witness list, it is very unlikely for her to show up later. The main issue being that if she does and a juror knows her in some way, shape, or form, they could have been they could disqualify themselves in the middle of a trial. I think more likely than not, what's going to happen is Hope Hicks will either take a stand as a potential witness and either corroborate or say that that conversation was different. But I want to highlight another important part because my understanding is that Pecker is done with the direct examination. In the end, I think the prosecution did a very good job of saying, hey, aren't you still friends with Donald Trump? Do you not still consider him one? Wasn't he a very good person to you when a loved one passed away? And that, I think, will take away a potential sting of Donald Trump's attorneys getting up there and being like, this is about vindication. This is you trying to throw your friend under the bus. You don't like him. You haven't spoken to him since 2019. Having that preemptive, I'm still friends with him, I think helps the prosecution in this case.
So, John, what do you think overall? How's this going for Trump?
So I think so far, I mean, it's going okay. I mean, I think one of the things that, we have to remember is that Donald Trump is really taking this all in. I do think the notes that we're getting from our team in court is actually remarkable about so much of his body language, Kira. He's passing notes to people. He's leaning in. He's shrugging his shoulders, letting out exhales sometimes as people are talking. This is just the beginning. I do think this is actually, in some ways, one of the hardest witnesses for Donald Trump. And what I mean by that is that, as we've been talking about, he knows what Michael Cohen's going to say. He knows what Stormy Daniels is going to say. There are some witnesses here, some of the former assistants like Rona Graff and Madeline Westerhouse and others that we've never heard from. And David Pecker's in that camp. Up until this point, he has kept his mouth shut. His story has really been silent for the last 8+ years. So I just think these people telling all about Donald Trump, telling all their personal conversations, their dealings. Look, we know Donald Trump values loyalty more than anything else. So anybody up there, even though they're compelled under oath to tell the truth, is still something that hurts Donald Trump at his core.
John, Brian, thank you. Well, something else is still hurting him at the core. We go from New York to that courtroom to the nation's capital, where it's Donald J. Trump versus the United States. Against the backdrop of an already divisive 2024 presidential campaign, the U.S. Supreme Court just heard those arguments about the former president's claim of absolute immunity. The outcome could actually determine whether Trump faces a federal trial this year on 4 felony counts pressed by special counsel Jack Smith. The justices making it clear they know they are writing a ruling for the ages.
This case has huge implications for the presidency, for the future of the presidency, for the future of the country, in my view. I'm not focused on the here and now of this case. I'm very concerned about the future.
We have live team coverage to talk about the future. Starting us off, senior Washington correspondent Devin Dwyer just outside the Supreme Court, our legal contributor Kim Whaley, and also our presidential historian Mark Updegrove. So, Devin, this is the second case the justices have taken up involving Trump this year. Let's talk about how significant this case is compared to the case we heard, just a few months ago?
Yeah, a few months ago, the Supreme Court here, Kira, took up whether Donald Trump could be kicked off the ballot for his part in the January 6th events here at the United States Capitol. And unanimously, the Supreme Court said individual states could not do that, that it would be too disruptive. A big win for Donald Trump. Today, a much different case. This one focused very much on the powers and immunities of the institution of the presidency. Certainly, Donald Trump is front and center in his alleged crimes related to his efforts to stay in power after the last election. But today, so much of the conversation focused on the Constitution and what protections a president has. It did seem today, Kira, that the majority of justices rejected this idea that a president has absolute immunity from any sort of criminal prosecution, but they really wrestled with where to draw the line. What's the test for deciding what sorts of things a president does in an office are immune from prosecution and what sorts of things are not? We heard myriad different takes on that, but so much is on the line, not just for Donald Trump, but for the future of this country going forward. And it was clear from Brett Kavanaugh, as you heard in that soundbite, but also Neil Gorsuch, that the justices are really going to want to take their time and write something comprehensive, thoughtful. Maybe it gives some leeway to Donald Trump, in a sense, giving him a win that this trial that's really in front of us could get delayed, but they want to get it right so that future presidents would know what the boundaries are, Kira.
Boundaries, something Trump does not know very much about. Kim, will the justices carve out any kind of immunity in the criminal context?
For sure. Even the government conceded, somewhat surprisingly, frankly, that anything that's articulated in Article 2, like the pardon power, the power to make appointments, the power to veto, that should be immunized. But it's a really different thing from hypothesizing about Congress passing a new law infringing on those powers and basically saying no indictments. And that's a line, I think, that wasn't really clearly articulated by the government and could have really been tightened up. And so these concessions, I think, frankly, will produce a new test. And what will happen, we'll go back to Judge Chutkan to slice and dice the January 6th indictment to decide which pieces are okay and which pieces are not okay. And presumably she will rule in part against Donald Trump's lawyers, and that'll be appealed. So for sure, this is, I think, highly unlikely to go to trial before November. And that is absolutely a win, particularly given that polls show that, a felony conviction could sway even some of his most staunch supporters against actually pulling the lever in the ballot box in November for Donald Trump.
Wow, that would be interesting, indeed. And then just listening to the justices on those recordings, Mark, and talking about the huge implications, that they realize the huge implications. Let's talk about what those could be, and also just the significance of the timing of this case with less than 6 months until the November election.
Well, Kira, there's the short term and there's long term. Short term, again, as Kim suggested, this is a big win for Donald Trump, as it is another example of how delaying things weighs in his favor. And we may not get a verdict in this case until after the election, if we get one at all. If Trump becomes our next president, he's likely to ensure that this case doesn't go forward altogether. So that's the short term. The longer term is the justices are absolutely right to be concerned with the precedent that this sets, how it changes things to make things more, to make the position of president far more powerful. So there are major long-term ramifications here, and it's good that the justices are thinking in those terms, Kira.
Thank you all so much. Appreciate each and every one of you. So as the U.S. Supreme Court will decide whether the president is absolutely immune from criminal prosecution, I think we have made it pretty clear this afternoon how high the stakes really are here. That's exactly why 19 retired generals, admirals, and former top service secretaries filed this brief opposing former President Donald Trump's bid for immunity from prosecution. One of those retired admirals is Thad Allen. He has made it clear that this case is far more than just a former president's future on the line. American democracy, its security, and its credibility, both at home and abroad, are also on the line. To be clear, Admiral Thad Allen joins me now not as a politician, but as a military leader whose greatest concern right now is our national security. Good to see you, Thad. I've known you more than 20 years, and I've watched you navigate military concerns that many times get wrapped up in political debate. But again, you've made it clear that your worry here is about the people, not the president. Why did you take part in this amicus brief?
Well, you're absolutely right, Kira. My intentions are not political. They are military. And political leaders have a responsibility to give advice to political leaders. And our amicus brief to the court is just that. It's our advice from a military standpoint, pointing out the significant risk to national security inherent in immunity for the president.
Let's talk about that. Absolute immunity would free a president from all accountability under our criminal justice system. As a military leader, why does that keep you up at night?
Well, Kira, it's an established standard in the military that individuals have a duty to disobey an illegal order. And this has its roots back in the Nuremberg trials and the My Lai massacre during Vietnam. Presidential immunity has the potential to create a dangerous and, in my view, unnecessary transfer of ethical, moral, and legal responsibility from the president to his subordinates to determine if an order is legal or not.
Let me follow up on that word, dangerous. Why does this threaten our national security? Give me a classic example.
When you're conducting military operations, what you want to do is you want to reduce ambiguity and create clarity in the chain of command. So there's absolutely certainty about what is to be accomplished and how that's to happen. If there is ambiguity regarding the legality of the order, the people receiving the order have to make a decision about that order. And in the meantime, whatever risks that are posed out there that require military operations are either delayed or damaged because of the inability to create a clear chain of command from the president down to those executing the operations.
So basically, it undermines all the principles of military leadership.
In my view, yes, because the military is built basically on a legal framework, the Uniform Code of Military Justice, that requires good order and discipline to execute the orders of the president. And the military is subordinate to civilian rule. This tends to erode and undermine that because there's uncertainty about what the intent of the orders are, especially if they're placed in a position to try and determine whether or not they're illegal.
That's definitely dangerous, and that's definitely scary when you think about it that way. And as we all have our eyes, locked in on the Supreme Court today, what's the outcome that you ultimately want to see here?
Well, given the risk to military operations and national security, I think we personally would like to see the ambiguity that could be inserted into military orders from the president to be removed and greater clarity established. And that happens when the president retains the moral and ethical responsibility to give legal orders.
Admiral Thad Allen, great to see you. Appreciate your time. And if you want to hear the entire back and forth that took place today in our nation's Supreme Court, ABC News Live will air the full arguments at midnight tonight. Coming up, we continue to follow that bombshell ruling. New York's highest court overturning the rape conviction of movie mogul Harvey Weinstein.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Give it to me. Give it to me.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Glad you're streaming with us. We do have breaking news out of New York, where the state's highest court has overturned the rape conviction of movie producer Harvey Weinstein. The court finding the trial judge prejudiced and that Weinstein and left women testify about allegations that were not part of the case. Weinstein was a well-known, powerful man in the entertainment industry, but prosecutors said he abused that power and he took advantage of so many aspiring female actors. Weinstein was arrested in 2018 and charged with rape and sexual assault. Then in 2020 was found guilty of both those felonies. Lawyers representing Weinstein spoke about today's ruling. Here's what they said.
There are some people who are very unpopular in our society, but we still have to apply the law fairly to them. And in this courthouse behind us at that trial, the law was not applied fairly to Harvey Weinstein.
Let's bring in our legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer, once again. So Brian, does this take the landmark #MeToo movement backwards?
I'm not sure if it takes the movement backwards, but definitely the strategy in which prosecutors used in this case, and that being you have your named alleged victims, those who are associated with the crimes, and then you have uncharged alleged victims who ranged, I think, in like the number of 4 or 5 of them who testified in this trial. Now that strategy of having uncorroborated or unindicted alleged victims, that's going to change. I think we've heard that DA Bragg is intending to re-prosecute this case. His strategy that he used in his first trial is going to be different than the next one.
So the Manhattan DA's office could decide to retry this, right? Is that a good idea?
That's a difficult question. I think when first, for me, you have to talk to all the alleged victims, everyone who testified. And if they want this case to go forward, then I think that becomes a good idea because no one wants to see these women be re-traumatized by having to go through this story. I think the only way that you can say this is a good or bad idea is you let the women lead in terms of what they want out of this case, because ultimately Weinstein is still serving time in California, but in this case, it's been overturned.
Well, Weinstein has also been convicted of sex crimes in California, for which he's serving prison time as well. Will today's ruling impact that in any way?
Well, impacted in the sense that I'm very sure, knowing the defense attorneys who represent Harvey Weinstein, that they're going to reevaluate that California case based on the reasoning that overturned the case in New York. While it's 2 different states, there are very similar laws when it comes to what evidence can come in and the amount of evidence and whether it's more prejudicial than probative, which is what the judge leaned on in this case to overturn his conviction in New York.
Brian Buckmeyer, we will follow this, of course. It was pretty stunning news when it came through today. Thanks, Brian. We are also following all those protests popping up on campuses across the country. You know what they're upset about. It's the Israel-Hamas war. We'll tell you what's happening at this hour.
Sunday night. People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on. Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
ABC News, America's #1 news source.
Reporting from Miami, Florida, I'm Victor Oquendo. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Developing right now, new encampments of anti-war protesters popping up on campuses from coast to coast. Take a look at these dramatic images out of Boston. Protesters there locking arms in a circle around tents set up on campus of the Northeastern University. In Southern California, similar protests being held on the campus of UCLA. Several dozen demonstrators forming an encampment of tents. And then in Atlanta, Those protesters clashing with police on Emory University's campus, even reports of getting tased. Georgia State troopers also making several arrests. Let's bring in our Phil Lipoff. He's been following just the growing amount of protests. Those protesters at Northeastern, or is it Northeastern or Northwestern?
Northeastern.
It was Northeastern?
Yep.
Okay.
With circling around with their arms. Yeah, that's
Yes.
new today. It's hard to keep all of these in line because there are new ones that pop up all the time, Kira. And as you point out, this one was at Northeastern that we can show you. They're holding, arm in arm around this small encampment right there in the middle of the campus that is just off Boylston Street there in Boston. There are police officers on site, but no arrests have been made so far. It remains peaceful. Then, Kira, we go out to Northwestern University in Illinois. Dozens of students have set up a tent encampment there and are calling it a free Gaza liberated zone. The problem is none of these encampments that we've been showing you over the course of the week are liberated spaces. The schools don't see them that way at all. Northwestern says the tents are a violation of school policy, actually, and when police moved in to take them down, protesters linked arms and tried to keep police from doing their jobs. At UCLA, we've shown you what's happened at USC, but at UCLA, protesters set up an encampment there, even building a wooden fence to surround it, hanging signs calling for the end of the war in Gaza. And as you mentioned, at Emory down in Georgia, university says a few dozen people came onto campus who are not members of the school community, and that's not the first time we've heard that. They set up tents on the quad and began to clash with police. Kira.
So protesters were also actually arrested at Emerson University in Atlanta. Is that, no, wait. Oh, it was Emerson College in Boston.
In Boston,
boy,
yeah.
I can't keep, it was Emory in Atlanta,
Emory.
and now Emerson in Boston.
Right.
Oh my gosh.
I'm following you.
Okay, good. Thank you, because it's hard for me to keep up with all these live pictures, and it's changing every hour as they've started to pop up. Okay, so at Emerson in Boston, there's actual body cam video of what happened there?
Yeah, this was obtained by ABC News, and this happened overnight. Now we're getting to see it. But 108 protesters were arrested in the end. This was a pretty big one after this encounter with Boston police. And you can actually hear, you will in 1 minute, an officer tell this crowd they have every right to protest. And he's talking in a calm and respectful voice. And he said, look, it's late. Timestamp's about 1:30 in the morning. He said, we let you go long after 10. People have to get up and go to work in the morning. And he asked no fewer than 5 times for them to disperse. And then this happened.
We don't want to escalate to do anything. So again, I've done a lot of these. Road's reasonable. We don't want to arrest anybody. Trust me. We all want to go home, just like we want you to go home today. So I'm welcome. I'm free to answer any questions. Speak to anyone who wants to speak to me. But just go later. We got to open up. Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine! Free, free Palestine!
Yeah, Kira, just about as respectful as any police officer can be in a situation like that. And they just started, chanting again, and then the arrests were made, about 108 of them. But yeah, all across the country, Kira, Emerson, Emory, UCLA, USC, Ivy League as well.
Northeastern, Northwestern.
Northeastern, Northwestern, all the Norths.
The list continues. Phil, thank you so much.
All right.
And thank you for streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. The news never stops, as you can see, and neither do we. We've got a lot more. Stay with us.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it. Not a tear in it. How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you. David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, Are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC.
This is ABC News Live.
The crush of families.
On the ground in Ukraine.
ABC News Live, America's #1 streaming news. Anytime, anywhere. Streaming 24/7, straight to you for free.
Thank you for making ABC News Live America's #1 streaming news. Reporting from the hangar collapse in Boise, Idaho, I'm Melissa Adon. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
And hello, everyone. I'm Kira Phillips. Some of the top headlines we're watching for you at the top of the hour here on ABC News Live. Donald Trump, former president and presumptive Republican nominee, facing multiple legal battles, all centered around charges of corrupting elections. He is back at the defense table for his criminal hush money trial. Cross-examination of tabloid publisher David Pecker has just begun. The former National Enquirer executive facing even more questions about all those efforts to catch and kill all the unflattering stories about Trump before the 2016 election. And this is all happening on a historic and unprecedented day for the United States Supreme Court as well. The highest court in the land hearing arguments over presidential immunity and whether former President Trump can be prosecuted for his alleged efforts to overturn the 2020 election while he was still in office. If you want to hear the entire back and forth that took place today on our nation's Supreme Court, ABC News Live will air the full arguments at midnight tonight. Also, new encampments of anti-war protesters popping up on campuses from coast to coast now. We've got these images out of Boston where protesters are locking arms in a circle around those tents set up on campus at Northeastern University. Then in Atlanta, protesters clashing with police on Emory University's campus, even reports of getting tased. Georgia State troopers also making several arrests there. Then back in Southern California, another protest held this time on the campus of UCLA. Several dozen demonstrators forming an encampment of tents there. And then at USC, well, it announced it's canceling its main commencement ceremony now that was scheduled for next month. We're all seeing the repercussions of these protests now. Well, it's a moment of triumph over tragedy. New video showing the first cargo ship passing through a temporary water channel in the port of Baltimore. It's the first major vessel traveling through since last month's devastating bridge collapse. In the inaugural Voyager, Balsa 94, it passed through debris as it exited the 35-foot channel this morning on its way to Canada. So glad you're streaming with us. I'm Kira Phillips. ABC News Live is here for you anytime with the latest context, news, and analysis. You can also find us on your favorite streaming service, the ABC News app, and of course on abcnews.com. The news never stops. More GMA3 right now.
What you need to know right now on GMA3. The Arizona House votes to repeal a controversial Civil War-era abortion ban after 3 Republicans crossed party lines to join Democrats to overturn it. Former President Donald Trump back in New York criminal court now as an unindicted co-conspirator in the alleged fake electors case in Arizona and Michigan as the Supreme Court takes up his claim of presidential immunity.
Pro-Palestinian protests cascade across American college campuses from New York City to Texas to California. Our team with the GMA3 deep dive on what's at stake. And we'll meet the NCAA star shining on the college baseball diamond, why he stands out among D1 competitors.
And decades after Congress ordered repatriation of sacred objects to Native Americans, where things stand, one university going through the painstaking process.
Plus, turning your shower routine into a spa-worthy experience, Sarah Eggenberger is here with what you need to know.
Okay, TB usually appears as a small cavitary lesion. Is that Right, we need to get him up to CT as soon as possible. This is definitely not TB.
Also Also, it's one of the longest-running, most successful medical shows in network history. Grey's Anatomy star Kim Raver here, taking us inside the operating room in the hit show's 20th season.
And the Motor City is revving up for the NFL Draft as the hottest prospects get ready to see their dreams and hard work turn into reality.
Now from Times Square, Eva Pilgrim and DeMarco Morgan with Dr. Jen Ashton and What You Need to Know.
Yes, I got you. Good afternoon, everybody, and thanks for joining us on this Baby Friday. Can you tell I'm tired?
No, it's good energy there. It's good to have you with us, folks. We appreciate it. And Dr. Darian is in.
Good afternoon.
Dr. Jen, oh, it's good to see you, man. You look so happy and so bright.
I got a lot of sleep last night. I feel
did
great.
you?
Yes.
Good.
More than
I
normal.
did not. I'm jealous.
I'm sorry to hear that.
I didn't realize this when I brought candy out to the set today, but we're actually going to be talking about sugar.
We are. I didn't even think of that either.
Yeah, so school meals around the country have now some standards about how much sugar can be in those meals. Definitely not Skittles.
Those are delicious. But this is actually, I think, a good thing. It's a push in the right direction, making healthier meals for children. New guidelines from the Department of Agriculture, and I just want to show you what they are. So the goal is just basically changing these lunches and breakfasts to making them better. The goal by 2025 to 2026 is to restrict high-sugar foods like cereal, yogurt, and flavored milk. And then beyond that, by 2027, they want to limit added sugar by no more than 10% or decreasing it by 10% of the weekly goal of calories, and also by 15% in lunches. This is so important because an estimated 1 out of 5 children live with obesity. And to be honest, the statistics are even more concerning. When you look at the studies overall, those children that are obese in the ages of 10 to 13 are more than 80% likely to be obese when they're becoming an adult. So it's not about just now, but also avoiding the complications in the future.
All right, Doc, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Let's check it out with ABC's M. Lynn in Washington with a look at your latest headlines. Good to see you, my friend.
Good to see you, DeMarco. Good afternoon. And we begin with the breaking news about Hollywood's Harvey Weinstein. A New York appeals court overturning the former movie mogul's 2020 conviction on rape charges. The state's high court finding the judge in the landmark Me Too trial in New York may have ruled improperly when he let women testify about allegations that were not a part of the case. Because Weinstein is already convicted in California, he will not be released, but instead transferred to the custody of prison authorities in California. Arizona coming one step closer to repealing a near-total Civil War ban on abortion written into law before it was a state and before women had the right to vote. 3 Republicans joining Democrats to repeal that legislation in the House. Now it needs to clear the state Senate. Lawmakers back in session next week. Former President Trump is back in a New York City courtroom in his hush money criminal trial, and he's now named an unindicted co-conspirator in alleged election fraud cases in Arizona and Michigan in alleged fake elector schemes to keep Trump in office against the will of the voters. Some top Trump allies charged in Arizona. This as the U.S. Supreme Court considers the former president's claims that he cannot be prosecuted over alleged attempts to overturn the election because of, quote, presidential immunity. Trump denies all wrongdoing. And now the new economic numbers just out. The Commerce Department reporting U.S. growth slowed sharply in the last quarter, growing at an annualized rate of 1.6%. Many analysts were hoping for some weakening to cool inflation, but not too much. Now to our Ginger Z with your weather.
We've got a 4-day-long outbreak that's coming at us, severe weather-wise. Tonight, it looks like big hail in parts of Kansas, down through Texas, western Oklahoma, too, into the panhandle there. And then the tornado hail threat moves east and includes damaging winds all the way down to Dallas. Kansas City needs to be on the lookout, as does much of southwestern Iowa. So a big couple of days, and it also keeps going in very similar areas through the weekend.
Thank you, Ginger. And thousands of football fans are descending on the Motor City ahead of tonight's NFL draft. Dreams are about to come true in Detroit for some top prospects and their teams. You can catch it all right here tonight on ABC and ESPN at 8 p.m. Eastern. And I cannot wait to see the reactions on their faces when they get this.
You know, not just the reactions, but the outfits.
Yeah.
The suits, the fashion will be high.
And they got their mamas and their daddies and everybody
you
with
know
them.
it. We're all watching. Em, thank you very much. We appreciate it.
There's much more ahead here on GMA3 on this Thursday. Inside the pro-Palestinian protests growing on American college campuses, our team with the deep dive coming up.
And later, you're going to love this kid right here. Why Parker Bird is making history on the college baseball diamond and inspiring so many others. We're glad you're watching GMA3. Come on back.
Whenever news breaks,
we are here in Israel, a nation at war after that brutal surprise attack by Hamas.
On the ground in Ukraine, reporting from Lewiston, Maine.
The scene of a horrific mass shooting.
ABC News Live is right there everywhere.
From the scene of that deadly missile strike in Dnipro, Ukraine.
Reporting from the earthquake in Turkey.
In Rolling Fork, this tornado tore through this little town.
From the most devastating disaster in Hawaii.
From Charleston, South Carolina, on the 2024 campaign trail.
In Iceland, let's go.
Traveling with the president in Mexico City.
Wherever the story.
From the front lines.
From southern Israel. Outside the Gaza Strip.
In Beirut.
From the FBI.
Reporting from the nurses on the picket line.
Here at 10 Downing Street in London.
Streaming live to you.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is.
Wherever the story is, we're going to take you there.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live.
You're streaming ABC News Live.
ABC News Live, streaming free everywhere. America's #1 streaming news.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use? My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
Welcome back to GMA3. Pro-Palestinian protests erupted on college campuses across the country, from USC to the University of Texas at Austin, and right here in New York City at Columbia University. And some of the protests leading to clashes with police as students demand the universities divest funds from companies profiting from Israeli military operations.
While protesters push for ceasefire in Gaza, arguing they have a right to free speech, many Jewish students are saying they feel unsafe, with critics calling the protests anti-Semitic. Joining us now is attorney and ABC News contributor Brian Buckmeyer, and from Columbia University, ABC's Stephanie Ramos. Stephanie, let's start with you. Just set the scene for us there. What's happening on campus at Columbia today?
Well, Eva, right now it is calm outside Columbia University and on the campus as well. Most of the protests here have been peaceful, according to administrators. It's also what we've witnessed. There have been some individuals, especially last week, that were arrested for trespassing. But we heard from the New York City mayor on this just a few days ago, and NYPD officials saying that a majority of the individuals causing the chaos, causing violence, and spewing rhetoric have been unaffiliated with the university. I can tell you the last couple of nights here at Columbia University, pro-Palestinian student demonstrators, Jewish and non-Jewish alike, have come together for a Seder dinner to celebrate the Jewish holiday of Passover. Many of them saying they're not leaving. they're staying here on the West Lawn at the encampment so that their voices are heard, so that they can get their message across, all while the university is expecting them to come up with a plan to disperse by tomorrow.
So, Brian, do protesters have a First Amendment right to protest on school grounds? I know the president of Columbia University is under fire right now for calling police in last week to break up some of those student protest encampments. Stephanie just mentioned it, more than 100 arrests there.
Well, DeMarco, the important distinction is who are those protesters? If we're talking about people who are university students, they have a different right. They have the ability to kind of argue under the First Amendment of time, manner, and place to have their voice heard. But if you're a distractor or an agitator, and even though I think Stephanie said many of the people in law enforcement is specifically saying many of the people who have been arrested are not students, those people have different rights because they can be arrested for trespassing, and they have different rights when it comes to going onto a private university and trying to use their voice. So you have to make the distinction as to who is making the comments and where, and also what they're saying.
Stephanie, House Speaker Mike Johnson visited Columbia yesterday. What can you tell us about his visit?
Yeah, so the Speaker of the House was here. He met with Jewish students, many of which I spoke with afterwards, and they told me that they shared with the Speaker just instances of them being harassed and intimidated the last couple of weeks, just sharing what they've seen the last couple of weeks here on campus. House Speaker Mike Johnson then spoke with reporters and press and some other students who had gathered to see him. He was interrupted, he was booed, but he called on the school's president to resign. He also said that all and any anti-Semitic incidents need to stop now. We spoke with student demonstrators who were there, who were listening, and they said they would have appreciated some time with him as well to share with him why they're doing what they're doing and that they stand with Gaza and that they just want their voices heard.
So, Brian, if protesters are arrested, what type of legal troubles are they facing?
Again, DeMarco, depends on who that protester is. If this is a student, for example, at Columbia University, who is on that lawn as Stephanie is describing, and an officer gives them a lawful order to leave and they do not, in New York, that could be what's called obstruction of governmental administration, as well as resisting arrest. Those are misdemeanors. But if we start talking about the harassment and intimidation of some of those Jewish students, New York and many other states have hate crime statutes. So to target someone based on their race, religion, creed, or identifiable entity, all right, that can have them facing hate crime charges. And we don't want to see a situation where people are targeted regardless of their background or religion. And so that can have more serious penalties.
It's an ongoing conversation that we're going to be having for sure. Stephanie Ramos, Brian Buckmeyer, thank you both for being with us today.
Thank you, guys.
And when we come back, he's making history at home plate.
Yeah, competing at the college level is something the star player always dreamed of. How it all came true when GMA3 continues.
What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions.
Operational nuclear reactor.
So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you, David. Good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
I watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live.
Whenever, wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Here in London, in Buffalo, Uvalde, Texas, Edinburgh, Scotland. Reporting from Rolling Fork, Mississippi. Ukrainian refugees here in Warsaw. We're heading to a small community outside of Mexico City. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
Stream ABC News Live weeknights wherever you stream your news. Only on ABC News Live. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen wherever you get your podcasts. Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Reporting from Mar-a-Lago, I'm Rachel Scott. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
Ball 4 outside. The picture of resilience and fight. Parker Bird will receive an ovation. He's got a pinch runner. And an embrace with his head coach, Cliff Godwin. How cool.
I am so excited about this guy. Welcome back to GMA3. That was the history-making debut of Parker Bird, one of the very few NCAA Division I baseball players to play in a game with a prosthetic leg.
And joining us here with his inspiring story is East Carolina University Pirates infielder and pitcher Parker Bird.
Parker!
Thanks for having me on today. I'm excited.
This was, you know, when you play baseball as a little boy, this was something you had to have dreamed of, that opportunity to play at the collegiate level. Getting to do this now, after everything you've been through, what was that like?
You know, it's awesome. Just all the hard work that I put in after my accident for the past year and a half just to get back out on the field to show people that just because tragedy hits doesn't mean your life's over. And I think it's just a testament to my family and all the PTs and really everybody that's helped me along the way, the doctors, teammates, coaches, and everybody just kept believing in me. So I think it's just a testament to them.
And this all happened as a result of a tubing accident.
That's right.
You've had 22 surgeries since then. Did you ever think you were about to lose your life? I know you came close to death.
Yeah, well, initially I did. So with the accident, I think my blood pressure was really low, 60/30, and that's after they gave me every blood product they had on the helicopter. And but after, once they got the bleeding to stop, it was kind of a roller coaster of events with losing my leg. And first we thought I was going to be able to keep it and everything was going to be fine. Just get back on the field with some extensive rehab, and then about 10 days or so, my right foot became very pale and cold. And they told me, hey, you have two options, either amputate or die, basically. And told me, hey, let's amputate and keep going with life. And told them the leg doesn't define me, that there's much more to life than baseball. And here I am today still playing it.
So is it your faith that keeps you going?
100%, yeah. I think my family we're very grounded in our faith, and we always have been. And just believing in him that his plan's bigger than ours. And it's hard to believe, see that when you're going through it, but on the outside of it now, everything works out for good.
So many people look at you and your story and what you've been able to accomplish, and they're so inspired by it. To hear people inspired by what you've been able to do, what's that like?
You know, that's really my goal in life now, is just to inspire others and to show them that, hey, your life's not over, that his plan is bigger than ours, and never thought I'd be put in the position to show people that, but he has a way of working his way. So it's really cool just to see amputee kids at games now that are inspired by my story, not just amputees, but really just families that are of amputees and just people that are going through things, whether that being divorce or not getting to a college, whatever it is, and just being an inspiration to them and showing them that, hey, you can keep going in life with hard work is pretty cool.
And folks in this building, I mean, she's right, you've inspired so many people. This is the first time, I've been here for a year. We get stars all the time. I had to meet you before the show. I had to find your dressing room and embrace and hug this guy because you're such an inspiration.
Yes,
keep doing what you're doing, man. We're so proud of you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Thank you for sharing your story with us. And best of luck to you and Your ECU Pirates season. Just ahead here on GMA3, Dr. Darian with a look at your prescription for wellness.
Plus, the beauty and power of water. We're stepping up your daily shower into a spa day. Come on back. One more time for Park, everybody. Woo!
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight.
A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about.
The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me.
The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Turtle. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
A knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Oh, Dr. Darian, this is a subject I know my dear friend DeMarco cares a lot about. He's very curious about intermittent fasting.
Yes. Here we go.
This new study, DeMarco, not to get you upset, but it essentially asks the question, is the benefit of intermittent fasting in the restriction of time or is it in the calories? So this is a smaller study done from the Annals of Internal Medicine, a large peer-reviewed journal, and they got a small group of people and they separated them into 2 groups. They ate the same amount of calories, but one group basically intermittently fast or restricted their time. And the result was that there was no difference in the change in weight. And it tells us that it's more likely not associated to the time, but more likely associated to what you're eating in that specific time. But it doesn't discount the benefits of intermittent fasting, which have still been theorized. The theory is that it helps with your insulin insensitivity, which can help reduce your risk of type 2 diabetes and so on and so forth. But at the end of the day, if you are intermittently fasting, it's not just about the time. When you are eating, you want to make sure you're eating high quality foods.
See, I thought you could eat whatever you wanted to eat in that small window.
You know, and
okay.
I think that that's what everyone does. And I think that there are benefits when you're stopping eating earlier before bed, for example. But this is a smaller study, but we'll have to see larger studies to see if it proves true. But if you're going to eat, make sure you eat healthy.
Come on, man. And what you're eating matters.
Exactly. You can't just gorge yourself inside those time ranges.
All right, the doctor has spoken.
I'm sorry.
Thank you. We're back in a moment. Stay with us.
This is the first time you are sitting down like this to tell your story. Brittany, are you ready? You've been told to go through your bag, and you felt
the cartridge.
What were you thinking at that moment when you felt that?
My life is over right here.
You've just been told you're going to be 9 years in one of the worst prisons in Russia.
Brittany Griner, Robin Roberts, Prisoner in Russia. Wednesday night, May 1st on ABC. Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC. Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, Start Here.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Welcome back to GMA3, What You Need to Know. Take a look at the new collectible Barbie Inspiring Women doll honoring the one and only Christy Yamaguchi. She was the country's first Asian American woman to win an Olympic gold medal in figure skating. Mattel has information on this new doll on their website.
Nice. Representation matters.
Yes.
We say it all the time.
I was
Love
obsessed
to see
with her as a little girl.
Oh, it's so cool.
Dr. Darian's here,
Yes.
and you are answering one of our medical questions. Here it is. When should I be concerned about taking multiple prescription medications, and how can I make sure I'm taking all my meds correctly?
That's such an important question. Being compliant or taking your medications on time and when you should is really, really important. So there are some things that I think patients have taught me that I think are incredible. Number one, obviously, things like pill bottle savers, whatever you call these things. I forget what you call these
The
things.
containers.
Pill containers. And so one tactic that people use is habit stacking. So many people forget when to take their medications. And so when you habit stack, you attach whatever you want to do with something you commonly do. So for example, everyone brushes their teeth in the morning, hopefully. So you want to make sure that your pills stay close to that. So when you're brushing your teeth, you have your medications with you, or when you're making your coffee. Another thing that I think patients do that is really helpful is when they have their medication list. It doesn't have to be as nice as this, but even writing it down on a piece of paper and then keeping it in a folder or keeping it in a plastic protector is really helpful when patients come in with that. And my
Especially when you have this
recommendations-
much medication to take. I didn't realize people take this many pills.
And as during the break we were talking, an estimated 1 out of 5 adults above the age of 40 take 5 medications or more.
40 is not that old.
It's not that old at all, which is a separate problem that we should discuss when you're doing something called medication reconciliation, going through your meds to make sure you're not taking too many or having redundant meds. But then making sure that you bring your meds with you. In the emergency room, I would love for my patients to bring their medications with them because I go through them and it helps me to understand what might be causing the symptoms. And also just in general, you should always review your medications at least once a year with your doctor.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right, Doc. Thank you very much. We
Of
appreciate
course.
it. We are learning.
Of course.
Yes,
trying to
we
be
are.
compliant, trying to take your medications on time is really, really important.
That is so important. Folks, we would love to hear from you, so hit us up on Instagram with all of your medical questions for our medical unit at ABC GMA3. When we come back, the emotional and decades-long effort to get sacred objects back to the Native American communities they were taken from.
And later here, upgrading your shower routine. We've got what you need to know to make your shower sparkle. Back in a bit.
Can't wait.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Turtle. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use?
My knife.
Oh my God.
The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Wherever news breaks, it's so important to always remember that lives are changed. Getting you behind the stories as they happen. ABC News Live Prime. We'll take you there.
streaming free on ABC News Live.
Donald Trump, after day 3 wraps in his first ever criminal trial of a former president.
Various colleges all over the country and beyond colleges, because it's happening in other areas too. You see what's happening on the front having to do with Palestine and Israel and protests and hate, anger. Biden is sending an absolutely horrible message. Horrible, horrible message. He has no idea how to message. He can't speak. He can't put 2 sentences together. He doesn't know what to do. This is not our president. This is somebody that shouldn't be doing what he's doing because he can't do it. He can't do it well. We're having protests all over. He was talking about Charlottesville. Charlottesville was a little peanut, and it was nothing compared, and the hate wasn't the kind of hate that you have here. This is tremendous hate, and we have a man that can't talk about it because he doesn't understand it. He doesn't understand what's going on with our country. He doesn't understand that all over the world we're being laughed at as a country because of him and his administration. And today I hear, because I was forced to be here, and I'm glad I was because it was a very interesting day in a certain way, but the U.S. Supreme Court had a monumental hearing on immunity, and the immunity having to do with presidential immunity. And I think it was made clear, I hope it was made clear, that a president has to have immunity, or you don't have a president, or at most you can say it would be a ceremonial president. That's not what the founders had in mind. They're not talking about ceremonial. We want presidents that can get things done and bring people together. So I heard the meeting was quite amazing. Quite amazing, and the justices were on their game. So let's see how that all turns out. But again, I say presidential immunity, very powerful. Presidential immunity is imperative, or you practically won't have a country anymore. Thank you very much. Thank you.
What's your response to Arizona indictments yesterday? Will immunity affect this case?
All right, day 3 wrapping, as you see in former President Donald Trump's criminal trial there, the first ever criminal trial of a former president of the United States. You know, he's the man right now that is leading in swing state polls. He's tied with Biden nationally, but using this forum, this time to take to the mics. It's really his campaign time, coming out of the courtroom and then using this opportunity to say whatever he wants, despite 11 violations of a gag order that Judge Merchan has mentioned already and still considering. That's a total side issue. What's at hand now is how testimony went today, who we heard from, how far does it push things down the road now, as we've only heard from one witness, David Pecker, the former publisher of the National Enquirer, part of that scheme to buy and bury stories about the former president before the 2016 election. Our whole team has been covering this. Olivia Rubin has been outside the courthouse. Our political director, Rick Klein, is with me. Also, our executive producer, John Santucci, our legal contributor, Brian Buckmeyer, and also our senior reporter, Catherine Falders. So, guys, let's just take it just around the room here. Olivia, let's start with you. As day 3 wraps up, give us the highlights from inside the court.
Well, we flipped over from the direct examination of David Pecker and finally saw Donald Trump's attorney, Emil Boev, start to cross-examine him. And we saw a little bit for the first time of what their strategy is. And what they tried to do with David Pecker on the stand this afternoon was basically distance their relationship of sharing information about stories from the election. Because remember, prosecutors say that this was an election effort to bury stories for the election. But his attorney said, hey, this is something that they had been doing for decades. They took it all the way back to the 1990s when David Pecker alerted Donald Trump to a negative story about Marla Maples. And they also tried to paint it as what Emil Boev said was standard operating procedure, that this was something politicians and media outlets did all the time, that there was nothing wrong with it, and that they went through other instances. David Pecker spoke about paying $20,000 to bury another story from another politician. So Donald Trump's attorney getting their shot today. Donald Trump seemed quite enthralled with the cross-examination. He seemed to be watching how his attorney was doing. He was paying very close attention as he was trying to sort of pick apart parts of David Pecker's story. So a good end to the day for him. And also, I would say outside, not a bad end to the day for him. He has been calling for some supporters, and finally outside today here, we are hearing some Trump 2024 chants for him.
So, Rick Klein, regardless of the legal outcome here, just what we've heard in court so far, and paying attention to the former president's highly questionable approach to ethics, at the end of the day, does it matter?
The Trump defense, to me, boils down to a very simple sentiment, which is this is politics as usual. What was going on with his relationship with the National Enquirer and through Michael Cohen and the payments to the hush money, all of this is just something that happens. It happens in business, and to his saying there's nothing wrong, his lawyers are saying, with it happening in politics. Now, the problem as a matter of law is that there might be other people to say something about that, and the jury will have their say. But essentially, Trump is saying, look, what I did was exactly what people have done for a long time, and that it was just a continuation of the practices that I'd engaged in for a long time. To me, it's one of the things that's problematic about this as a political matter, as being the first and maybe only case to reach trial before the election, is that it does have a lot of elements to it that might seem really unseemly and deeply immoral and deeply wrong, but maybe not all that illegal. And that's going to be something the jury's going to have to decide. But that's the way the Trump defense has been set up. Is, you know, not nothing to see here, but that what was going on here was very typical activities that anyone can and should do, whether they're a private citizen or even a candidate for president.
So, John Santucci, if the content of the trial won't lose him the election, will the days of, you know, being invisible and being stuck inside that courtroom help him?
Well, it's not going to, you know, listen, I think the jury's still out on that part of things. It's going to make it difficult for him. I think that look at the remarks he made outside of court today. You know, he reacted a little bit to the testimony, saying that he believed it was a good day for him, the testimony, but then quickly pivoted to the Supreme Court, then the economy, then the protest happening at universities around the country right now. I mean, this is sort of becoming the only outlet Donald Trump has for the moment in time, because he's pretty stuck. He can't go anywhere else. You know, his schedule is not at his control for the moment. So even, you know, days like tomorrow, for example, where, you know, he'd like to get out there and start campaigning over the weekend to get things early, given it's a Friday, he can't. He has to be in court tomorrow for another full day, and that will be much of the way his week is next week. And I also think the other part of the thing that's going to be complicated for him, Kira, as we've now seen, is that prosecutors are watching even more closely his social media, the comments he's making to this camera outside of court that we're showing our viewers right now, but also to other cameras. And we've seen the way prosecutors have now expanded, adding 4 more violations, in their opinion, of the gag order. And one of them with our station, WPVI in Philadelphia, leading up to the Pennsylvania primary earlier this week. So he's really in a situation where the thing that's helped him on the campaign trail, given talking about these cases, could hurt him in the courtroom.
What about, Catherine, the fact that he keeps saying, I'm a victim, I'm a victim, I'm a victim, and playing this part of I'm a victim? Does that improve his chances in November, sticking to that line?
Kira, it's a good question, and it's something that we've heard Donald Trump refer to himself as for quite some time, going back to investigations that he was under by special counsels when he was president of the United States. Look, I think it certainly resonates with his supporters on the one hand, because he's saying, I'm a victim, I have to be sitting here in court, I can't get out and campaign. And look, it's true that he's sitting in the courtroom and he can't be on the campaign trail when he's required to be there in the courtroom. But if you take a step back and think about the victim nature of it, the reality of it is that he is facing multiple criminal indictments in multiple different jurisdictions. He has to be there. He's claimed that a lot of these prosecutions are selective and vindictive, if you will. Of course, special counsel and investigators have said the opposite. So, look, I think ultimately he's trying to get that message to his supporters. He believes that his legal troubles will ultimately improve and help his political chances come November. But again, we'll just have to see as this trial goes on what kind of effect it has on his supporters and what he's saying, and also on his fundraising efforts.
All right, Olivia, Rick, John, Catherine, thank you. This wraps it up for Thursday. Long day of news, especially when it comes to the former president. We, of course, will keep following both what comes out of the Supreme Court and that courtroom there in New York on this hush money trial. I'm Kira Phillips. Thanks for streaming with us. More news ahead.
Sunday night.
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm going to start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there, Sunday night on ABC. What does it take to be the most watched newscast in America?
An operation to capture ISIS fighters.
Is this our Combat Operations Center?
We're approaching the gate now. Militants came in from 4 or 5 different directions. Operational nuclear reactor. So you have a couple loaded and ready to go. The house is destroyed, but the flag, there's not a tear in it.
Not a tear in it.
How important is this label right here, Made in the USA? Look at your smile. You're proud of this.
I love this.
Great work.
Hi.
Where are you? Where are you?
Appreciate you.
Thank you. David, good to meet you. Ismail? David.
David.
Yes, yes. I'm David Muir.
I know who you are.
You
Watch
do?
you every night.
ABC's World News Tonight with David Muir is America's most watched newscast.
What's good to watch, read? Where can I get a great deal on what I'm just dying to buy? Oh, it's all right here. GMA Life. Get the latest celebrity buzz, deals and steals, and the coolest lifestyle tips from GMA.
I love that so much.
Streaming weekends on ABC News Live. Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes!
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it. Reporting from the iconic Hollywood sign, I'm Jacqueline Lee. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.
All right, welcome back, everyone, to GMA3. Today, we are talking about something that we do every day, showering. Let's hope so, right? But there is a way that we could be leveling up at Daily Scrub.
Yeah, and here to tell us how to step up our routine is the senior editor-at-large of New Beauty Magazine, Sarah Eggenberger.
Bring it to the spa, right? Bring it to the shower.
So how do you sort of like set the mood, make the shower more than just the thing you have to do?
Right. We want to take it away from being a chore to something we can actually enjoy. So just simply hanging some eucalyptus, and once this actually gets warm with the steam, it all intermingles together, and you have this like wonderful haze of like aroma and minty kind of feel. It just instantly relaxes you, and then you can take a deep breath in and just enjoy your shower.
And it feels like a spa at home.
Absolutely, and why not? I mean, it's such a simple thing to do. It looks great, and it smells wonderful too.
Yeah, DeMarco likes a good smell.
Oh, you know it.
I know, me too.
Can't
and
wait to get over here, right?
Yeah, so we're going to keep on that note, actually, about scents. And this is a shower steamer, which you probably have heard of before. This is Esker's.
This
would
is
check this
fancy
out
looking.
because it comes with this marble dish that you can actually place it into. And so instead of just like throwing it on the shower floor and it's a slippery mess, this actually comes in here. They have their different scents, and it smells so good. Like, I actually like put this in the shower. You don't want to have it in the direct stream of water.
That smells like a fancy spa.
Does it?
Delicious. Yeah, we've just elevated, right? We're not a fancy spa.
Fancy spa.
We're at a resort now. We're from the spa to the resort. All right, now we're talking about taking care of our skin, and not just the skin of our face, but in the shower on our bodies as well, because it's really important we nourish our bodies. And so instead of using a standard shower gel, for instance, you can actually use these oil to shower gels. And so this is Kiehl's. I love this because it feels so luxurious as well, but it's simply just a way to wash your skin that feels great, and it's actually more hydrating as well. So you have to smell this too. I'm gonna take the cap off so it's easier to smell. Because that's awesome. And you just, it doesn't have.
Oh, it does smell good. Almond, yeah. Oh, you're quick.
Like a cherry almond scent.
Cherry almond, okay.
We're like, where's this nose coming from? All this wonderful fragrance.
Like a little dog.
Yeah, right? So this is actually a great way to, like, our skin is kind of getting dry right now as we're changing into the seasons.
Yeah.
Allergies are bothering you. This is a great way to hydrate your skin and cleanse it.
Soften it as well?
It softens it as well. You just mix it with a little bit of water, and it emulsifies to give you that, like, nice, nourishing clean.
But you also want to have, like, smooth skin.
Yeah, soft, smooth skin.
better.
So this is Nakery. This is their exfoliator. So if you're going to shave in the shower, this is a great way to prep the skin because it makes your shave smoother. You don't get ingrown hairs. Also just makes your skin so soft. I think this is like the key to really having that soft, smooth skin is just do a little bit of some exfoliation a couple times a week in the shower.
Get
it all off, especially like the back. We're talking about that, and the arms, the legs. It just feels amazing. Your skin feels so good afterwards.
Okay. What is this right
And
here?
speaking of masking, a great time to actually do a face mask is in the shower because now your pores are opening up, everything is soft
It's
and
like a
smooth.
twofer.
It's a twofer, yeah. And you're gonna put this on when you get in the shower. It's gonna help to really balance your skin. This is Shani Darden. She's an esthetician in California. And this is what all of her clients are using because it just helps to purify your skin, but also balance it. So it's not too drying either.
This is my in-house dermatologist right here.
Yes, right here. It's a safe for him to use. Even more certified then.
Very certified.
Yeah. Okay, so now after the shower, we have to repent from all of that, you know, exfoliation, and now we're going to start to treat ourselves. So this is what we have right here is when we have our deep conditioner for our hair. And so we really want to deep condition our hair because that's going to help to add that balance, especially with all the heat tools we use, everything else. That has a great scent too. You'll like this too. It's a really nice way to treat your hair. I do this actually once a week with my daughters. Like we do the sink, we do an exfoliation of their hair, and then deep conditioner. So it's a great way to really treat your hair when it's so damaged.
I came over and smelled these earlier, so I already know they smell
This
good.
line is like known for their scents. Like of all things, they have this tremendous amount of scents. If you like more that warm, woolly kind of scent, like a really fresh scent. So different variations. Yeah, they have a full line, so you can do everything from like the shower gels to the lotion, so you can mix and match, and even deodorants. But this is a great way to hydrate and also add like a little scent to your body too.
Yeah,
which is a really luxurious way.
Nice.
It does. Oh yeah, oh yeah.
It's so good.
Yeah.
So good.
I like this one.
And then when you get out of the shower, you got to put something on.
Yes, because now like the joke is you're exhausted, right?
But you should.
You could, just like showering.
Yeah.
So this is actually the skin shower. This is so soft, so smooth. It feels really nice. It's lightweight. It has this easy to use wraparound, and there's pockets in here too, which I love for a robe as well. So all easy to use and feels great. So then you can end your shower on a wonderful note.
Right. And on a light note too.
And on a
Because
light
it's spring and
Because
summer
sometimes you
is
get
don't want to
starting.
go too heavy.
shower,
Yes, you're a little hot. You're probably a little tired after doing all this stuff, so it's nice to just relax afterwards.
All right, Sarah Eggenberger, again, thank you very much. We appreciate it. Always good to see you. You know that. Up next, when we come back, the hit ABC show in its 20th season.
We are, of course, talking about Grey's Anatomy, and Dr. Teddy Altman, star Kim Raver, joins us here in just a bit.
Sunday night,
People think they really know you. What do you think is the biggest misconception about you?
John Bon Jovi.
I don't live for the applause. You got to do it over and over again because, you know, the pretty picture's going to fade.
The all-new event special.
I'm gonna start singing, by the way. I'm a cowboy.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
Michael Strahan, John Bon Jovi.
I'm a rock and roll star. I'm not a saint. I'm John Bon Jovi.
Halfway there. Sunday night on ABC.
Get ready, America, every Friday.
The hottest trends, styles, and must-have. What's the right stuff to buy right now? I really love that. It's time to buy the right stuff.
Yes.
And save big time, too.
The right stuff.
Fridays on GMA. You're going to love it.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories. Start here.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Make it your daily first listen wherever you get your podcasts.
We have a beautiful young woman killed at the very beginning of her life.
What happens when the interrogation helps put the wrong man in prison?
I wasn't nowhere around, promise to God.
Until years later, when the real killer steps into the box.
The tough question here is, what's the chance your DNA will match that on scene? Typical. We have your DNA at the scene. What did you use? My knife.
Oh my God. The interrogation tapes, Monday on ABC.
Babe Ruth, Hank Aaron, Shohei Ohtani, legends of the game. But now the list of greats redefined. From ABC News, Reclaim the Forgotten League, a side of the story of baseball you have never heard before like this. The award-winning podcast is back. Listen wherever you get your podcasts or scan the QR codes you see here.
Can you please put your arms up over your head? Great, thank you. Any weight loss?
Yes, I just traded in my pants for a smaller size.
Mr. Jimenez, take a deep breath. Hold. Okay, you can breathe normally.
Okay, TB usually appears as a small cavitary lesion.
Is that
Right, we need to get him up to CT as soon as possible. This is definitely not TB.
Ah, Welcome back, everyone. Get this. Yes, ABC's hit drama Grey's Anatomy is now in its 20th season, which is hard to believe for some people. And that clip was a look at what helps to make the series so great.
Yeah, and our next guest is a familiar face at Grace Sloan Memorial Hospital, and she is here to tell us more about what's unfolding this season. Please help us welcome to the studio Dr. Teddy Altman, also known as Kim Raver.
Nice to see you, Doctor.
Oh, thank you for having me. Yes, the real doctor here.
Listen, we both get the credit. So I feel like we both taught a lot of people about medicine.
If only I could do what you do. That's the problem, because everyone is like, so? And I'm like, I don't know.
Here's the script.
But you speak the lingo.
I do speak the lingo.
Excellently.
Thank you. There's moments where you're like, wait, what was that word again? And what does it mean? And how do I kind of get through it? We sort of have now like code amongst us, like if we don't know what the word is. I think Kevin once had a word like Satinsky, and we were like doing a surgery, and I was like, pass the Satinsky. And then there's this incredible woman, Boki, who actually, she does it for real. And so she'll come in, and if I don't know what the next instrument is in the OR, I'll just put my hand out, and she like slaps the right instrument in my hand, and I'm like, thank you, Boki, you're making me look very good.
If only hospitals were that easy.
I know.
Real life, right?
I mean, 20 seasons, it's so crazy to think about. And the thing that's the theme through all of it is the drama. There's so much drama. We're about to start part 2 of this most recent season. What can people expect?
I think, you know, what's so amazing about Grey's Anatomy and how it's gone throughout all of these seasons is the writers are so amazing at storytelling and weaving in a combination of the drama and the humor. And I love that we've got the new interns this year because it's very reminiscent of, you know, the beginning of, you know, season 1, 2, and 3. And there's some fantastic things between Bailey and the interns where she's sort of taking them under their wing again. And it's funny because there was that real amazing thing in the beginning, and so Bailey is trying to take care of him, and they're kind of like, well, no, we don't want a wellness kit. And so there's like really fun thing between the interns and Bailey.
And with the many storylines, what is it that you think keeps people coming back? What is it that resonates with the audience?
You know, I think Shonda Rhimes created this show where you get to really see the lives of these characters where they have their hero moments, but they have their really difficult, fallible moments where they make mistakes. And I think that that's a very human thing. And I think it's really wonderful to be able to tune in and say, wow, it's really aspiring that I can kind of want to be that person, but yet, oh, wow, they just made a terrible mistake.
It's relatable, yeah.
And it's relatable, and you watch them kind of step into life, and it helps you kind of go through your daily life. And I think that fans, we have incredible fans, and I think they really stick with the characters as they're going through their life journey.
One of the favorite things I do is watching fan reactions to those cliffhangers. From one doctor to another, what is your favorite part about being a TV doctor?
I'm always so disappointed when I'm like, no, I'm not a real doctor. I am just so blown away by the knowledge that you all have. Teddy is just she's so good at what she does. I mean, literally, there's a scene where Teddy is like, you know, I can't give away that moment, but like she'll be cutting open, doing open heart surgery and taking a heart out and repairing it. And that is just such an incredible gift that you all go out in the world and do. And so when I realize, you know, I can't even take a staple out of my son's finger, I'm like, oh my God, you staple. I call 911, they're like, just pull it out. And I'm like, oh, right, just pull it out. So I'm always so impressed with, and especially now, I mean, what the medical world has been doing, and I'm really just so grateful and incredibly impressed by
What a treat for us.
Really kind. It's amazing to have you on TV representing.
Kim Raver, thanks so much for being with us today. And you can catch Grey's Anatomy. It returns Thursday, May 2nd on ABC, and it'll stream the next day on Hulu.
Nice.
Thank you so much.
That was great. Yeah, thank you so much.
And that's what you need to know for today. I'm Eva Pilgrim.
I'm DeMarco Morgan.
And I'm Dr. Darian.
For all of us here at ABC News, including Kim right here, have a wonderful day, and we will see you tomorrow.
Why do so many people start their day here?
From ABC News, this is Start Here.
To be in the know and get a different take on the day's top stories.
A lot of news today, so let's get into it.
Listen now to the Daily News Podcast honored with 4 Edward R. Murrow Awards and see why the New York Times calls it a news podcast worth listening to. Start Here, ABC News. Make it your daily first listen.
Now, that's a part of the story I bet you didn't see coming.
Wherever you get your podcasts, start here.
Tonight, the Supreme Court takes on the power of the presidency. Oral arguments begin in Donald Trump's bid for immunity. Plus, tornadoes, severe weather, the 10 states in the path. More Americans turn to World News Tonight with David Muir, the most watched newscast on television.
First thing in the morning.
There's a lot going on.
Yet another avalanche warning that's up.
To catch you up with what happened overnight. A dangerous ice storm is impacting the morning commute.
What's happening today? Escalating tensions in the Middle East.
What people are talking about. The migrant crisis.
Fast, straightforward.
With some fun in between.
How does billionaire sound?
Sounds good to me. The moose started chasing a dog.
First thing in the morning.
America This Morning.
America's #1 early morning news.
On ABC News Live.
Right now, there's just so much happening in our world. So much at stake at the start of every morning.
Making sense of it all, that's not always so easy.
And that's where we come in.
Good Morning America. We want you to know every morning.
We're right here, and we got you.
It's lunchtime in America, so what are we serving up?
Well, how about everything you need to know?
That sounds pretty good.
Your health, your money, breaking news, music, and of course, good food. A third hour of GMA in the afternoon.
So join us after news.
For everything you need to know.
I love that.
Reporting from the tarmac of LaGuardia Airport, I'm Trevor Alt. Wherever the story is, we'll take you there. You're streaming ABC News Live.